Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Rumble. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted into the sky, shaking the earth with a thunderous roar. The battlefield was swallowed in fire and dust. When the shockwave finally subsided, silence loomed. Krillin raced toward the epicenter. There, amidst the smoking crater, lay Son Goku, battered, bleeding, barely conscious. "Goku!" Krillin cried, panic gripping his voice. Goku slowly opened his eyes, forcing a weak smile. Gohan, is he back yet? He wasn't concerned about his own life. What weighed on him was the fate of Earth. If these androids weren't stopped, their world would be plunged into chaos and ruin. Krillin shook his head, anguish etched into his face. I can't sense Gohan's energy. He's still not back. Despair settled like a storm cloud. Without Gohan, who could stop androids 16, 17, and 18? We have to find him. Goku rasped, clutching Krillin's hand tightly. Please, find Gohan. Thud. A heavy footstep echoed through the crater. Krillin turned sharply. At the rim stood Android 16, eyes cold and lifeless. He raised his right arm. The Hell Flash cannon began to charge again, glowing with lethal energy. Damn it, Piccolo snapped. He could take no more. He launched forward to intercept, only to be cut off. Whoosh! Android 17 dropped in front of him like a shadow. His expression smug, his tone mocking. "Where do you think you're going, Mr. Green?" he said with a sly grin. "Out of my way." Piccolo lunged, fury blazing. But 17 matched him effortlessly, dancing through the attacks. Then, finding an opening, he drove a sharp knee into Piccolo's gut. Crack! Before Piccolo could recover, a vicious elbow hammered down on his back, sending him plummeting. "Piccolo!" Krillin shouted, but there was no time to react. Yamcha and Tien Shinhan launched into the fray with righteous fury, but they too were swatted down like flies. A single kick from 17 broke their assault and their bones. One by one, Earth's defenders fell. Only Krillin remained upright, shielding the fallen Goku. Who's going to stop them now? Piccolo and the others lay broken, staring helplessly as 16's Hell Flash cannon neared completion. They had faced death before, but never with such despair. Not even when Vegeta first arrived, or when Frieza brought doom on Namek, had they felt so powerless. Back then, Goku had always stood up in the end. But now even he had fallen, and Gohan was still nowhere in sight. BZ's the Hell Flash cannon, fully charged. Android 16's voice rang out, flat and unfeeling. With your death, Son Goku, peace will return to this world. To him, it wasn't personal, just a mission assigned by Dr. Gero. Peace, Krillin shouted, trembling with rage. You call this peace? You're just machines, soulless killers. 16 didn't reply. He fired. The Hell Flash cannon surged forward, death incarnate. Krillin closed his eyes, bracing for oblivion. Boom! An explosion ripped the sky apart, but Krillin felt no pain. He opened his eyes. Shock froze him. There, suspended in midair, stood Vegeta, golden aura blazing, Super Saiyan form ignited. His arms were still raised from intercepting the blast. His body was broken. He was barely standing, but he smirked anyway. I don't fall that easily, he growled. Gasps echoed across the battlefield. Even Android 16, 17, and 18 turned in surprise. Vegeta hadn't been defeated after all, but reality was cruel. As much as his return brought hope, his body was at its limit. Still, he pointed to himself defiantly. I'm the Scion Prince. Kakarot can only be beaten by me. Android 18 rolled her eyes and brushed her bangs back. Annoying fly. She shot forward like lightning. Vegeta tried to block, but his injuries had drained him. Her fists landed one after another, face, gut, ribs. Bam! 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 Vegeta crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, motionless. And with that, Earth's final hope was extinguished. Without resistance, Android 16 raised his arm again. The cannon began to glow. In the pit, Krillin trembled, clutching Goku. But far above, atop Korin Tower. Thanks, Cat Karen-sama. I'll be back to visit. Immortal Karen flinched. Again, it's Immortal Karen, not Cat Karen. And hurry, the Earth's in danger. Right, Cat Karen-sama, Gohan said with a grin, pocketing the Senza beans and vanishing in a streak of energy. He did that on purpose, Karen muttered. The real battle was about to begin. Goodbye, Son Goku. Boom. Without another word, Android 16 fired the Hell Flash cannon once more, a blinding, golden beam of destruction, surging with enough power to erase both Goku and Krillin from existence. For the second time, death rushed toward them, its heat visible in their terrified eyes. The cannon expanded, glowing brighter with every passing second, an unstoppable scythe of annihilation. Time itself seemed to freeze. Piccolo, Yamcha, Ten, even the broken Vegeta, all watched helplessly. There was nothing they could do. Their limbs were shattered, their ki drained. And yet, androids 17 and 18 watched with delight, excitement gleaming in their eyes. Once Son Goku died, they would be free. No more targets, no more resistance. The world would be their playground. But just as the beam closed in, a figure appeared, not flying, not charging in. He simply stepped between Goku and death. Slender, tall, cloaked in an orange GI, his posture relaxed, yet his presence immense. With a single motion, he raised his hand. Smack! The hellish beam was casually slapped aside. The destructive cannon that Son Goku himself couldn't stop was redirected like a child's toy. It veered into the distance. Boom! An explosion shattered the skies, but far away, in the wastelands. Not in the crater. Not near Goku or Krillin. Everyone blinked. Wah! Their eyes focused. A young man stood calmly before the two fallen warriors. Orange GI, short black hair, a face hardened by trials, yet carrying a familiar warmth. Krillin gasped. Gohan, though it was just his back, Krillin knew. Piccolo's heart skipped a beat. It really is him. In that instant, despair melted. Yamcha's broken body stirred with hope. Tien clenched his fist. Even Vegeta, struggling to stay conscious, narrowed his eyes. He had returned. Son Gohan. No longer the timid boy from before. This was someone else, stronger, calmer, sharper. Piccolo trembled, then laughed. A deep, echoing laugh filled with joy. 16, 17, 18. You're done for now. Gohan's aura hadn't even flared yet, but every seasoned warrior could feel it. Something about him had changed. He didn't need to scream or power up. Just his presence radiated a terrifying sense of control. He turned around and knelt beside his father, taking out a single Senza bean. Here, Dad. Goku ate it, and in a blink his wounds healed, breath restored, energy surging. Gohan stood, voice quiet but unwavering. I'll take it from here. Krillin moved to warn him. Gohan, be careful. These androids. But Goku raised a hand, stopping him. No, Krillin. Goku said softly, pride glowing in his eyes. The Gohan standing here now is beyond anything we've ever imagined. Gohan simply smiled and handed over a pouch of Senza beans. Dad, help the others recover. Goku nodded. You've grown up, son. He and Krillin flew off, distributing the beans to Piccolo, Vegeta, Yamcha, and the others. Meanwhile, Gohan turned toward the androids. Step by step, he walked to the crater's edge, climbing until he stood eye to eye with Android 16. Or rather, eye to chest. 16 towered at 2.5 meters, a mechanical giant. Gohan, just 1.8 meters tall, looked like a child in comparison. And yet, the pressure coming off of Gohan was suffocating. 16's sensors whirred wildly. Danger warnings flashed in his system. But no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't calculate Gohan's energy level. It was immeasurable. Gohan looked up. Calm. Clear. Then he smiled. That smile made 16 circuits scream. For the first time, the machine took a step back. You seem to enjoy beating up my father, Gohan said, voice low. The air grew cold. A shiver of dread ran down 16's synthetic spine. Now, Gohan said, raising his hand and gesturing with a flick of his finger, let's see how you do against me. A drop of sweat ran down 16's cheek. Retreating was pointless. He knew it. There was only one choice left. Fight. With a roar, Android 16 launched forward, stomping the ground and sending rubble flying. His massive arm shot out. A fist the size of a boulder aimed squarely at Gohan's face. Wham! 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 A flurry of punches followed, blindingly fast, each carrying monstrous weight. And yet, Gohan didn't move. Not an inch. His feet remained planted. His expression didn't even flicker. The counterattack was coming. And when it did, the true power of Son Gohan would finally be revealed. Did you make it? Number 17 and number 18 stared at this scene. Son Goku, who was resurrected with full blood after eating the fairy beans, was also watching this side with all their attention. At first, they weren't quite sure whether number 16's punch had hit, but when they took a closer look, they realized it. Son Gohan's head tilted slightly, and number 16's huge fist brushed his side face only a millimeter away and fell into the air. Escape! The eyes of number 17 and number 18 were slightly startled, watching this scene in disbelief. What? 16 also looked at Son Gohan in disbelief. Was Son Gohan really so confident that he got stuck just a millimeter away from his frontal punch? As for whether this was a coincidence, number 16 didn't think so at all. With the energy radar in his body sensing Son Gohan's energy, number 16 knows better than anyone else. This is by no means a coincidence, but Son Gohan's grasp of his attack trajectory to the extreme. Only then did such an operation of avoiding the attack with a gap of 1 millimeter. Son Gohan tilted his head slightly, with the same confident smile on his face, just staring straight at number 16. From number 16's point of view, this is undoubtedly a great provocation. Immediately afterwards, number 16 launched a rain-like offensive with punches, kicks, and moves, covering Son Gohan from extremely tricky angle. But to number 16's shock and confusion, Son Gohan perfectly avoided all his attacks with a very small gap, just like before. This feeling like his underpants were seen through by Son Gohan. Number 16's attack has no effect at all. Krillin's face couldn't help showing a touch of excitement. As expected of Gohan, Yamcha and Tien Shinhan were also quite excited. Their eyes were full of admiration for Son Gohan. This kid is even more unfathomable than 3 years ago. Vegeta pouted, rather unwilling to say. A mixed-race scion who is only 10 years old is now at a height that neither he nor Son Goku can reach. This made Vegeta, who was born as a scion prince and a genius fighter, feel a huge gap in his heart. For several years, Vegeta still can't figure out where he lost to Son Gohan. On the other hand, Son Goku and Piccolo were not surprised by Son Gohan's performance, because it was completely within their expectations. That's right, this is Son Gohan. They are both familiar and somewhat unfamiliar with Son Gohan. What is familiar is that they watched Son Gohan grow up. The strange thing is Son Gohan's powerful strength that can't perceive the limit. The other side, the faces of number 17 and number 18 gradually became serious. Number 16's attack has been completely seen through. Number 17 said in a deep voice, yes, the two brothers and sisters read it right. Son Gohan, 100%, accurately predicted all the trajectories of number 16's attacks and made corresponding responses before his attacks came. The strength between number 16 and Son Gohan is not at the same level at all. This is a battle without suspense. If the 16th is like this, what should they do? Originally, Son Goku could be killed in sight, but at the critical moment, Son Gohan was killed. The point is, Son Gohan's strength seems to be far beyond their imagination. Below, after several minutes of continuous attacks without any results, number 16 finally stopped attacking and retreated a distance in cold sweat. Immediately, number 16 lowered his hands, as if giving up resistance. It's a meaningless battle. Kill me. After the attack, just now, number 16 also understood a fact. He can never beat Son Gohan. If Son Gohan doesn't make a shot, it will be thunderous if he makes a shot, and he will be helpless. What? Number 17 and number 18 looked at number 16 in shock. They couldn't believe that number 16 actually surrendered on his own initiative. You're pretty self-aware, but call out. While speaking, Son Gohan disappeared instantly and reappeared behind number 16. Whether I want to kill you or not is up to you to decide for me. Say it. Son Gohan spun 180 degrees in the air, and a simple side kick landed on number 16's side face. Boom! Suffering such a heavy blow, number 16 was kicked into the air on the spot, smashing a hill in a powder, and completely lost the ability to fight. So strong. At this moment, both Son Goku and Piccolo couldn't help but exclaimed. Son Gohan's seemingly unpretentious side kick actually showed his ultimate control of power. Because the strength of Son Gohan's kick was controlled within the range that could make number 16 incapable of fighting without killing him. This requires fine-grained control over power. At least, neither Son Goku nor Piccolo thought they could do that. After solving number 16, Son Gohan turned around and looked up at number 17 and number 18 on the mountain. It's up to you next. Are you choosing to admit defeat like number 16, or are you going to fight me twice? Goodbye, Son Goku. Boom! Without another word, Android 16 fired the Hell Flash Cannon once more, a blinding, golden beam of destruction, surging with enough power to erase both Goku and Krillin from existence. For the second time, death rushed toward them, its heat visible in their terrified eyes. The cannon expanded, glowing brighter with every passing second, an unstoppable scythe of annihilation. Time itself seemed to freeze. Piccolo, Yamcha, Ten, even the broken Vegeta, all watched helplessly. There was nothing they could do. Their limbs were shattered, their ki drained. And yet, androids 17 and 18 watched with delight, excitement gleaming in their eyes. Once Son Goku died, they would be free. No more targets, no more resistance. The world would be their playground. But just as the beam closed in, a figure appeared, not flying, not charging in. He simply stepped between Goku and death. Slender, tall, cloaked in an orange GI, his posture relaxed, yet his presence immense. With a single motion, he raised his hand. Smack! The hellish beam was casually slapped aside. The destructive cannon that Son Goku himself couldn't stop was redirected like a child's toy. It veered into the distance. Boom! An explosion shattered the skies, but far away, in the wastelands. Not in the crater. Not near Goku or Krillin. Everyone blinked. Wah! Their eyes focused. A young man stood calmly before the two fallen warriors. Orange GI, short black hair, a face hardened by trials, yet carrying a familiar warmth. Krillin gasped. Gohan, though it was just his back, Krillin knew. Piccolo's heart skipped a beat. It really is him. In that instant, despair melted. Yamcha's broken body stirred with hope. Tien clenched his fist. Even Vegeta, struggling to stay conscious, narrowed his eyes. He had returned. Son Gohan, no longer the timid boy from before. This was someone else, stronger, calmer, sharper. Piccolo trembled, then laughed. A deep, echoing laugh filled with joy. 16, 17, 18. You're done for now. Gohan's aura hadn't even flared yet, but every seasoned warrior could feel it. Something about him had changed. He didn't need to scream or power up. Just his presence radiated a terrifying sense of control. He turned around and knelt beside his father, taking out a single senzu bean. Here, Dad. Goku ate it, and in a blink his wounds healed, breath restored, energy surging. Gohan stood, voice quiet but unwavering. I'll take it from here. Krillin moved to warn him. Gohan, be careful. These androids. But Goku raised a hand, stopping him. No, Krillin. Goku said softly, pride glowing in his eyes. The Gohan standing here now is beyond anything we've ever imagined. Gohan simply smiled and handed over a pouch of senza beans. Dad, help the others recover. Goku nodded. You've grown up, son. He and Krillin flew off, distributing the beans to Piccolo, Vegeta, Yamcha, and the others. Meanwhile, Gohan turned toward the androids. Step by step, he walked to the crater's edge, climbing until he stood eye to eye with Android 16. Or rather, eye to chest. 16 towered at 2.5 meters, a mechanical giant. Gohan, just 1.8 meters tall, looked like a child in comparison. And yet, the pressure coming off of Gohan was suffocating. 16's sensors whirred wildly. Danger warnings flashed in his system. But no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't calculate Gohan's energy level. It was immeasurable. Gohan looked up. Calm. Clear. Then he smiled. That smile made 16 circuits scream. For the first time, the machine took a step back. You seem to enjoy beating up my father, Gohan said, voice low. The air grew cold. A shiver of dread ran down 16's synthetic spine. Now, Gohan said, raising his hand and gesturing with a flick of his finger, let's see how you do against me. A drop of sweat ran down 16's cheek. Retreating was pointless. He knew it. There was only one choice left. Fight. With a roar, Android 16 launched forward, stomping the ground and sending rubble flying. His massive arm shot out. A fist the size of a boulder aimed squarely at Gohan's face. Wham! 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 A flurry of punches followed, blindingly fast, each carrying monstrous weight. And yet, Gohan didn't move. Not an inch. His feet remained planted. His expression didn't even flicker. The counterattack was coming. And when it did, the true power of Son Gohan would finally be revealed. Number 18's piercing, fear-filled scream resounded through the forest. Everyone hurriedly followed the sound. I didn't know when an ugly reptile-like creature covered in green and densely packed with black spots appeared. It was already grabbing number 18's neck with one hand and picked it up from the ground. This ugly reptile creature was the ultimate man-made creature who took a time machine from the future time and space to the main time and space 3 years ago and hid underground for 3 years. People. Cell. Looking at the 18th floor in his hand, which was already seriously injured and had little resistance. Cell, who is still in the first-order form, smiled triumphantly, then licked his lips and said bloodthirstily, Thank you for your help, Son Gohan. Although with the strength of a Tier 1 Cell, it doesn't take much effort to win number 18, but if you can catch the leak, why not do it? Who is this guy? The sudden change made Krillin and the others' body and mind, which had been completely relaxed, become tense again. This ugly guy makes people feel very uncomfortable, Piccolo said in a deep voice. Son Goku looked at Son Fan Gohan. Son Goku believes that Son Gohan should know the origin of this ugly creature in front of him. At the same time, the tail spine on Cell's back has been opened, ready to eat his nourishment. As long as the 17th and 18th can be successfully absorbed, the Cell can successfully evolve into a complete body. At that time, Cell has absolute confidence, and Son Gohan, who easily defeated the 3 of number 17 just now, will never be his opponent. As for number 18, who was being carried by Cell, his face was pale at this time, and his delicate and pretty face was full of fear. She looked at Son Gohan imploringly, as if expecting Son Gohan to save her. She doesn't want to be food for this ugly reptile. In contrast, Son Gohan is extraordinarily calm. Son Gohan gave a meaningful smile, then took a step forward and said with a steady smile, I thought how long you were going to hide, Cell. I smelled the disgusting stench on your body when I was still taking fairy beans in Kalinta. You really think I don't know that you've been hiding in the sidelines and observing in secret just now? Then wait for the opportunity to absorb number 17 and number 18 to complete your so-called perfect body. Heard the words. Cell frowned. Suddenly an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Son Gohan shrugged his shoulders and continued. I'm not wrong. You came here by time machine from the future 3 years ago. The reason why you haven't shown up is because Doctor released the 17th and 18th. And your purpose of coming here from the future time and space is to absorb the 17th and 18th here, and then evolve into a perfect body. After evolving to a full body, you'll have extremely powerful power. What? Cell, who was a little proud at first, felt fluctuated in his heart after hearing Son Gohan's words. Because Son Gohan said it verbatim. Cell boasted that no one knew of his whereabouts in the past 3 years since he came to the main time and space. But why did Son Gohan know it all? It was as if he had been monitoring himself. Scalp tingling. And about your origin, you are the ultimate artificial human created by the future Dr. Galuo, right? Son Gohan's words are not only for Cell, but also for Son Goku and the others. What? Dr. Galuo even created an ultimate artificial human? The future Dr. Galuo. When I heard that Cell is the ultimate artificial human made by the future Dr. Galuo, I was shocked. The artificial people of the future have all come here? In addition to number 16, number 17, number 18, and Cell, how many artificial humans did Dr. Galuo create? At this time, Cell's face became gloomy. Since you know so clearly, it seems that I can't hide it from you. As long as I absorb number 17 and number 18 and evolve into a perfect body, you're not so powerful in my eyes. Believe me, as long as I evolve to a perfect body, I can definitely defeat you with my strength. Cell is not stupid. He knows that now his opponent is not Son Gohan. So I simply resorted to the aggressive method. As long as Son Gohan desires to fight the full body of him, then his plan can be perfectly implemented. Heard the words. Son Gohan smiled sarcastically and said, I'll tell you a fact. Even if you evolve into a perfect body, you are no different from an ant in my eyes. Besides, with such a low-level method as aggressive generals, I am afraid that only Vegeta, who is arrogant, conceited, and thinks he is invincible, can be fooled by you. I'm not interested in you in full body. As soon as Son Gohan said this, Vegeta's eyelids twitched violently from behind. Are you polite? Why was I shot while I was lying down? And it seems that I have never done such a thing. In addition, the corner of Son Gohan's mouth suddenly curled up playfully, and he said, Since I know you are here, it is impossible for you to absorb anyone from number 17 or number 18 in front of me. If you don't believe me, you could try it. This moment, Cell's entire face darkened completely. Since the aggressive method doesn't work, he has no choice but to force it. I'll absorb number 18 right now. Let's see how you stop me. Cell yelled sharply, and then broke down. For him, now only after successfully absorbing number 17 and number 18, and his strength skyrocketed, will he have a chance to survive. Otherwise, Son Gohan, who knows him well, will never let him go. Immediately, Cell didn't hesitate any longer. The big tailbone covered number 18 from top to bottom. Boom! Almost at the same time, Son Gohan no longer hides and releases his normal Kiki Engine's terrifying fighting power into an incomparable aura. A terrifying aura that was so powerful that it made one's heart tremble, swept across. In just a short moment, everyone at the scene was like a ghost, and was overturned to the ground by the terrifying aura emanating from Son Gohan on the spot. Son Goku and Vegeta's group are fine. After all, Son Gohan has controlled the main direction of the aura. But they were still shocked by Son Gohan's unfathomable aura and aura. Is this the true strength of Gohan? Unbelievably strong. Tien Shinen's pupils were wide open, horrified. Krillin said, It's like an evil spirit is pressing on me. It's suffocating. Gohan, he is from another world. Yamcha is not only shocked, but also terrified. Because Son Gohan's goodbye, Son Goku. Boom. Without another word, Android 16 fired the Hell Flash Cannon once more, a blinding, golden beam of destruction, surging with enough power to erase both Goku and Krillin from existence. For the second time, death rushed toward them, its heat visible in their terrified eyes. The cannon expanded, glowing brighter with every passing second, an unstoppable scythe of annihilation. Time itself seemed to freeze. Piccolo, Yamcha, Tin, even the broken Vegeta, all watched helplessly. There was nothing they could do. Their limbs were shattered, their ki drained. And yet, androids 17 and 18 watched with delight, excitement gleaming in their eyes. Once Son Goku died, they would be free. No more targets, no more resistance. The world would be their playground. But just as the beam closed in, a figure appeared, not flying, not charging in. He simply stepped between Goku and death. Slender, tall, cloaked in an orange gi, his posture relaxed, yet his presence immense. With a single motion, he raised his hand. Smack! The hellish beam was casually slapped aside. The destructive cannon that Son Goku himself couldn't stop was redirected like a child's toy. It veered into the distance. Boom! An explosion shattered the skies, but far away, in the wastelands. Not in the crater. Not near Goku or Krillin. Everyone blinked. Wah! Their eyes focused. A young man stood calmly before the two fallen warriors. Orange GI, short black hair, a face hardened by trials, yet carrying a familiar warmth. Krillin gasped. Gohan. Though it was just his back, Krillin knew. Piccolo's heart skipped a beat. It really is him. In that instant, despair melted. Yamcha's broken body stirred with hope. Tien clenched his fist. Even Vegeta, struggling to stay conscious, narrowed his eyes. He had returned. Son Gohan. No longer the timid boy from before. This was someone else, stronger, calmer, sharper. Piccolo trembled, then laughed. A deep, echoing laugh filled with joy. 16, 17, 18. You're done for now. Gohan's aura hadn't even flared yet, but every seasoned warrior could feel it. Something about him had changed. He didn't need to scream or power up. Just his presence radiated a terrifying sense of control. He turned around and knelt beside his father, taking out a single senzu bean. Here, Dad. Goku ate it, and in a blink his wounds healed, breath restored, energy surging. Gohan stood, voice quiet but unwavering. I'll take it from here. Krillin moved to warn him. Gohan, be careful. These androids. But Goku raised a hand, stopping him. No, Krillin. Goku said softly, pride glowing in his eyes. The Gohan standing here now is beyond anything we've ever imagined. Gohan simply smiled and handed over a pouch of senzu beans. Dad, help the others recover. Goku nodded. You've grown up, son. He and Krillin flew off, distributing the beans to Piccolo, Vegeta, Yamcha, and the others. Meanwhile, Gohan turned toward the androids. Step by step, he walked to the crater's edge, climbing until he stood eye to eye with Android 16. Or rather, eye to chest. 16 towered at 2.5 meters, a mechanical giant. Gohan, just 1.8 meters tall, looked like a child in comparison. And yet, the pressure coming off of Gohan was suffocating. 16's sensors whirred wildly. Danger warnings flashed in his system. But no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't calculate Gohan's energy level. It was immeasurable. Gohan looked up. Calm. Clear. Then he smiled. That smile made 16 circuits scream. For the first time, the machine took a step back. You seem to enjoy beating up my father, Gohan said, voice low. The air grew cold. A shiver of dread ran down 16's synthetic spine. Now, Gohan said, raising his hand and gesturing with a flick of his finger, let's see how you do against me. A drop of sweat ran down 16's cheek. Retreating was pointless. He knew it. There was only one choice left. Fight! With a roar, Android 16 launched forward, stomping the ground and sending rubble flying. His massive arm shot out. A fist the size of a boulder aimed squarely at Gohan's face. Wham! 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 A flurry of punches followed, blindingly fast, each carrying monstrous weight. And yet, Gohan didn't move. Not an inch. His feet remained planted. His expression didn't even flicker. The counterattack was coming. And when it did, the true power of Son Gohan would finally be revealed. Shout! I don't need your approval. Vegeta pouted. However, although facing the temptation of strength, Vegeta should go to find Son Gohan tomorrow. Just kidding. Who would have trouble with power? Especially Vegeta, who is the scion prince of the fighting nation. For the sake of strength, he can temporarily abandon his arrogance of Prince Scion. It's okay if I can't catch up with Son Gohan, but Kakarot can always catch up. Vegeta really couldn't believe it. I am a talented fighter with the blood of the Scion royal family. Can I not compare with Kakarot, a low-level fighter? Son Gohan also smiled helplessly. These people, they are really more arrogant than one. That's all. He didn't bother to 157 to expose Vegeta. Anyway, it's not like he doesn't know Vegeta. As a Scion Prince, his personality is like this. If he really competes with Vegeta, then he will lose. Regarding the practice, Son Goku also agreed. Since Vegeta is going to practice with Son Gohan, he must go too. Otherwise, wouldn't he be caught up by Vegeta? Before leaving, Son Gohan turned around and said to number 18 lying on the ground, "Live well. You were not born to live for Dr. Globo, to kill people. Go find your own life. Don't be dominated by others. That is your own life." Say it. Son Gohan didn't stay any longer and left the barren mountain with a large army. At this time, number 16 staggered over, looked at the direction where Son Gohan disappeared, and said, "Soldier of justice." Number 18, Son Gohan is a trustworthy person. Although number 16 didn't make the words very clear, how could number 18 not understand the meaning contained in it? Only, number 18 still maintained her arrogance. "I don't know what you're talking about." Number 16 smiled, but didn't expose it. Of course, he could see that Tian Baheo seemed to have developed some affection for Son Gohan. It all started when Son Gohan rescued her from Cell. Son Gohan's words before leaving touched number 18's heart even more. Yes, although they're cyborgs, she and her younger brother number 17 were just ordinary human beings. They were captured and forcibly transformed into cyborgs by Dr. Glue. Now that Dr. Galuo is dead again, the two brothers and sisters have the right to choose their own life path. As for Son Goku, as long as Son Gohan is around, they don't want to kill them. That being the case, let's just let it go. Anyway, it's not an order that must be executed. Dr. Galuo is dead, and no one can force them to do anything. Magnum Capsule Company. Long time no see. Son Gohan couldn't hide the feeling of longing in his heart, and got tired of Bulma for a while. Immediately, Son Gohan suddenly said, "Bulma, do you have a sister named Taisai?" "Yeah, what's the matter?" Bulma was slightly puzzled. She has an older sister named Tais, but her sister Tais gave up her superior life at home in order to become a SF writer and chose to work outside to experience life. Bulma almost forgot when was the last time she saw her sister Tais. Son Gohan then asked, "She doesn't have a date yet, right?" Heard the words. Bulma narrowed his eyes dangerously and said suspiciously, "Yes, why are you asking this?" Could it be? Being stared at by Bulma with such suspicious eyes, Son Gohan was also speechless for a while. He explained, "Well, I thought if your sister Taisai hasn't found a date yet, how about introducing her to Vegeta?" The suitable candidate that Son Gohan thought of was naturally Bulma's sister Taisai. Of course, if they feel inappropriate, obviously I can't force them. So this is Only then was Bulma relieved and said, "It's fine, but my sister doesn't like Vegeta, right? Hey, no matter what, let's introduce it first and then talk about it if it's not suitable." "Okay, then I will contact my sister later." Originally, Bulma didn't care about this kind of thing. Now that Son Gohan mentioned it, she simply called her sister Taisai and asked if it could be done anyway. It still depends on the fate of Vegeta and Taisai. So the matter was settled. The next day, sure enough, Vegeta came to Universal Capsule Company to find Son Gohan. With him, there is Son Goku. Both Vegeta and Son Goku are very clear that if they practice like this, if they continue to practice like this, their strength will not improve much. Therefore, if you want to make a qualitative leap in strength again, you have to practice with Son Gohan. Then, Son Gohan took Son Goku and Vegeta to the gravity training room he used to practice. Gohan, is this the training room? Looking at the empty room, Son Goku immediately guessed the purpose of this room. On the way to Namek, he was also a person who used the gravity training room after all. Son Gohan nodded and said, "The gravity multiplier of this gravity training room is slightly stronger than the one you used, Dad, and its ultimate gravity multiplier is 10,000 times." At first, the limit multiplier of this gravity training room was 3,000 times. Later, with the continuous improvement of Son Gohan's strength, 3,000 times can no longer meet Son Gohan's needs. So Bulma worked hard to increase the multiple to a full 10,000 times. What? 10,000 times? Son Gohan's faint voice exploded in Son Goku's ears like a heavy bomb. You call this a strong 2.3 Diutiu? And Vegeta didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at this time. Son Gohan ignored the stunned Son Goku and then began to operate on the console. In view of your current strength, let me give you 300 times first. While speaking, Son Gohan had already pressed a 3 and 2 zeros on the console's numeric keypad, with Son Gohan pressing the start button. 300 times the terrifying gravity struck instantly, and Son Goku and Vegeta, who were caught off guard, were crushed to the floor on the spot. What is this stuff? Feeling the terrifying gravity exerted on him, Vegeta's eyes widened. Only 300 times is terrifying. What about 10,000 times? Dare to love, you kid has been using this kind of thing to practice. Well, you're not allowed to transform into Super Saiyan. You can practice here. After explaining something, Son Gohan turned and left. To cultivate this thing, one has to rely on self-awareness. It is true that as long as Son Goku and Vegeta are together, their self-consciousness will never be low. So Son Gohan doesn't need to stare at them all the time. Just let them practice by themselves. In this way, a month passed. In just 1 month, Son Goku's and Vegeta's normal fighting power increased by more than 3 million each, which is already comparable to their achievements in the past year of training. It has to be said that the gravity training room is indeed a kind of panacea for people with moderate strength. It can make the strength of the cultivator steadily increase at a speed visible to the naked eye. Besides, in the past month, Vegeta and Bulma's sister Tais also met, but because Tais wanted to write, Vegeta was 18 to practice. Therefore, the two of them only met twice a month, and there was no progress so far. Bulma tentatively learned from Tais that she doesn't like Vegeta at the moment, but she doesn't hate Vegeta either. For this matter, Son Gohan did not interfere too much. Anyway, he has done what he should do. Whether he can succeed or not depends on their luck. Blind, it would be great if this kind of life could last forever. In the yard of Bulma's house, Son Gohan is lying on a sun lounger basking in the morning sun. If he can live a peaceful and warm daily life, who is willing to fight and kill? Son Gohan also understands that it is obviously a bit unrealistic to want to live a peaceful and warm daily life in the world of Dragon Ball. The world is unpredictable. Who knows what unpredictable things will happen tomorrow or the next second? Call out. Just as this thought flashed through my mind, an octopus-shaped time machine suddenly appeared out of thin air above the yard. Son Gohan, who happened to notice this scene, petrified on the spot. This kind of octopus-shaped machine, even if it is the first time I see it. But for Son Gohan, it couldn't be more familiar. Isn't this AF**************G time machine? Rumble. The engine of the time machine erupted with fireworks and slowly landed on the ground. Before the hatch was opened, Son Gohan saw the figure inside through the glass of the hatch. Bulma from the future. And it's not just Bulma. Son Gohan vaguely seemed to see another slender figure. If it's true, I'm afraid it's not the 18th in the future. Crunch. The time machine landed, and the hatch opened in response. When the future Bulma poked his head out, he immediately saw Son Gohan sitting in the yard basking in the sun. Gohan. The moment he saw Son Gohan, Bulma couldn't help showing a touch of excitement and ecstasy on his mature and pretty face. After more than 2 years, she finally saw the one she loved day and night again. following the protruding head of future number 18. There was also a flash of excitement in the beautiful eyes, and a smile full of love appeared unconsciously on Ju's lips. But compared to future Bulma, future number 18 is more reserved. She didn't show her feelings on her face. It's really, I don't know which will come first, tomorrow or the accident. Son Gohan rubbed his forehead. The arrival of future Bulma and future number 18 is both a surprise and an accident for Son Gohan. He himself also wants to meet the future Bulma and the future number 18. But this is the main time and space. If you run over, you will definitely be caught by Bulma from the main time and space. It's over. It's a proper Shura field. Right now, Son Gohan is having a headache. Future Bulma and future 18 have already landed. Hey, I can only take one step at a time. Slightly adjusted the complicated mood, Son Gohan greeted him with a smile on his face. Why are you here? When he walked in, Son Gohan, who was a little confused, realized that there was a pink baby girl in the arms of Bulma in the future. If nothing else, this baby girl should be the crystallization of love between herself and the future Bulma. Only, both myself and Bulma, the main palace and the main space and time, have not yet been born. If Masamiya Bulma sees it, what will she think? So Son Gohan doesn't know whether to cry or laugh now. Future Bulma smiled brightly and said, because I don't know when you will go to the future again, so I built a time machine myself and come here. By the way, this is our daughter, Son Xiaoling. Xiaoling, say hello to Dad. Son Xiaoling, who is more than 1 year old, stared at Son Gohan innocently. Although it was the first time she saw this man in front of her, this man gave her a very close feeling. So, after a moment of hesitation, Son Xiaoling stretched out her tender little hand and said in a childish voice, Dad, Dad. Son Gohan's heart melted in an instant when Son Xiaoling said, Father. He didn't care too much anymore, and immediately took over Son Xiaoling from the future Bulma. Squeezing Son Xiaoling's chubby pink face, Son Gohan immediately turned into a loving father and said with a smile, You look so cute, little lingling. Son Xiaoling seemed to like the interaction between Son Gohan and her, with an innocent and bright smile on her pink face. Looking at this scene of harmony between father and daughter, future Bulma unconsciously got wet eyes. When she came to 267, she was still worried that Son Xiaoling didn't recognize Son Gohan as her father. After all, this was the first time she had seen Son Gohan in more than a year since she was born. Now it seems that I am worrying too much. How old is she? After interacting with Son Xiaoling, Son Gohan asked. If you calculate carefully, it should be 2 years old. 2 years old? That's not too young. If I grow up a bit, I'm afraid they won't recognize me. Son Gohan joked. Future Bulma and number 18 couldn't help but smile. You also know that Son Xiaoling won't recognize you when she grows up. Son Gohan also smiled to himself, and then his eyes fell on the future number 18. By the way, number 18 you are? Future 18th hesitated. It seemed a bit difficult to talk about. In the future, Bulma will help her explain her own situation to Son Gohan. Although it was expected, Son Gohan was still stunned after listening. This. Son Gohan froze because, on the premise of knowing that future 18 likes her, future Bulma can still get along with her in a friendly and harmonious way, and even brings her to find him in time and space. In the future, number 18 is too embarrassed to say it, but she also volunteered to help number 8. What? I have no problem. The problem is. Son Gohan gestured to the room behind him. In the future, Bulma and number 18 will understand immediately, which means that there is no problem with Son Gohan. The problem is Bulma of the main dimension. Bulma in the future is also a Bulma. After all, the Bulma of the master dimension may not have any objections to her, but the 18th. That's hard to say. Gohan, who is it? Just at this moment, the voice of Bulma from the main dimension came from behind. Originally, Bulma was still in the laboratory, but the sound of the time machine landing caught her attention, so she came out to take a look. It's okay if you don't look at it, but after looking at it, bang! When he saw the time machine parked on the lawn of the yard, as well as Bulma and number 18 from the future, The coffee in Bulma's hand fell from his hand. Instantly, there is a subtle smell in the air. The scene was dead silent. In the living room, Bulma poured a cup of tea for both her future self and future 18. Son Gohan sat beside Son, showling with his arms. After learning all about the situation from her future self, Bulma's face suddenly darkened. She wasn't hostile to her future self, but Bulma wasn't so happy with number 18. Gohan, don't you say a few words? Bulma glared at Son Gohan, who was sitting aside as if he had nothing to do with himself, and said angrily. Son Gohan sighed softly, then handed Son Shaoling to the future Bulma, and then took Bulma back to the room. In the room, Bulma put his hands on his hips, dissatisfied. Gohan, please explain to me what's going on with that number 18. It's fine if you go to the future time and space and get on good terms with me in the future. In the end, there was another number 18. Bulma was not very comfortable. Son Gohan raised his hands to the sky and said with a straight face, Heaven and earth conscience, nothing has happened between me and the future number 18. Yes. Bulma narrowed his eyes dangerously and asked suspiciously, Then what did the future one tell me just now? Just now, the future Bulma clearly told her that the future 18th likes Son Gohan, and Son Gohan has already expressed his opinion. But now you tell me nothing happened? If it happens, what's the deal? Son Gohan explained, Well, I can't stop people from liking me, right? It made sense, but Bulma couldn't refute it. But, Bulma asked again, Then why did you accept her? Do you like her too? Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Of course it's true. Bulma, I don't want to lie to you. Son Gohan said truthfully, The truth is I like it. Joke. Who doesn't like number 18 who is blonde and blue-eyed, has a petite figure, and looks like a royal lady? Bulma. Gohan, you let me down. Bulma pouted and sat down on the edge of the bed angrily. Son Gohan rubbed his forehead with a headache. He knew that Shura Field was not easy to deal with, but now he had to face it again. If I had known that the future Bulma and number 18 would take the time machine to the main time and space to find myself, it would be better to go to the main time and space by myself. What are you doing now? How can I fix it? So chant. And this kind of thing has to be faced sooner or later. Immediately, Son Gohan pulled Bulma up from the bed and embraced him domineeringly. Bulma, I know it's my fault, but there are people from the future time and space after all, and they will go back in a few days. Don't I still belong to you alone? Son Gohan clung to Bulma's ear and comforted him gently. Although there is a future you in number 18, you are still the most important thing in my heart. From beginning to end, you have never changed. Heard the words. Although Bulma's anger subsided a little, she was still very unbalanced. But what can she do? Break up with Son Gohan because of this? She can't do it. If he really broke up with Son Gohan, and Son Gohan went to the future time and space to be with his future self and number 18, wouldn't he be a complete failure? Then the clown will really be herself. No, she must not lose to the latecomers. Emotionally, Son Gohan did hurt herself, but she believed that what Son Gohan said just now was the truth. At least Son Gohan didn't lie to himself that he didn't like number 18. A 3-year-old wouldn't believe that kind of nonsense. If you don't like number 18, will you accept her? And one thing Son Gohan said is right. The future self and number 18 are people from the future time and space after all. They lived here for 10 days and half a month at the worst, and they should go back after 3 to 5 months. At that time, no one will argue with her anymore. A long time. Then Bulma said unwillingly, Then you promise me that in the future between the few of us, I must be considered first in everything. See, Bulma finally let go. Son Gohan also secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then vowed. There is no doubt about it. Immediately, Son Gohan let go of Bulma, gently wiped away a tear from her eyes, and said softly, I knew Bulma was the most understanding. Shout, I'm not empathetic, I'm just... Bulma thought about it, but still didn't say it. Just what? Son Gohan asked with a smile. Nothing. Bulma rolled his eyes and seemed a little annoyed. After thinking for a while, Bulma said again, I was thinking, since my future self can accept number 18, What else can I say? This is a lie. Just because the future self can accept number 18 doesn't mean she can. She just couldn't bear Son Gohan, and at the same time, didn't want to lose to number 18. Son Gohan smiled, but did not expose Bulma. If she could accept the existence of number 18 in the future, she wouldn't be like this just now. Okay. Tidy up and let's go out. Don't let them laugh at you. Bulma pouted, then sat in front of the dressing table to touch up her makeup, and then took Son Gohan's hand out of the room. See Bulma coming out of the room, holding Son Gohan's hand. Bulma and 18 already knew the future because they didn't say anything about it. Everyone knows it. Back in the living room, Bulma didn't say anything else. She came to the future Bulma. But Ying said, her name is Xiaoling, right? Let the past mother hug her. Son Xiaoling also seems to like Bulma in the main dimension very much, and she is happy to let her hold her. Mom is pregnant. Son Xiaoling called Bulma in a childish voice. Bulma enjoyed Son Xiaoling's mother's cry so much that her eyes turned into crescent moons, looking at this harmonious and warm scene. Son Gohan, future Bulma, and number 18. With the arrival of the future Bulma and the 18th, Son Gohan's half-year happy life begins. During the past 6 months, the cultivation of Vegeta and Son Goku has also continued. Only, Son Gohan still lets them practice in the gravity training room, and then adjust the gravity multiple of the gravity training room according to their strength improvement. As for Son Gohan, in addition to the happy life of hugging left and right every day, of course, there's also bringing a baby. Son Gohan, who became a father for the first time, naturally couldn't put it down for his daughter Son Xiaoling. Of course, in his spare time, Son Gohan will also guide the future number 18 practice. Although number 18 is an artificial human, she can also become stronger through practice. The reason why Son Gohan instructs number 18 to practice is to deal with Babidi, who will land on the Earth in the future time and space. The Babidi in the future time and space is different from the main time and space. The Babidi in the future time and space landed on the Earth after collecting energy in the universe for a long time. Therefore, the future Babidi landed on Earth many years later than the main time and space. In the past 6 months, through Son Gohan's guidance and practice, number 18 strength has improved a lot, but it still can't match Dabra, the king of the demon world with Super 2 strength. 720. So Son Gohan thought about how to get the ability to travel through time and space. Otherwise, once Babidi from the future time and space lands on the Earth, and Dabra follows, the future 17th and 18th will not be able to deal with Dabra. Once the 17th and 18th are defeated, the Earth in the future time and space will fall into an unprecedented catastrophe. However, Son Gohan did not explain to future 18 that Babidi will land on Earth, lest she and future Bulma have to worry about it all day, after staying in the main time and space for half a year. In the future, Bulma and number 18 took Son Xiaoling on the time machine and returned to the future time and space. Goodbye. Remember to come over again when you have time. Bulma waved his little hand, saying goodbye to future Bulma and number 18. The future Bulma and number 18 in the cabin also waved goodbye to Son Gohan and Bulma below. At last, with a whoosh, the time machine took the 3 of Bulma in the future and disappeared into the sight of Son Gohan and Bulma. Until now, only then did Bulma secretly heave a sigh of relief and finally sent the 2 of them away. No one will rob Son Gohan from her in the future. If it is said that Bulma is reluctant to part with Bulma and number 18 in the future, that's not the case. She is quite reluctant to part with Xiaoling. Gohan. Bulma turned around and said to Son Gohan expectantly, "Let's give birth to our little Ling as soon as possible." Thinking of Xiaoling so soon, Son Gohan quipped. To be honest, Son Gohan is also very reluctant. White, fat, and pretty like Son Xiaoling. Who could say no to her? Bulma raised his eyebrows and asked back with a smile, "Don't you want to?" "Of course I do." Son Gohan picked up Bulma in a princess hug and said with a smirk, "Come on, follow me into the house. Let's give birth to Xiaoling." Just now Son Gohan and Bulma bid farewell to the future Bulma and number 18, and the whole process of Son Gohan carrying Bulma back to the house was fully seen by two pairs of eyes hidden in the dark. Number 17. I didn't lie to you. There really is another me. After Son Gohan carried Bulma back to the house, in order to avoid being discovered by Son Gohan, number 17 and number 18 left Universal Capsule Company as quickly as possible. After walking far away, number 18 opened his mouth to speak. In fact, as early as half a year ago, the day when Bulma and 18th arrived in the future, 18th discovered it. That day, after hearing what number 16 said, number 18 originally wanted to come to thank Son Gohan for saving his life, but happened to see the scene where Bulma and number 18 landed in a time machine in the future. When number 18 came out of the time machine in the future, number 18 was shocked and confused. With just one glance, she can be sure that it is definitely her. When Bulma from a main time and space came out of the house and saw two Bulmas at the same time, number 18 confirmed that Bulma and number 18, who came by time machine, should come from another time and space. Probably the future time and space that Son Gohan said when he killed Cell. On that day, due to the arrival of the future Bulma and the 18th, the plan of the 18th to visit the door was broken. Later, when she went back, she told number 16 and number 17 about this matter, but neither of them believed it, and said it was an excuse for number 18 to come to the door because of embarrassment. It wasn't until just now that number 17 believed what number 18 said half a year ago, when he was sure that he was not mistaken. So, Bulma and you who left in that machine just now came from the future time and space in the same time and space as Cell. Number 17 thought for a while, and suddenly said, Number 18, did you notice it just now? In the future, you seem to have a very good relationship with Son Gohan. Okay, on the 18th, who has been paying attention to the future 18 for the past 6 months, has discovered this point a long time ago. In the future, she and Son Gohan seem to be in a relationship. It was precisely because of this that number 18 was in trouble. Besides Son Gohan, there seem to be several women. There are at least 3 that she can confirm so far. Bulma, future Bulma, and future her. 17th said, you should think about it yourself. Since you could develop a relationship with Son Gohan in the future, then he probably won't reject you. It's up to you to choose. Although number 18 didn't say it out loud, it can be seen whether it is number 17 or number 16. 18 is already in love with Son Gohan. But I think you can accept it in the future, and you should be fine, right? 17 went on to say something. Number 18 blinked her beautiful eyes and said, I'd better observe and observe. It's up to you. Number 17 spread out his hands and said, anyway, if you missed the opportunity, you can't blame me. At this time, number 18 was struggling. Even if she can forget that Son Gohan has 3 women, how is she going to find Son Gohan? Just like this directly? With number 18's arrogant character, he couldn't do such a thing. Cemetery. A flash of inspiration flashed in number 18's mind, and he had an excellent idea. Night. When Son Gohan was resting with Bulma in his arms, a strange noise suddenly came from outside. It's like a thief broke into the house. What sound? Bulma asked quietly. I'll go out and have a look. Son Gohan lifted the quilt and got up, put on slippers, and walked out quietly. As soon as he came to the living room on the first floor from the second floor, he saw a black shadow rushing out of the window in the darkness. Since the light was not turned on, Son Gohan couldn't perceive the other party's chi, so Son Gohan couldn't be sure who the other party was for a while. Want to lure me out? Son Gohan saw through the opponent's intention at a glance. Okay, I want to see what tricks you want to play. After hesitating for a second, Son Gohan decided to follow suit and chased after him. Just less than a second after chasing him, Son Gohan intercepted the black shadow in midair 800 meters away from Universal Capsule Company at a crushing speed. With this distance, he would know immediately if there was any trouble in the Universal Capsule Company. And when he saw the black shadow's face clearly, Son Gohan frowned. It's you? Why did you draw me out? The person who broke into the house just now was none other than Artificial Man number 18. Son Gohan is also very clear that the number 18 in front of him is the number 18 of the main time and space. Number 18 didn't expect to be caught up by Son Gohan so soon. She stabilized her mind and then mustered up her courage. Said, "Thank you for saving me that day. Just for this." Son Gohan has a black question mark on his face. "Can't you come in broad daylight? You have to sneak up at night. If I just thought you were a thief and blasted you down with an air bomb, it would be fun." Number 18. Considering number 18's arrogant temperament, Son Gohan didn't bother to argue with her. Then he waved his hand and said, "If you lured me out just for this matter, then I'll go back to sleep," etc. Number 18 gritted his teeth and stopped Son Gohan, the one who left this morning. Although it was difficult to speak, number 18 still chose to speak out. Otherwise, wouldn't her risky actions tonight be useless? Moreover, number 18 had an intuition that if he didn't say anything tonight, he might never have the chance to say it again in the future. "Oh, you said the 18th in the future time and space. What's wrong?" "Really?" After receiving Son Gohan's answer, number 18 can finally confirm that number 18, who lived in Bulma's house for the past 6 months, is from the future time and space. That is, the space-time of Cell. "What's your relationship with her?" Number 18 beautiful eyes fixed on Son Gohan. "What?" Son Gohan smiled lightly. "If you have been paying attention, you should know what relationship I have with her without me telling you." "I see." Number 18's eyes flickered, and his expression was tangled. "Then, since you and Bulma can accept the future me, then Okay. Son Gohan tilted his head slightly. Although number 18 didn't complete the words, he already knew what number 18 meant. "It seems that my plan is working. It turns out that you lured me out tonight for this matter. I'm fine, but..." Son Gohan glanced at the Universal Capsule Company not far away. 18 immediately understood. "It took me a lot of effort to convince Bulma of the future you. Today, the future you just left. I can't mention this kind of thing to her again in a short time. Go back and wait for my news." Heard the words. Number 18 smiled brightly and said, "Then I'll wait for you, Son Gohan." Back to the room. Bulma hurriedly asked, "Gohan, how is it?" "Oh, it's okay, it's a cat. It's just a cat. I thought a thief had entered the house." Bulma was relieved to hear that it was just a cat. Ding! Just as Son Gohan lay down again, the electronic notification sound of the system that had disappeared for half a year suddenly sounded in his mind. "Okay." Son Gohan frowned. What is the system trying to do now? It has detected that the host has not practiced or fought for half a year. In order to prevent the host's body from rusting, a new combat mission is now issued for the host. "I'm sorry, you really did your best." Son Gohan couldn't help but secretly complained. "You really deserve to be the strongest Scion system." After Son Gohan complained, the system's notification tone continued to sound. This combat mission is an optional combat mission. Combat Mission 1. Defeat the 7th Universe Gods of Destruction Beerus. Combat Mission 2. Defeat the 11th Universe Gods of Destruction Vermut. Task completion reward. Phase 2 of Beast Form. What? Beast Form 2. This reward. Son Gohan had to admit he was tempted, because if he cultivates on his own, even with the blessing of 100 times the cultivation speed, it will take at least a few years for him to break through from the beast form to the second beast form. Maybe even external stimulation is needed, like anger or something. And now, just need to win one battle. Since the rewards are all the same, then of course we should pick the soft persimmon. 0. Son Gohan almost didn't need to think too much, and immediately selected the 11th Universe Vermut as the target of the battle. One is that Vermut is weaker than Beerus. Although he defeated Compa half a year ago, it doesn't mean he will definitely win Beerus. After all, Beerus is the strongest gods of destruction who can stand against 11. The difference in strength between Compa and Beerus, not to mention the same, at least it can be said that the difference is 108,000 miles. The second is that Beerus is still sleeping at the moment, and it is very rude to disturb others' sleep. Indeed, as a well-mannered and polite gentleman, Son Gohan obviously wouldn't do such a thing to disturb other people's sleep. Combining the two factors, Vermut is undoubtedly the best choice for Son Gohan. And according to the development of the original book, there will always be a battle between him and Beerus, so there's no rush right now. So the next day, Son Gohan went out after having breakfast, come to the top of a mountain in the Great Plains of the Western capital. Son Gohan closed his eyes, and his consciousness began to travel through the universe. After entering the 11th universe, they quickly found the first Vermut star. Finding Vermut's star, Son Gohan raised the corner of his mouth suddenly and said to himself, "Son Vermut, your father is here." The words fell. Son Gohan immediately cast unrestricted instant transmission and disappeared on the mountain top of Shidu Great Plains. It reappeared in the next second, and it was already on Vermut star located in the 11th universe. 11th universe, Vermut star. The scenery here is beautiful. The climate is pleasant, the sun is just right, and the breeze is not dry. In terms of the environment and climate alone, this place can be called a fairyland on Earth. Among the lush greenery, there is a magnificent palace of gods of destruction. Under the towering tree in front of the palace gate, there are more than a dozen figures. Except for gods of destruction Vermut and Angel Makarita from the 11th universe, the rest of the dozen or so people were all wearing Red Pride Team uniforms. Since today is the day when Topo came here to study as a candidate for gods of destruction, and the planet where the Proud Team is located is currently in a state of peace. So the Proud Team had a collective holiday and went to Vermut's planet. Under the tree, Jiren, the ace player of the Proud Team, is sitting cross-legged under a tree in the air, meditating, and Makarita is guiding Topo to practice the power of destruction. 18-0. The other members of the Proud Team are chatting with each other sentence by sentence. Some moment, Jiren, who was practicing meditation, suddenly opened his eyes and quit the meditation. Jiren, who was like an iron tower, stared straight ahead with sharp eyes. "Jiren, what's the matter?" Sensing Jiren's abnormality, Dispo beside him couldn't help asking curiously. He followed Jiren's line of sight and saw that the open space in front of him was empty. Only a gust of wind kept blowing past. An unexpected guest has come. Vermut, who was enjoying the family happiness, pushed away the bunny made lying on top of him. Uninvited guest. Dispo and others looked puzzled. They obviously didn't see anyone. The next moment, call out. A figure who is slightly thinner but as stable as a mountain suddenly appeared out of thin air from the direction of Jiren and Vermut's line of sight. The uninvited guest was wearing an orange exercise suit and had striking short hair. Those piercing black eyes burst out with a sharp edge of self-confidence. Even though standing opposite him is the gods of destruction Vermut of the 11th universe and all the members of the famous 11th universe Proud Team, he is still calm and composed, as stable as Mount Tai. He walked steadily and steadily, and every time he took a step, he left a footprint on the grass. Who else but Son Gohan, who was given a combat mission? Due to the sudden arrival of Son Gohan, Topo, who was practicing the power of destruction, also stopped his cultivation and stood with Vermut and Jiren. Vermut didn't make a sound because he wanted to maintain his gods of destruction style. Jiren is another man of few words. Therefore, Topo, who is a candidate for gods of destruction and the captain of the Proud Team, can only speak. "Who is your excellency? Do you know where this is?" 10 meters away from Jiren, Vermut, and Topo, Gohan stopped. "It's because I know where this place is that I'm here." Talking. Son Gohan no longer paid attention to Topo. His eyes shifted slightly and fell on Vermut, who looked like a circus clown, and said, "I'm next, Son Gohan." Gods of Destruction Vermut, I have heard for a long time that Gods of Destruction is the most powerful person in the universe. So I personally visited the door today and asked Gods of Destruction Vermut to give me some tips. Heard the words. Vermut was taken aback. "What are you talking about? You want to challenge me?" Vermut even wondered if Son Gohan's mind had been caught by the door. In the million years since he took office in the 11th universe, it was the first time that someone dared to come to his door to challenge his majesty as Gods of Destruction. Isn't this because his mind was caught by the door? Otherwise, the brain is flooded. Dispo and others couldn't help laughing when they heard that Son Gohan was going to challenge Vermut. Dispo put his hands on his chest and couldn't help laughing. Boy, are you out of your mind? How dare you challenge Lord Gods of Destruction Vermut? I advise you to get out of here before Lord Vermut gets angry. Otherwise, we won't be able to survive. Your life. Son Gohan smiled harmlessly. I also advise you to keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, Vermut won't be able to protect you later. What did you say? Dispo's face immediately sank. Dispo kindly persuaded you to leave, so as not to lose your life, but you still swear at each other. He is a guy who doesn't know what is good or bad. Kukit, a female soldier of the Pride team, said with a face of innocence. Advise me kindly? Son Gohan laughed. If someone says you're not smart enough, and uses a sarcastic tone to imply that you're overconfident, will you talk to the other person in a nice voice? He can still stand here alive, which is already a manifestation of my high quality. I think you are the ones without quality. Dispo snorted and said, a fool like you who has no self-knowledge is qualified to talk about quality with our proud team? Since he didn't know the other party, and the other party was still an idiot with insufficient brains, I must give him some color. Well, I admit I was wrong. Son Gohan spread his hands and said, I shouldn't talk about quality to people who don't have quality. This in itself is an insult to the word quality. Hearing this, Topo couldn't bear it anymore and immediately scolded. Your Excellency, keep your mouth clean. The righteous and proud team will not allow you, an unknown person, to slander you. In an instant, the air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Son Gohan chuckled, then crossed his arms and said, Then I want to ask you, what is justice in your understanding? Can you tell me more about it? Does justice exist subjectively or objectively? Is justice an invention of man or a discovery of man? What is justice? Topo couldn't answer for a while. This G is really a soul torture. If you can't answer, let me tell you what justice is. Son Gohan slowly stretched out the palm of his right hand, and then suddenly clenched his claws into a fist, saying word by word, absolute power is absolute justice. In this world, justice is defined by the victor and the strong. For example, if you win against me today, you can declare that you are justice. If I win, then I am justice, and you who are losers are evil. Today, I'm here to ask the gods of destruction Vermut for advice. Of course, if any of you want to do 2 tricks with me, I'm always welcome. But I have to remind you in advance that my strikes are neither serious nor serious. If any of you are killed, it will not be my fault. Crazy. In the eyes of Vermut, Jiren, Topo, and even the members of the Proud Team 0.8, Son Gohan's words are not just arrogant, it's just staring at no one. You know, they represent the top combat power of the 11th universe. Gods of Destruction Vermut, known as the strongest human beyond Gods of Destruction Jiren. Gods of Destruction candidate Topo, supersonic fighter Dispo. Which one is not a first-class master? This young man named Son Gohan dared to single-handedly come to his door, and dared to be so arrogant. It seems that we have been underestimated. One of the Proud Team members said with an unhappy face. Tread. Dispo stepped forward and said with a sneer, I've grown up so much. I've never seen such a crazy person. Son Gohan said, Then you will see it today. Mad. There must also be capital madness. Obviously, with Son Gohan's current strength, he is indeed a man of mad capital. Laugh. Dispo almost didn't go up in one breath, so he couldn't help but thunder shot and took down the arrogant person who had no one in front of him. Master Vermut, please allow me to take down this arrogant person. Dispo couldn't bear it anymore and immediately asked Vermut for orders. Vermutson sneered and said, Anyone who dares to offend the majesty of gods of destruction has no need to live in this world. Even if he is killed, it doesn't matter, Dispo. As for Son Gohan's challenge just now, Vermut didn't care at all. Gods of destruction, not everyone can challenge. And if everyone came to him and said, I'm going to challenge you, Wouldn't he be exhausted if everyone was going to challenge him? Therefore, for an arrogant person like Son Gohan, Vermut feels that there is no need to do it himself until Son Gohan has not shown the strength that he must face up to. Just let Dispo take him down. I see. Obtaining the permission of Way 18, Dispo also knew it well. Listen, Son Gohan. Dispo looked at Son Gohan again and said, just now I tried to persuade you not to leave, but now if you want to leave here, you won't be able to leave. Son Gohan raised his eyelids slightly and said lightly, sorry, I'm not interested in such a small role as you. What did you say? I'm a minor character? Dispo's eyelids twitched fiercely, and he said in a deep voice, it seems that I have been underestimated. If that's the case, let me show you the power of my Dispo. No matter who you are, you will always feel angry when you are underestimated. Not to mention someone with super strength like Dispo. He must let the arrogant boy standing opposite know his Dispo's power zone. Immediately, Dispo stomped his foot, and when the ground under his feet crumbled, Dispo launched an attack in a charging posture. And at the moment of launching the attack, Dispo suddenly increased its own speed to thousands of times. Call out. With unparalleled speed, the figure in the thick Dispo disappeared instantly. When it reappeared, it had already punched Son Gohan heavily in the lower abdomen. Accompanied by a muffled sound, Son Gohan, who had been punched by Dispo in the front, plowed a 10-meter-long scratch on the ground with his feet and finally stabilized his figure. Dispo's punch was able to hit, as if it was expected by everyone. Dispo is also slightly smug. However, after Son Gohan stabilized his figure, he patted the unnecessary dust on his lower abdomen and said calmly, the speed is acceptable, but the strength is weak. What? Seeing that Son Gohan didn't seem to be affected much, Dispo and the members of the Proud Team were all surprised. No matter how strong Son Gohan is, he can't resist Dispo's punch without injury. Dispo's pupils widened slightly, and he panicked. It doesn't work? I saw Son Gohan smiled, and then hooked his fingers towards Dispo, full of provocation. Relying on its own super-fast speed and impressive strength, Dispo also has his own arrogance. How can he endure such a provocation? Look at me. I'll make you laugh in no time. Dispo roared angrily and attacked again. It was also at the moment when Dispo launched the attack. A bright golden energy flame erupted from Son Gohan's body, and then he moved and greeted Dispo head-on. The moment Son Gohan transformed into Super One, Topo suddenly felt bad and quickly shouted, Dispo, come back. But now, Dispo, who has increased his own speed to thousands of times, is already like an arrow shot out, unable to stop his moves. Puff! The next moment, a heavy muffled sound, mixed with a scream, resounded through the air. Everyone took a closer look again, only to see the reappeared Dispo, now in a bent state. Son Gohan's fist sank deeply into Dispo's chest, and a golden shock wave pierced from Dispo's front and back. Immediately, under the watchful eyes of all members of the Pride Team, as well as Vermut and Margarita, Son Gohan withdrew his fist, and Dispo just bent his body and fell to the ground without moving. 1 click in seconds. Silence. Deathly silence. Immediately afterwards, 10 shocked eyes, Son Gohan grabbed Dispo by the ear and picked him up. I have seen your strength. It's really a bit eye-catching. As I said just now, I'm not interested in such a small character like you, and you insist on giving away the head yourself. If I don't accept it, wouldn't I be sorry for the great gift you have worked so hard to send? Say it. Son Gohan threw Dispo back at Dispo's feet like throwing garbage. I'm a kind-hearted person. Although he offended me just now, he is not guilty of death. I have given him a sigh of relief. Whether he can survive depends on his own destiny. Looking at Dispo lying on the ground with dilated pupils and comatose, except for Jiren, other members of the Proud Team, including Topo, felt great shame. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, more than a dozen members of the Proud Team acted one after another, surrounding Son Gohan in a fan shape. As long as Topo, the captain, gives an order, they will swarm up and take Son Gohan down with thunder. However, facing the siege of more than 10 members of the Proud Team, Son Gohan still sat firmly on the Daitai and said, "This is just right. Let's go together so as not to waste my time. Including you, Jiren." Wow. As soon as Son Gohan said 140, the members of the Proud team suddenly burst into an uproar. They seriously doubt whether Son Gohan is really out of his mind. Even though you killed Dispo in one blow, it doesn't mean you can touch Jiren and all of them together. How crazy are you? Heard the words. Jiren, who had been silent all this time, also took a deep breath, but he didn't respond to Son Gohan. Because the strength that Son Gohan showed just now is not enough to attract his attention. He can easily do Dispo's level with one blow. You are not his opponent. Let me come. With a big wave of his hand, Toppo made everyone else stand back. Judging from Son Gohan's performance of Dispo just now, apart from him and Jiren, other Proud team members, even if they are tied together, it's not enough for Son Gohan to grit his teeth. So there is no need to make fearless sacrifices. Although the others were very unconvinced, they could only retreat obediently due to Toppo's order. After the others retreated, Toppo took a step forward. Toppo immediately put on a fighting stance and said coldly, "Son Gohan, you entered here rashly and even beat Dispo to serious injuries. I, who have justice, will never forgive such a bad act. Shoot, I will punish you, evil person, on behalf of justice." Justice? Justice. Son Gohan didn't bother to talk nonsense with Toppo and started to do it directly. Justice is originally a commendatory term, but when it comes from Toppo, Son Gohan always feels that it has become a derogatory term. When he watched Dragon Ball before crossing, he hated Toppo, a guy with a mouth full of justice. A person who truly has a heart of justice will not keep the word justice on his lips all day long. Justice, not by words but by action. And in the world of Dragon Ball, talking about justice is undoubtedly a joke. As Jiren said, power is absolute, and absolute power is justice. Loser, everything you say is wrong. Call out. Son Gohan was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Toppo and blasted out with an unpretentious punch from the front. As a candidate for the 11th Universe Gods of Destruction, Toppo's strength is naturally not guaranteed. Fist of Justice. Toppo was not afraid at all, and the casserole-sized fist also blasted head-on. Relying on the advantages of height and arms, his punch will definitely land on Son Gohan before Son Gohan's attack falls on him. However, seeing that Toppo's fist was about to fall on Son Gohan, Ultra Instinct was activated at the critical moment. Under Toppo's unbelievable gaze, Son Gohan, who was already on the offensive, suddenly shifted his body. It not only changed the original body position, but also changed the attack trajectory. Next breath, the fist that was supposed to hit Toppo's chest instead landed on his heart. Boom! A heavy muffled sound came out. After Son Gohan's fist left a deep fist mark on Toppo's heart, Toppo's whole body was blown away like a cannonball. Toppo. After a face-to-face meeting, they fell into a disadvantage, which made the members of the Proud team feel tense. One hit. Son Gohan kept moving and quickly chased after him with lightning speed. Chasing Toppo was a violent beating. "Hey, Makarita, did you see clearly just now?" Seeing Son Gohan spinning Toppo with one hand, Vermut was startled. "Yes, I see clearly." Makarita narrowed her beautiful eyes and said with interest, "It's Ultra Instinct, dear." Sure enough, I read it right. With Makarita's confirmation, Vermut re-examined Son Gohan. Although it was only a short moment just now, he saw it very clearly. According to Son Gohan's attack line just now, it is impossible for him to avoid Toppo's heavy punch. But at the critical moment, Son Gohan's body moved a little distance in time, like a conditioned reflex, avoiding Toppo's attack trajectory impartially. It is this offset distance that gives Son Gohan the upper hand. Makarita said, "Ultra Instinct, this is a divine skill that even destroys Shindu. It is difficult to comprehend. I didn't expect this young man, named Son Gohan, to be able to learn it, and his Ultra Instinct proficiency should not be low. Dear, and this is not his real strength. He still hides a very strong strength, dear. To know, Neither Ultra Instinct, the God's control technique, nor the gods of destruction of the 12 universes can learn it. Beerus has touched some threshold a little bit, but it's only at the level of a sign of freedom. It can be seen from this. Human beings who can comprehend and use Ultra Instinct, an extremely difficult divine skill, are absolutely extraordinary. Listening to the conversation between Vermut and Makarita, Jiren took a deep breath. Indeed, they underestimated Son Gohan just now. Topo is in the hands of Son Gohan, almost powerless to fight back. This is absolutely crushing. Now it seems, Son Gohan dared to single-handedly come to the door and threaten to challenge gods of destruction Vermut, not because his brain was lost by the door. Rather, confidence stemming from his own powerful strength. Only 11th universe. When did such a powerful person appear? Why haven't all of them heard of it? And this kind of race that uses transformation to improve its strength seems to be rare in the 11th universe. It can even be said that almost no. For a while, Jiren couldn't figure out where Son Gohan came from. At the same time, boom! Son Gohan, who had already beaten Topo violently, put his palms together and slammed on the back of Topo's neck. How could Topo, who was already seriously injured, withstand such a powerful attack from Son Gohan? Immediately, it landed heavily like a falling meteorite, smashing a big crater on the ground. Dust splattered and smoke rose. At last, Son Gohan gave Topo another Qigong bomb, and it was this Qigong bomb that made Topo's injury worse. Topo was covered in bruises and lay in the pit in a terrible embarrassment. His aura is already extremely weak, as if he will fall at any moment. This moment, except for Jiren, the rest of Team Pride fell silent. Even their captain, Topo, was so vulnerable under this young man named Son Gohan. Topo didn't even launch 10 decent attacks and counterattacks during the whole battle. This is a one-sided battle without any suspense. Tread. Son Gohan landed again, ignored the half-dead Topo, and directly set his sights on Vermut and Jiren. The appetizer and warm-up exercise are over, and it's time for the main course. Jiren was about to go forward, but was stopped by Vermut. See, Jiren didn't say anything either. Since Vermut is going to make a move, let him do it. Boy, who taught you your Ultra Instinct? You shouldn't be from our 11th universe, right? Vermut asked. Does it matter? Son Gohan blinked his eyes and said, I came to visit today. I didn't have any malicious intentions. I just wanted to ask you a few tricks. However, they are too hostile to me. No way. I can only show them some color. Clap, clap. Vermut applauded and smiled meaningfully. Okay, very good. You are the first person who dares to come to challenge me, no matter whether you have malicious intentions or not. What you did today has already angered me. So I decided, let you see the power of gods of destruction first, and then destroy you. Despite this, Wang Qian's Son Gohan's face remained unchanged. He said confidently, I won't tell you. You can't do it, but it's the truth. Son Gohan's words caused the snorts of other proud team members. Oomph. What arrogance. You don't even pay attention to Master Vermut. This guy named Son Gohan is really strong, but no one can beat gods of destruction. Look, he will be severely punished by Master Vermut. When Son Gohan spun Topo with one hand, just now, they all saw the valley. Indeed, from a human point of view, Son Gohan's strength is very strong, and he may even be able to match Jiren, but he wants to win against gods of destruction Vermut, who is already ready to kill. That's almost impossible. Why is the position of the gods of destruction unshakable in the universe? Not only because of their unattainable power, but also because of the domineering power of destruction and destroy. Vermut remained unhurried, as if he didn't take Son Gohan's words to heart. He was full of confidence, talking and laughing happily. I have to admit that your strength is among the human beings, and you belong to the top of the pyramid. But human beings are human beings after all. No matter how powerful human beings are, they are worthless in front of gods of destruction. For a person like you who thinks you have a little power and is so arrogant, it's too boring to directly destroy you. Only by smashing all your self-confidence can you feel hopeless. Feel. Vermut's expression suddenly turned cold, and the temperature of the surrounding air dropped sharply. The power from gods of destruction. I feel the fear from Vermut. Everyone could see that Vermut really wanted to kill him. After all, the majesty from the gods of destruction, the supreme god of the universe, does not allow human provocations. A dog that bites does not bark, so stop beeping. Vermut, whose emotions and atmosphere were well rendered, was directly twitched by Son Gohan's words. This guy really doesn't know how to write death. No way. It seems that he can only teach Son Gohan patiently. Young people should not be too arrogant. Tion 407 always dies, especially for someone like Son Gohan, who likes to jump in front of gods of destruction. It is estimated that the grass on his grave will grow 2 meters high in a short time. Since you are so anxious to seek death, then I will fulfill you today. Instantly, purple-black energy emitting destructive waves surged out from the surface of Vermut's body, covering his whole body. Then, Vermut skimmed into the air, looked down at Son Gohan below, and said with a sneer, "Humans, let me show you the power of Vermut as gods of destruction." The words fell. Vermut opened his arms, then jerked upwards. An energy bubble formed from Son Gohan's body, trapping him in it. Immediately, the bubble slowly rose into the sky, and Son Gohan, who was inside the energy bubble, could not move freely. What? Son Gohan was surprised, then looked up. At the fingertips of Vermut's hands, 8 poker cards formed entirely of purple-black energy have been condensed. Whoosh! As Vermut waved his hands violently, countless purple-black energy poker cards pierced the air and swept out, like a barrage of bullets, densely covering Son Gohan in the energy bubble. As soon as the god of destruction, Bia, makes a move, he will know if there is one. Son Gohan, trapped in the energy bubble, had no escape, and the purple-black energy cards were like sharp blades, piercing through the energy bubble. The castration continued unabated, and they directly pierced Son Gohan's arm, thigh, body, and other parts. See this scene. Members of the Pride Battle couldn't help but excitedly said, "Vermut is gods of destruction. This arrogant kid is about to lose." Given an absolute upper hand as soon as he made a shot, this kid named Son Gohan is still too young to know the horror of gods of destruction. Hey, no matter how strong this kid is, he can't compete with Lord Vermut, who is gods of destruction. The battle is over. Enjoy your last days, Son Gohan. Those purple and black energy cards all carried the power of destruction, and the sharpness and power carried on them made even Jiren have to avoid the edge temporarily. As a mere human being, Son Gohan had a chance of survival when these energy cards pierced his body. The members of the Proud team can basically predict what will happen next after Vermut severely injured Son Gohan. Humiliate Son Gohan first, then destroy him mercilessly. That's the price you pay for jumping in front of gods of destruction. But will things really go that smoothly? That's right. Vermut's destruction card did indeed pierce Son Gohan's body, which must have caused him a great deal of damage. However, Jiren and Makurita always feel that something is not quite right. Judging from Son Gohan's performance and confidence just now, their intuition tells them that this battle will definitely not be so smooth. If Son Gohan is really so easy to lose, it can only be said, they just overestimated Son Gohan. But if things were reversed, and Son Gohan was not defeated so easily, how would he deal with the injuries he suffered? Vermut's destruction card, after all, carries the power of destruction. Even gods of destruction is not comfortable being touched, let alone Son Gohan's body was pierced by dozens of destruction cards. With such doubts, Makurita and Jiren stared fixedly at Son Gohan in midair. They want to see what Son Gohan will do next. How will he heal his injuries? After being pierced by dozens of destruction cards, it stands to reason that even if Son Gohan did not die on the spot, he should have only his last breath left. But what they saw was that Son Gohan was still standing in the air. With that appearance, it doesn't look like he has been severely injured and is on the verge of death. Immediately afterwards, with Vermut, Makurita, Jiren, and the rest of the Pride team watching, Son Gohan slowly raised his head and grinned at Vermut. This moment, Vermut frowned, and the other members of the Proud team were all scalp numb and couldn't help but gasp. What? Is this guy all right? How is it possible? Didn't you see that his body is riddled with holes? Someone hadn't finished speaking, and then they saw it in disbelief. The dozens of shocking scars on Son Gohan's body are recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. After just a second, Son Gohan, who was riddled with wounds just now, has recovered as before. Damn it, this kid healed all his injuries? How did he do it? Those are fatal injuries. This is not an illusion. His momentum has not been affected at all. You mean he's all right? It's hard to believe, but obviously yes. On the side, seeing Son Gohan, who was punctured by Vermut's sabotage card and recovered in a short moment, Makurita's vermilion lips couldn't help but slightly raised her lips and said with great interest, "Sure enough, the young man named Son Gohan is not as simple as everyone imagined, dear." She just knew that her intuition was right. The battle between Son Gohan and Vermut will not end so smoothly with Vermut's victory. Jiren frowned. Even fatal injuries can be completely healed in such an understatement. This is too terrifying. Even if we take a step back, even if Son Gohan's strength is indeed not as good as Vermut's, his terrifying self-healing ability alone is enough to make Vermut feel devastated. No one at the scene knew how Son Gohan healed himself. But Son Gohan, who is the person involved, is very clear that this is the effect of the immortal body. Not to mention this mere mortal injury. Even gods of destruction's exclusive karmic skill Destroy can handle it forcibly. It actually healed itself? Vermut frowned slightly. Intuition told him that the kid in front of him was weird. You know, every card carries the power of destruction. And the power of destruction is the most overbearing energy in the universe. Even those races that can heal themselves cannot heal themselves in just 10 seconds. But Son Gohan did it. All right. At this time, Son Gohan had stood up straight again. His green pupils were burning with fierce fighting intent. Since Master Vermut has taught you, it is not rude to come and go, and I should give Master Vermut some response. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of time? The words fell. Son Gohan clenched his fists tightly, and the bright blue energy flame erupted instantly. His blonde hair and blue eyes, with the explosion of the bright blue energy arrogance, also transformed into blue. The moment he transformed into super blue, Son Gohan's aura sublimated accordingly. That feeling, it's like there's a natural moat between Chaoyi and Chaolon, and the two are not at the same level at all. Whoosh! Feeling the almost suffocating strong sense of oppression coming from Son Gohan's super blue form. The members of Team Proud couldn't help but gasp. This guy actually hides his strength. Terrible. What a strong sense of oppression. Is this the real strength of this guy? Compared to just now, it's like a different person. Is this guy really human? Although the members of the Proud team hate Son Gohan, they have to admit from the bottom of their hearts how powerful Son Gohan is. As far as Son Gohan is in super blue form, I'm afraid it would be difficult to change the opponent to Jiren. Now, they finally know why Son Gohan dared to come here alone to challenge gods of destruction Vermut, and they have nothing to fear. It's not because Son Gohan's brain is trapped by the door, but because of his self-confidence brought by his own powerful strength. There are still such people. At this moment, Jiren, who has always been stable, is also a little restless. In Son Gohan's Super 1 form just now, he can still remain calm. But now the Super Blue. Jiren had a hunch that if he faced Son Gohan in Super Blue form, he would be successful if he could persist for 5 rendezvous unbeaten. Jiren couldn't figure out that there are such monsters in this world. Sure enough, it's pretty much what I expected. He's hiding a lot of power, dear. Margarita narrowed her beautiful eyes, which confirmed her initial conjecture. She knew that Son Gohan didn't show his true strength when he was fighting against Dispo and Topo just now. Because if Son Gohan only had that kind of strength, he would never dare to challenge Vermut, who is gods of destruction single-handedly. Today's scene has gradually become more interesting. Mid-air, Vermut, who originally looked down on Son Gohan, had to face it squarely. But facing Son Gohan in the super blue form, Vermut was still able to remain calm. Is this your real strength? I have to admit that your strength is placed among humans, and no one can match you. But if you want to defeat me with these powers alone, it's a bit whimsical. The words fell. Vermut made a sudden attack. He waved his hands again, and densely packed destruction cards rushed out again, covering Son Gohan overwhelmingly. Son Gohan stretched out his hand to hold it, and a large Qigong projectile blasted out. Detonate countless destruction cards in the middle. That's just a smoke bomb. Vermut, who was still above Son Gohan, suddenly appeared from behind Son Gohan, and his palm was already attached to Son Gohan's back. Immediately afterwards, destroy! A violent explosion dressed in destructive power suddenly resounded. Flames exuding terrifyingly high temperatures exploded with gunpowder, smoke mixed in. However, just when Vermut thought he had succeeded with the move just now, Son Gohan's slightly immature but full of enthusiasm sounded from behind him. That's just a smoke bomb. The moment Son Gohan's voice came, Vermut felt a palm on his back. Destroy. Boom. The monstrous flames and gunpowder smoke instantly engulfed Vermut. Next second, Vermut rushed out of the flames, and behind him, a large burnt mark appeared. He was sweating profusely, staring at Son Gohan in disbelief, and said in horror, "You can also use the moves of gods of destruction? Destruction in the cloak of destructive power. This is a move used by gods of destruction, and Son Gohan can do it. Moreover, Son Gohan's destructive power is not bad." Even Vermut didn't take that well. Ask for flowers. Oh, this is really surprising. Makarita's red lips slightly raised. Obviously, I didn't expect Son Gohan's move to destroy. This is really interesting. Not only does Son Gohan know how to use Ultra Instinct, he even knows how to move gods of destruction. This can't help but make Makarita have a lot of doubts about Son Gohan's identity. Could it be that he is a candidate for the gods of destruction of a universe? Otherwise, without Angel's guidance, how could human beings master both Ultra Instinct and self-extreme intention Kung Fu? How was this possible? Just one meeting, Master Vermut actually suffered a disadvantage? Could it be that he is also a candidate for gods of destruction? For a moment, the members of the Proud team all had expressions of disbelief. Zero. Not only does Son Gohan know gods of destruction's moves, but he also caused some damage to Vermut in one face-to-face? What the hell is going on here? Could it be that even gods of destruction Vermut is not his match? Not paying attention to the shocking words from below, Son Gohan smiled lightly and said, "You should have seen that I know Ultra Instinct just now, right? I also forgot to tell you just now. In fact, gods of destruction's self-intentional skills I also can." Good, very good. Vermut's eyes froze, and he said in a deep voice, "I underestimated you just now. From now on, I won't be careless anymore. Although you can also use extreme intention, but compared with gods of destruction, you are still far behind thousands of miles. Let you see, what is the real self-intentional power? Raging. The purple-black energy flames, exuding destructive fluctuations, became even worse. Vermut's aura was also raised to the extreme at this moment. Indeed, Vermut is serious now. If at the beginning he didn't know Son Gohan's true strength and had contempt for him, then it can be forgiven. But now that you know how extraordinary Son Gohan is, if you still feel contemptuous of Son Gohan, that would be really stupid. Obviously, as gods of destruction, Vermut doesn't want to lose to the humans who come to him to challenge him. Today's battle, if he loses, it's like being stepped on by Son Gohan to shit on the head, and asking him to borrow paper is as shameful. Even if in the end, he had to use gods of destruction's exclusive karmic skill Destroy to end the battle, Vermut would never allow himself to lose to Son Gohan. I'm watching. Facing Vermut, who had already moved for real, Son Gohan was unafraid. With a movement of his mind, the blue energy arrogance that originally shrouded his body turned into a purple-silver energy arrogance at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chila chila. A series of violent red, lightning flashed continuously. Son Gohan's short blue hair, under the watchful eyes of Vermut, Makarita, Jiren, and members of Team Pride, turned into a high bristle. A handful of silver bangs fell to his forehead, combined with his well-built muscles, which seemed to have infinite explosive power. Son Gohan at this time looks extremely handsome and domineering. Vermut's strength is not the bottom among the 12 gods of destruction. Therefore, Son Gohan did not have any intention of underestimating him, and directly transformed into a beast form. Kiki Enjing's normal combat power has transformed into a beast form, and 437 makes Son Gohan strength enough to rank among the top 12 gods of destruction. It turned out to be transformed again. How much strength does this guy hide? It's hard to see through. Is he really human? Son Gohan in the beast form, his aura is far from what he can match in the super blue form. The Proud team members were all stunned. Every time they thought this was Son Gohan's full strength, Son Gohan always surprised them again. Even surprise, but also despair. Jiren's pupils trembled slightly, and he couldn't believe what he saw now. Although he didn't fight Son Gohan himself, Jiren, who is the top human being, knows very well that Son Gohan at this time is the one who truly surpasses gods of destruction. People used to say that he was a human beyond gods of destruction. In fact, it means that the power has reached the realm of gods of destruction. Compared with the real gods of destruction, there is still an irreparable gap. There is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond people. I have a long way to go, Jiren muttered to himself. Before Son Gohan came, Jiren was almost satisfied with his current power, but now after seeing Son Gohan's power, the longing for power and strength deep in Jiren's heart was inspired again. I'm far from strong enough, Jiren said in his heart, at least compared to Son Gohan. He wants to become stronger. He wants to surpass Son Gohan. Go beyond gods of destruction in the true sense, not in claims. What a funny boy, dear. Makarita held the angel staff and looked up at Son Gohan. The beast in midair, a gleam flashed in her long and narrow eyes. Judging from the strength shown by Son Gohan, combined with his age, this son really has an unlimited future. Makarita saw a rising human star far above Jiren. This young man, named Son Gohan, will definitely be able to ascend the throne of the strongest gods of destruction one day in the future. No, maybe it's overkill for him to be the gods of destruction. Maybe he should be the big gods of destruction who manages 12 universe gods of destruction. The moment Son Gohan transformed into a beast form, Makarita knew the final outcome of today's battle. Unless Vermut uses Destroy, he will not be able to get any benefits in the hands of Son Gohan, who is in the form of a beast and is self-indulgent. Not even an exaggeration to say. Vermut is successful if he can go unbeaten for 10 minutes. How much power does this kid hide? There was also a drop of cold sweat on Vermut's forehead. When Son Gohan transformed into a beast form, he felt a strong sense of danger from Son Gohan. But as the 11th universe gods of destruction, in order to defend the majesty of his gods of destruction, Vermut will not allow himself to retreat. There's only one way in front of him now. War. This is a battle for his Vermut reputation. Because before this, in the history of the 11th universe gods of destruction, there has never been a record of being defeated by human beings. If he loses today, his Vermut name will surely be nailed to the pillar of shame of the previous gods of destruction in the 11th universe. And his infamy will last forever. Bluff. Do you think you can compete with gods of destruction with a little power? If you think so, then you are too naive. Vermut shouted grimly. Yes. Son Gohan's face was calm, and he said lightly, Why do I feel that you are the one who is bluffing? Your hands are shaking, didn't you notice? What? After Son Gohan said this, Vermut realized that his hands were trembling slightly. This is not the trembling caused by excessive tension, but the uncontrollable trembling of the hands because of the inner fear. For a while, Vermut's face gradually darkened. How is this possible? He is the gods of destruction. he would actually feel fear for a human being? This is impossible. He will never accept it. Son Gohan smiled playfully, then put on a fighting stance and said, "Gods of destruction, the clown, I'm not afraid to tell you that you are not the first gods of destruction to be defeated by me. As early as half a year ago, a gods of destruction was defeated. It's in my hands. As for who this gods of destruction is, I won't tell you. Now, let's begin our battle." Heard the words. Vermut gasped sharply. Has gods of destruction already been defeated by Son Gohan? How is that possible? If it was just now, Vermut might have sneered at Son Gohan's words and even laughed at him because of it. But now my gut tells Vermut that Son Gohan is not exaggerating. The next moment, Son Gohan moved. Accompanied by a whooping sound, Son Gohan's figure appeared in front of Vermut like a ghost, and the fist with red lightning coiled around it blasted out without any frills. Click, click. With one punch, the space collapses. When Vermut reacted, Son Gohan's fist had already shattered the space. Vermut didn't have time to think about it, and crossed his arms in front of his chest like a conditioned reflex, making a defensive posture. Of course, even though he had already made a defensive posture, when Son Gohan's fist came down, a steady stream of power poured out like a tide, breaking through all of Vermut's defenses with a destructive force. Incomparable power poured down on Vermut's body through Vermut's arms. Wow! A scream sounded, and Vermut flew upside down like a cannonball. Although Vermut used his destructive force to remove most of his strength, Son Gohan's punch still made him temporarily paralyzed, which was not very comfortable. 0.4. Just as Vermut stabilized his figure, he breathed a sigh of relief, and Son Gohan's attack came again. "You self-righteous boy, you're too smug." Vermut looked grim. He is the gods of destruction. How could he tolerate being chased and beaten by a human being without the power to fight back? So, when Son Gohan's fist shattered the space again, Vermut stretched out his palm and shouted suddenly, "Destroy!" Boom! After the violent explosion, just when Vermut thought his trick had worked. As the smoke and flames dissipated, Son Gohan, who was still unharmed, came into Vermut's eyes again, and Son Gohan's fist still maintained the posture of blasting. "Hey!" Son Gohan grinned at Vermut with a twitch of his mouth. This moment, Vermut's pupils widened, and his Son Gohan's outrageous self-healing ability made Vermut truly feel the meaning of despair. The opponent's strength is not inferior to yours, and they can even heal any injuries in seconds. Headshot. This is a battle without any suspense, unless... Use that trick. Boom. While Vermut was terrified, Son Gohan's fist that was close at hand blasted out again, hitting Vermut's eye door solidly. After being hit so hard, Vermut couldn't recover from it for a long time. Originally, even if Son Gohan's strength is not inferior to him, Vermut doesn't have someone to fight. However, after seeing Son Gohan's outrageous self-healing ability, Vermut completely lost the desire to fight, because he knew that all his attacks were useless. If you hit him once, he recovers in an instant. What about hitting him with a hammer? It was a waste of effort. I'm losing patience. Vermut stood up again from the big pit. That Oda face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. Since it is a meaningless battle, then, with a gloomy face, Vermut stretched out his palms slowly, aiming at Son Gohan from afar. Okay. Sensing Vermut's move, Son Gohan frowned, then stretched out his hand to shake it, and gave it a slap. A sort of purple-silver energy seemed to be pulled out from the void. Buzz! The dimensional sword waved in the air, leaving a series of dark cracks in space where it passed along the way, and the space there was in a state of being cut. Originally, today I just came here to ask for advice. Since that's the case, if you die today, don't blame me. Although Son Gohan has an immortal body, he can probably withstand gods of destruction's karmic skill destruction. But Son Gohan didn't want to take that risk. What if I can't bear it? Haven't you become a fool yourself? So Son Gohan didn't want to take this kind of risk, so he could only interrupt Vermut's spellcasting. Even if he continued to fight, the power of Dimensional Slash could still offset the destruction. Vermut's eyelids twitched wildly, because even though he was far away, he could still clearly feel how sharp the dimensional sword in Son Gohan's hand was. The Sword of Dimension appears, not only for Vermut. Jiren and the proud team members under the towering tree in the distance also felt a strong breath of death. Even Makurita, who is an angel. The energy sword in his hand is not right. This guy, is he trying to kill Master Vermut? I don't think who will kill who. It feels like a winner. The members of the proud team held their breath at this moment, tensing up physically and mentally. Vermut's destruction and the dimensional sword in Son Gohan's hand are both big killers. This can be said to be the tip of the needle. Even Makurita's hand holding Angel's staff was a little harder. Some moment, Vermut's eyes were cold, and he said with a murderous intent, "Son Gohan, today you made me lose face. If I don't destroy you, I, Vermut, will be gods of destruction in vain. All I can say is that you brought the blame on yourself." Son Gohan's tone was also full of black tea. The spam talk session is over. Both Son Gohan and Vermut don't want to talk nonsense. Vermut directly locked on Son Gohan. Now, as soon as he falls, Son Gohan can disappear from this world on the spot. Destroy. Dimensional slash. The voices of Son Gohan and Vermut fell almost at the same time. Buzz. The moment Vermut's voice fell, Son Gohan's body froze suddenly, and a double image appeared for a moment. Then, under everyone's gaze, Son Gohan's body, from top to bottom, turned into purple light spots all over the sky and began to disappear gradually. Also at the last one, the dimensional sword in his hand has already fallen. Click, click. A kilometer-long lavender sword light fell with the momentum of Mount Tai, and the space around Vermut was completely blocked. Wherever the dimensional slash passes, the space is cut. Then, dimensional slash carries the cutting space, cuts off the unstoppable trend of time and space, splits the space, and slashes down at Vermut's sky spirit cover. This moment, Son Gohan is disappearing, but Vermut is not happy at all, because dimensional slash is slashing towards his neck like the scythe of death. Since the surrounding space was completely blocked, Vermut could only stand there in a daze. The lavender sword glow of dimensional slash became bigger and bigger in his eyes, full of terror and despair. Lord Vermut. This moment, the members of Team Pride also panicked. With this level of attack, they couldn't help even if they wanted to. And with their strength, they couldn't give Vermut any help at all. Dimensional slash falls extremely fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, it landed 50 meters above Vermut's head. Watching the scythe of death wiping his neck, Vermut already smelled a strong breath of death. Could it be that he's going to die with Son Gohan today? Just when Vermut closed his eyes, ready to accept the arrival of death. Click! A broken vision of space suddenly came from the ear. Vermut snapped his eyes open. I saw that Makurita had already broken through the blocked space and rescued him from the attack trajectory of dimensional slash with lightning speed. As the guide angel of the 11th universe, Makurita naturally couldn't just watch the gods of destruction of the 11th universe being killed if conditions allowed. Just as Makurita took Vermut out of the sealed space, dimensional slash followed. No big bangs. What appeared in front of Vermut, Makurita, Jiren, and the others was a crack in space like a moat, and two pieces of space that had been displaced. The space cracks and broken spaces spread directly to the end of the line of sight, shocking everyone's visual nerves and making them feel their scalps go numb. Gullah. Everyone stared blankly at this scene, unable to recover from the shock for a long time. What a terrible attack this is. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. It was actually made by a human being. Looking at this chasm-like crack in space, Vermut still has lingering fears. His back is already wet with sweat. He never dreamed that he would be forced to such a 160 steps by a human being. Fortunately, the ending was good. At least he destroyed Son Gohan while still alive. Think about it. Vermut turned his head quickly, looking at where Son Gohan was standing just now. Makurita, Jiren, and members of the Proud team also turned their heads one after another, only to see that there were still a few wisps of purple light, which had not completely dissipated. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this scene, Vermut couldn't help laughing out loud. Son Gohan, you see, this is your end. You are destroyed by me after all. This battle I won. Master Vermut, you're not the one who wins, Quam, Makarita said. However, although Makarita still felt very sorry for Son Gohan, if he hadn't been destroyed, he would definitely be one of the top powerhouses standing on top of the 12 universes in time. Whatever, Son Gohan has already been destroyed by me anyway. So I won, Vermut shamelessly said. Anyway, now that Son Gohan is dead, he's still alive. Then he is the winner, and Son Gohan is the loser. The process is not important anymore. Did I promise you to win? What qualifications do you have for a trash who can only survive if Miss Makarita saves you? Just when Vermut and the Proud team members breathed a sigh of relief, Son Gohan's voice sounded suddenly. At this moment, Vermut's body froze suddenly. He suddenly looked at the few purple light spots that hadn't disappeared for a long time and saw that these purple light spots gradually gathered together. Subsequently, violet shines. No, impossible. It was as if Vermut had seen a ghost. It took less than a second for his eyes to change from complacency to doubt to panic. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could someone be miraculously revived after being destroyed? Is it still Son Gohan's damn self-healing ability? But what kind of heaven-defying self-healing ability is needed to be resurrected after being destroyed by gods of destruction? Vermut's scalp was already bursting open, and his forehead was covered with beads of sweat. How was this possible, dear? Makarita's small hand gently covered her cherry-red lips. Her delicate and pretty face was full of disbelief. Son Gohan is miraculously resurrected after being destroyed by Vermut. For Makarita, this is both an accident and a surprise. She was still thinking just now. It would be a pity if such an outstanding young man was destroyed like this. In less than a second, Son Gohan gave her a big surprise. Being able to survive the destruction of gods of destruction, Son Gohan's excellence once again broke through Makarita's perception of him. It seems this boy named Son Gohan has indeed become the tomb of the top powerhouse in the universe. Hasn't this kid been destroyed by Master Vermut? Really? How is this possible? I must be hallucinating. At the same time, the members of the Proud team also looked at the purple light in disbelief. Immediately, under the gaze of more than a dozen inconceivable gazes, a figure appeared in Dashing's purple light. As the purple light gradually dissipated, Son Gohan in the beast form reappeared in the eyes of everyone. Thump! At this moment, Vermut could no longer suppress the fear in his heart, and he slumped down on the ground. The faint smile on Son Gohan's face sent chills down Vermut's spine, like falling into an ice house. Next second, Son Gohan, who was still smiling slightly, suddenly turned cold, with a strong sense of murder in his eyes, and said in a cold voice, "I don't think you have anything to say. People respect me 3 feet, and I respect others 3 feet. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth is my consistent style. Since you want to put me to death, then be prepared to go to hell." Boom! A lightning strike mercilessly hit Vermut's chest. Terrifying power instantly penetrated Vermut's body, forming a purple-silver shock wave that pierced from behind. And on Vermut's chest, there's a deep fist mark, which is shocking. Already disoriented and in a state of panic, how could Vermut withstand Son Gohan's angry blow? A mouthful of blood stained the grass beneath his feet. Immediately, Son Gohan kept moving and lifted Vermut up. Bang, bang, bang. Son Gohan was like punching a sandbag, punching and punching Vermut firmly. Poor Vermut can only bear the fruit he has planted silently. Even Makarita on the side couldn't bear to look directly at her. Speaking up, who can blame this? Son Gohan's original intention was to ask Vermut for advice. It was Vermut who, relying on his identity as gods of destruction, was arrogant and domineering and did not take Son Gohan seriously, which led to his current fate. At last, Son Gohan punched Vermut hard again, and one of Vermut's teeth flew out. After tumbling dozens of times in the air, he landed heavily. At this moment, Vermut's breath was sluggish. That clown's face was already blue and purple, and his whole face was stained red with blood. There are also fist marks of varying degrees on his body. Apparently, it was all Son Gohan left on him just now. Even though he was as beautiful as a beating, Son Gohan still didn't intend to let Vermut go. He stretched out his hand to hold it again and pulled out the dimensional sword, exuding fierce sword intent and breath of death again. Buzz! The Sword of Dimension issued a few sword cries in the air and then pointed it in the distance. All of you are wrong, arrogant, 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 and domineering. These words should be used to describe you gods of destruction. Relying on your status as gods of destruction, you are arrogant and domineering, domineering and domineering, and you don't take everyone seriously. This is doomed. You will encounter an iron plate in 10 days. Say it. Son Gohan glanced coldly. Sensing the gaze cast by Son Gohan, the members of Team Pride retreated uncontrollably, their faces full of fear. Who can spin the gods of destruction Vermut with one hand? Is they able to compete? The proud team that claims to be righteous. What is justice? In this world, justice is not your position, but power, absolute power. If I was destroyed by Vermut just now, then he is justice, and now I kill him, then I am justice. I don't think you can understand this truth for a while. It doesn't matter. I will demonstrate it to you personally now. Say it. Son Gohan lightly raised the dimensional sword in his hand, and the monstrous killing intent was quietly spreading. Feeling the monstrous killing intent emanating from Son Gohan, all members of the Proud Team, including Jiren, shuddered involuntarily. At first they thought it was some idiot who didn't have enough brains to count, but now they finally know. This F***G is a real werewolf. A hardcore werewolf who dares to destroy Shindu. Mr. Son Gohan, please stop in moderation. Just as she was about to unleash a dimensional slash to end Vermut, Makarita, who had been silent for a long time, finally stood up. She came in front of Son Gohan, blocking the attack route of dimensional slash. Son Gohan frowned slightly and said, Miss Makarita, are you all right? You have already saved him once, and in terms of your duties as a guide angel, you have already completed it. Even if he dies, you don't need to bear any responsibility. Yes. Makarita nodded slightly. Theoretically, that's the case, but Master Vermut is the gods of destruction of the 11th universe after all, and I, as the guide angel of the 11th universe, can't just watch Vermut's death due to human beings. Killed with indifference. Master Vermut tried to destroy you just now, and I solemnly apologize to you on behalf of Master Vermut. Makarita bowed deeply to Son Gohan, and then continued, Mr. Son Gohan, please give me some noodles, and let Master Vermut have a break, dear. If Mr. Son Gohan agrees, I, Makarita, owe you a favor. In the future, if Mr. Son Gohan needs help or has any conditions, as long as it is within my ability, I can promise you. Son Gohan is silent. For Vermut, he was indeed murderous, but letting Vermut in for a favor from Makarita, not to mention, Angel Makarita's favor, in Son Gohan's opinion, is indeed worth more than Vermut's life. But let's not kill Vermut. Son Gohan still feels a little uncomfortable in his heart. After thinking for a long time, Son Gohan raised his eyelids slightly and said, Miss Makarita, are you determined to protect him? Yes, dear. Makarita nodded lightly. Her attitude was very firm. Son Gohan took a deep breath, and his tone slowed down a bit. Well, since Miss Makarita came forward, I will give you this face. As for the favor, let's save it for now, and I will think of something later. I need your help, and I will tell you. As an angel, Makarita is absolutely neutral. She chooses to keep Vermut because Vermut is the gods of destruction of the 11th universe. If she really insisted on killing Vermut, Makarita, who is in an absolutely neutral position, would definitely not be able to stop herself. It's just that if this is the case, It is completely unnecessary. 953. No need to fight Angel Makarita over a clown gods of destruction. And didn't he also get Makarita's favor? Compared with Vermut's life, Makarita's favor is obviously better. On this one at least, Son Gohan is winning. Heard the words. Makarita bowed again and said with a smile, Mr. Son Gohan has a broad mind, and his strength and talent are so outstanding, he is really a rare genius who is rare in the world, my dear. Oh, Son Gohan waved his hand and joked. Miss Makarita, with all due respect, your flattering skills need to be improved. Finished. Son Gohan's mind moved, and the dimensional sword in his hand turned into light spots all over the sky and slowly dissipated. By the way, I have one more thing to add. Son Gohan suddenly said, I can spare Vermut today, but you can't heal his wounds. I don't have to kill Vermut today, but I want Makarita to heal his wounds? Then don't even think about it. Don't let Vermut take time to heal the injury himself. Son Gohan had a lot of nonsense in his mind. Okay, I promise you. Makarita was a little taken aback, but now she obviously couldn't continue to negotiate terms with Son Gohan. Son Gohan promised to let Vermut go, already has a big heart. Then, Son Gohan turned his eyes, took a deep look at Jiren, who had been silent all this time, and left without staying here for too long. After Son Gohan left, the healing function of Veto's angel's staff restored the dying Topo and Dispo. As for Vermut, Makarita complied with Son Gohan's request and did not heal his injuries. Although Vermut was seriously injured, as gods of destruction, Vermut's vitality is not so weak, and he can still recover after some time. For a while, the atmosphere here fell into an eerie silence. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, silent. It was Makarita who broke the silence here and ordered the maid to help the wounded Vermut into the palace. The words are divided into two ends. After leaving the Vermut star, Son Gohan did not return to Earth immediately, but came to the 6th universe. When Son Gohan descended to Uranus again through the unlimited instant transmission, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the optional combat mission, defeating the 11th universe gods of destruction Vermut. Reward obtained, Phase 2 of beast form. The system's notification tone fell. Son Gohan immediately felt a surge of energy pouring into his body, and at the same time a huge amount of information came from his mind. It is about the transformation information of beast form 2. As for the energy pouring into the body, it is the normal increase in combat effectiveness brought about by the Earth stage of the beast form, Biddy. Host, Son Gohan. Age, 10 years old. Racial bloodline, mixed race scion. Normal combat power, Igai. Skills, breath control, energy control, flying technique, Kamehameha, magic light cannon, magic flash, unlimited instant transmission, dimensional slash. Props, none yet. Have you reached Igai yet? Son Gohan raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise. His battle with Kampa and Vermut should have increased the normal combat power of a few hundred Jing, and the remaining 2,000 Jing should be the strength increase brought about by this mission reward. Not bad. After this battle, not only obtained the second transformation of the beast form, but even the normal combat power is a unit that has officially broken through Jing, just like entering the level of Guy. In this way, his own strength skyrocketed again. Now against Quatella or Beerus, I should be able to spin them with one hand. Son Gohan touched his nose and said confidently, now he should be officially beyond the level of gods of destruction. Roughly, it should be above gods of destruction and below angel. If Son Gohan doesn't have any lofty ambitions, his current strength is completely sufficient. But Universe Survival in the original book, that is, Tournament of Power, told Son Gohan that it is not enough to reach the level of gods of destruction. Son Gohan can guarantee that with his participation, the 7th universe will definitely win from the Tournament of Power. But he can't guarantee that one day after the Tournament of Power, that colorful Xeno kid will have another sudden whim and want to clear the universe. At that time, without any room for negotiation, how will he protect himself, his family, the Earth, and even the seventh universe? The answer is obvious. Only continue to become stronger until you stand on the top of the pyramid in the world of Dragon Ball. Maybe it's enough to make a deal with Zeno and keep the seventh universe. Otherwise, the feeling that this fate is always in the hands of others is like being choked by others, which is not very pleasant. And if there are no accidents, there are only about 12 or 3 years before the Tournament of Power is held. I don't know how much difference there is between Angel and Angel if I transform into Beast Form 2 with my current normal combat power. Son Gohan rubbed his chin in thought. What he can be sure of now is that his strength must surpass all gods of destruction. But it is not very clear how much gap there is with Angel. Son Gohan can only determine the next training plan if he finds out how much difference there is between his own strength and Angel's. This is it. Son Gohan scratched his head. I just muttered in my heart, but the system really released the task. Okay, I wanted to try it at first. As long as I'm undefeated, it's probably okay. Angels need to maintain an absolutely neutral position, so angels can't use their real strength to fight. But even so, Angel's strength should not be underestimated. Take Angel Myers, the only trainee who has ever actually fought, as an example. Even though he couldn't use Angel's power, he still fought back and forth with Mo Luo. Another example is Whis. Gods of Destruction Beerus stunned Gods of Destruction Beerus with a simple hand knife, and Broly in a runaway state was played by Whis in the palm of his hand. So, even if the official Angel can't use Angel's true power to fight, still can't take it lightly. But, with my Beast Form 2, I should be able to support it, right? Son Gohan muttered. He still has no idea in his mind now, but the mission has been released. It seems that he still has to try it himself. Otherwise, he will never know how big the gap between himself and Angel is. It doesn't matter if you fail. After all, this step must always be taken. Sixth Universe Gods of Destruction Realm, Compass Star. Buzz buzz. Vados was sitting under a tree to enjoy the shade, when Angel's staff, placed aside, suddenly rang. Vados was surprised, and then called the staff to have a look. Who is it? Kappa asked curiously. It's Mr. Son Gohan. Seeing Son Gohan calling himself in the crystal ball, Vados replied. Why is this kid here again? Kappa muttered. Cluck. Vados covered his mouth with a chuckle, and joked, it seems that Master Kappa is still worried about what happened half a year ago. Shout, I didn't. Kappa turned her face away and said arrogantly, Lord Kappa, I'm just going there. Vados didn't tease Kappa anymore and immediately rushed to Taiyangongsing at the fastest speed. The top of the mountain. A rainbow of 7 colors descended from the sky. It was Vados. After meeting again, after half a year, Son Gohan and Vados naturally had some pleasantries. After exchanging pleasantries, Vados asked, Mr. Gohan, why did you suddenly think of looking for me? Just passing by, so stop by and have a look. How has your strength improved in the half a year since you went back? You haven't left behind your cultivation, right? As Son Gohan's teacher, Vados naturally paid special attention to Son Gohan's cultivation. This. Son Gohan scratched his head and said with a dry smile, I haven't practiced in the half a year since I went back, but I fought with someone once, and my strength has improved a lot. Would you like to check? Oh. Vados raised his willow eyebrows slightly and said with interest, Listen to what you said. Do you want to discuss with me a few times? As expected of Vados, nothing can be hidden from you. Son Gohan made a rainbow fart invisibly. Okay, let me check how much you have grown stronger in the past 6 months. Anyway, there was nothing to do, so Vados accepted Son Gohan's request to discuss. Then let's change places. Son Gohan held out her hand, and Vados put her slender little hand on it. Appearing again, Son Gohan and Vados came to Terra again. The battle relics left over from the Great War half a year ago have still not been repaired. As far as the eyes can see, there are still shocking pits. After landing on planet Terra, Vados retreated a distance and said, Mr. Gohan, since it is to test your progress and strength, let's proceed step by step. Son Gohan nodded, no problem. Well, let's get started. Son Gohan didn't say a word. An explosion immediately. a terrifying aura of combat power erupted immediately, and the large creatures on the entire planet Terra trembled under Son Gohan's terrifying aura. Now, they just want to swear. Why did the God of Plague come back half a year ago? But scolding is scolding. All the large creatures have already drilled back into their caves, lest the gods fight with mortals and suffer. It's not worth it if you are affected. Call out. Son Gohan flashed his figure and appeared in front of Vados in an instant. A violent attack like a tide, overwhelming caged electrification belt DOS. Facing such a fierce attack by Son Gohan, Vados, holding the angel's staff, easily avoided all the attacks of Son Gohan while walking in the courtyard. Seeking flowers? Zero. At last, Vados found a gap in Son Gohan's attack and lightly tapped the angel staff in his hand. Even though he also had Ultra Instinct, Son Gohan couldn't escape and was repelled by Vados' angel staff on the spot. It's much stronger than half a year ago, but your attack is still a little lacking. Vados commented on Son Gohan's first round of attack. Go ahead. It is good. Son Gohan nodded, and then his mind moved, and he transformed into a Super One form. Then he tapped the void with his toes and charged again to attack Vados. Bang, bang, bang. After transforming into Super One full power form, Son Gohan's combat power has reached a terrifying 70 feet. The huge wind pressure generated by each punch will forcefully squeeze the air along the way. Zero. As a result, a series of shocking sonic booms were issued. This time, Son Gohan's attack is more violent, and the angle is more tricky. But for Vados, it still didn't make any difference. She fought and retreated. Her body moved in the air at a subtle level, and every time she moved, she avoided Son Gohan's attack trajectory by a slight gap. Now, Son Gohan has finally experienced what it feels like when someone hits him. This kind of battle that misses the attack and has to attack so that the effort is wasted really wears out one's patience. Only, Son Gohan is not in a hurry either, because he knew that now it was just a warm-up exercise. After another round of attack, Vados once again tapped Son Gohan's shoulder with the angel staff, ending the sparring session. All right. Vados raised his vermilion lips slightly and said, Mr. Gohan, show your strongest strength now. Now, Son Gohan was taken aback. Yes. Okay, then I'm coming. Son Gohan clenched his fists with a terrifying aura, like a giant beast that had been sleeping for hundreds of millions of years, slowly waking up. Chila, Chila, purple-silver energy flames, accompanied by violent red lightning, erupted from Son Gohan's body. Indeed, you are much stronger than when you fought Lord Kampa half a year ago. For your talent and understanding, it has met my expectations for you. Vados narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Son Gohan, who had transformed into a beast form directly opposite him. After Son Gohan's strength reached this level, he was able to increase his strength by nearly 1/3 in half a year, which can already be called rapid progress. From this point of view, Son Gohan's half-a-year home was not a waste of time. Of course, if it's just that, it can only be said to meet Vados' expectations. She didn't feel any surprise. Vados is now expecting a little surprise from Son Gohan. After all, there is no teacher who does not have great expectations for his students. 7'4" Son Gohan seemed to see through Vados' inner thoughts and said, It met your expectations, but it didn't surprise you, right? Then I will surprise you next. Immediately, Son Gohan clenched his fists again and concentrated all his energy. Rumble. Now, the whole planet Terra. No, it is the universe, space, and thousands of galaxies within a radius of hundreds of millions of light years that have produced violent vibrations under the vast and boundless atmosphere of Son Gohan. It seems to be afraid of the powerful existence at this moment. Oops. Feeling the geometric explosive power of Son Gohan, Vados slightly parted his cherry red lips. His pretty face was full of surprise and excitement. Didn't expect it to be a surprise? This moment, even Kampa, as far away as gods of destruction, felt the violent vibration caused by Son Gohan. He sat up straight from the chair suddenly, his big face and eyes were full of shock. This movement, is that Son Gohan, kid? A drop of cold sweat ran down Kampa's temples. In just half a year, this guy's power star has made such a huge improvement. Damn, are you a monster or a demon? Kampa has lived for hundreds of millions of years and has never seen a human being with such shocking talent. Kampa remembers from afar it took 2.5 years. Oh no, 2.5 years ago, Son Gohan was nothing more than an ant-like existence in his eyes, but it seems that with a flick of a finger, this little book boy has become far superior to himself. Although there is Vedo's training in it, but he was also trained by Vedo's back then. The root cause is still this scion named Son Gohan, whose talent and understanding can be called abnormal. My position in Gods of Destruction will not be lost? Thinking of this possibility, Kampa couldn't help but shudder. He didn't want to lose his position as Gods of Destruction. According to Son Gohan's strength and performance, in the 6th universe, Son Gohan is undoubtedly a more suitable candidate for Gods of Destruction than him. However, what Kampa doesn't know is that Son Gohan is not from the 6th universe at all, but from the 7th universe. He also has no intention of becoming the Gods of Destruction of the 6th universe for the time being. Terra, crackling. The sky of Terra Star is full of thunderclouds. A series of thick red thunderbolts danced wildly down from the thunderclouds, igniting forests one after another. In the air, there's a terrifying sense of oppression that makes one's heart tremble. In the midair, directly opposite Vedo's, is Son Gohan, who has completed the 2nd stage transformation of the beast form. Compared with the beast form, Son Gohan in the 2nd stage of the beast form has no substantial changes in appearance. The only difference is the purple-silver energy aura lingering around Son Gohan. The color is deeper. Of course, there's also Son Gohan, whose strength has increased by more than 10 times compared to the beast form. Vedo's beautiful eyes are full of surprises. This is indeed a big surprise for her. Mr. Gohan is worthy of being the most talented person I have ever met. It is really gratifying to congratulate him that he has achieved another breakthrough in transformation in just half a year. Even Vedo's couldn't help but praise from the bottom of his heart. Her delicate, pretty face was full of satisfaction with her, the most outstanding student ever. Son Gohan just grinned and then put on a fighting stance again, saying, "Vedo's keep coming." Son Gohan couldn't wait to verify how much difference there was between the strength of his beast form to an angel, who couldn't have real strength. "Then let me experience it, your new force." Vedo's vermilion lips parted slightly, and then he waved the staff in his hand. Now, Vedo's also had to start getting serious. Because in theory, Son Gohan's current power is enough to threaten her without using Angel's real power. Crackling. At this time, a thick red thunder thundered down from the thunder cloud behind Son Gohan. The red light that bloomed on the thunder made the whole world red and then disappeared. It was also when the red thunder struck. Son Gohan made a sudden attack. He took a frontal attack again, but compared to just now, Son Gohan's attack this time was more violent and intensive. Vedo still adopted the combat method just now, using his highly proficient Ultra Instinct to dodge Son Gohan's attack. After transforming into the 2nd stage of beast form, although Son Gohan's power has skyrocketed, Vedo's Ultra Instinct is not blocked. She still avoided all of Son Gohan's attacks perfectly. It's just that this time, Vedo's didn't have the ability to stroll in the garden like before, but had to be cautious and step by step. Bang, bang, bang. Son Gohan's punches, every move, caused a series of sonic booms. In just a few seconds, Son Gohan made millions of moves. Facing Son Gohan's fierce, dense, and extremely tricky attack, Vedo's also had to concentrate and be prepared. Otherwise, if you don't pay attention, Son Gohan will catch her flaws. A master's move, a small negligence and mistake are fatal, let alone a battle of this level. Bang, bang, bang. Another round of fierce attack. Son Gohan already has a deep understanding of Vedo's Ultra Instinct. After a straight left punch was avoided by Vedo's again, Son Gohan's right fist went down without warning, hitting Vidal's lower abdomen. Videl reacted very quickly. Just as Son Gohan's right fist was released, she tapped the void lightly with her foot, and her body retreated a little distance. Not surprisingly, Son Gohan's punch did fall through the cracks. However, after being missed, Son Gohan's right fist continued to move forward, with a big 5.9 and a posture of not accepting the move. At this point, Videl has two options. One is to continue to retreat, and the other is to do a backflip to avoid the attack trajectory of Son Gohan's right fist. But obviously, she can only choose the former, because with Son Gohan's attack speed, she is doing a backflip at this time, which will undoubtedly leave a huge opening for Son Gohan. But at this moment, the corner of Son Gohan's mouth twitched slightly. With a slight movement of his left index finger, a 10,000-meter mountain behind Videl was uprooted, destroyed. Boom! The 10,000-meter mountain peak was detonated, and a violent shock wave swept in impenetrably. A serious look finally appeared on Videl's pretty face. All this happened in a blink of an eye. Coupled with the speed of Son Gohan's attack, Videl has no room to adjust unless she uses Angel's true power, but that's the same. She will disappear for violating Angel's principle of absolute neutrality. So, Videl chose to stop backing and took advantage of the situation to put the staff in his hand horizontally in front of him. Boom! Son Gohan's punch, which contained enough to easily destroy the universe, landed on the staff. Only a wave of energy rippled, and the rest of the power was absorbed by the Angel staff. Also taking advantage of this extremely short moment, Videl quickly pulled out and appeared behind Son Gohan. Not bad. It actually pushed me to a point of no choice. Although the situation just now is not considered a crisis for Videl, it is enough to prove that Son Gohan's strength can indeed gradually threaten her now. Son Gohan turned around. As expected of Angel, I can't even touch the hem of your clothes with such continuous attacks. Even though he said so, 18, but Son Gohan didn't feel any discouragement in his heart. This aroused his fighting spirit even more. After all, Son Gohan is a scion, and the stronger the enemy, the more he will be able to arouse his fighting spirit. Even if Videl didn't use his real power, it was enough to make Son Gohan feel extremely troublesome now. Oh ha! Mr. Gohan, why don't I set a rule for this competition? If you can touch me, even if it's the corner of your clothes or hair, you will win. How about it? Videl covered his mouth with a chuckle and challenged Son Gohan. What? Son Gohan raised his eyebrows. It seems that I have been underestimated. I have no choice but to accept it. As long as you find a way to touch Videl's clothes or hair, you will win. In this way, isn't the combat mission issued by the system considered completed? There is no reason not to accept this kind of challenge. Even Son Gohan knows it's going to be difficult, but it's relatively easy compared to staying unbeaten at the hands of Videl. Videl smiled meaningfully, and then Son Gohan hooked his fingers. It seems to be provoking Son Gohan, and it seems to be seducing. This time, Son Gohan didn't carry out a frontal attack like before, because he knew that with Videl's extremely proficient Ultra Instinct, it would be extremely difficult for him to touch Videl's with a frontal attack. At least it can be said that it is like the men's football team winning the World Cup. Therefore, Son Gohan began to adjust the battle plan. He flicked his fingers repeatedly, and the Qigong bullets enveloped Videl's in all directions like a barrage of bullets, completely preventing Videl's from retreating. Snapped! With Son Gohan snapping his fingers down, countless Qigong bombs exploded at the same time like cannonballs. Flames exuding terrifyingly high temperatures and thick gunpowder smoke instantly filled the entire sky. Next second, with the sound of Son Gohan's figure disappeared in place, and he had already rushed into the terrifying high-temperature flames and gunpowder smoke. Then, you can see countless large creatures crawling on the ground and trembling on Terra Star. Violent fist winds blasted from the inside of the smoke and flames. Every blow of the fist blows away the flames and gunpowder smoke. This is Son Gohan attacking Videl's in smoke and fire. After just a few seconds, The flames and gunpowder smoke that originally filled the entire world have been blown away by the fist wind. But you can still see the terrifying fist wind that continuously penetrates the space and distorts the space. At last, when the flames and smoke completely dissipated, Son Gohan and Vados reappeared. At this time, the two were in a static state. Vados stood behind Son Gohan. The angel staff in his hand was already on the back of his neck. Feeling the stick protruding from the back of his neck, Son Gohan's body also froze. "Little brother Gohan, you have no chance." Vados smiled, then tapped. Wow! Thump! Son Gohan fell from the sky at a 45-degree angle, smashing the ground of Terra's star into a huge crater. Smoke and dust billowed, gravel splashed everywhere. Oops! Moving to the top of the big crater, looking at the big crater covered by smoke and dust below, Dai frowned slightly. It seems that I have used a little force. Considering that Son Gohan's strength is different from before, Vados did use a lot of strength just now. Seeing that there is no movement at all below, it seems that it is indeed a little too hard. A long time. The smoke cleared. The figure of Son Gohan came into view again. I saw Son Gohan lying face down in the big pit, and he had returned to his normal state. And motionless, seems to have lost consciousness. Vados helped his forehead helplessly, then set off and fell down. "Mr. Gohan, you should be fine." Coming to Son Gohan, Vados squatted down halfway, reaching out to help Son Gohan up. And just when Vados completely relaxed his vigilance, something happened suddenly. Son Gohan, who had been lying face down on the ground without any movement, suddenly turned around and attacked the unsuspecting Vados with one hand. Son Gohan's salty pig's hand accurately caught the towering place of Vados. However, he did not realize the seriousness of the matter. Still smiling meanly, "Hey Vados, I won." 957 Son Gohan smirked for a long time, and then realized why Vados didn't respond at all. Then, he grasped the towering palm of Vados with a little force, and a soft and elastic touch hit him. This moment, Son Gohan suddenly felt the wind blowing. No need to look, he already knew exactly where he touched Vados. Oh, it's over. Son Gohan silently mourned for himself in his heart, and then he didn't dare to stay too long, and let go of his hand hastily. Look at Vados again. I saw Vados staring at him with a harmless smile. The more Vados is like this, the more Son Gohan feels the chills down his spine. Son Gohan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and tremblingly said, "Well, Vados, listen to me." "No, you listen to my explanation." "Okay, you explain, I'm listening." If eyes could kill, Son Gohan would have been hacked to pieces by Vados. Vados also did not expect that Son Gohan, a 10-year-old little brother who was so ignorant of martial arts, would pretend to be dead to attack her, a little girl who was hundreds of millions of years old. Is this good? This is not good. Thanks to myself for trusting him so much, I let my guard down. "Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." After a long second of thought, Son Gohan decided to give up the explanation and apologize directly. Explain? How can this be explained? At this time, no matter how you explain it, it is wrong. It is better to admit your mistake obediently. Forget it. Vados took a deep breath, spread his hands, and said, "Seeing that this is the first time you made a mistake, and you sincerely apologized, this time I won't bother with you. Also, I did let down my vigilance just now, so let's forcefully count you as the winner." Vados' attitude towards Son Gohan only showed two words. Pamper. What if this was changed to Kampa? Kampa is afraid that she will have to peel off her skin if she is not dead. Vados got up, turned his back to Son Gohan. A blush involuntarily appeared on his delicate, pretty face. Son Gohan, who was still slumped on the ground at this time, naturally couldn't see the red glow on Vados' face. He is still secretly glad that Vados didn't care too much about him, otherwise he might not be able to clean up even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Moment. Both Son Gohan and Vados tuned in. "Mr. Gohan, how are you thinking about the Gods of Destruction candidate?" To avoid embarrassment, Vados hastily changed the subject. Seeing that Vados brought up this topic again, Son Gohan did not answer immediately, but instead asked a question. Vados, if I'm not wrong, there should be more than 12 universes in the past. There should be 18, right? Hey, you actually know such ancient things. Vados was surprised, and then he said, yes, you are right. From the very beginning, there were 18 universes in this world. Later, Master Zeno felt that there were too many universes, so he cleared them. Of 6. This formed the pattern of 12 universes today. It's just Mr. Gohan. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? It seems that it has nothing to do with whether you want to be a candidate for gods of destruction. Hey, no, the connection is huge. Son Gohan said, in the past, Zeno felt that 18 universes were too many, so he eliminated 6 of them. Can you guarantee that in the near future, Zeno will feel that 12 universes are too many and continue to eliminate universes? The next time Zeno wants to clear the universe, will it include the 6th universe and the 7th universe? This. Vados was lost in thought for a moment. From Zeno's unpredictable personality, the possibility that Son Gohan said is very high. If not in the short term, it will certainly happen someday in the future. Son Gohan continued, I don't have big ambitions, I just want to protect my family, friends, and the planet I live on. It is true that just being a gods of destruction, when Zeno will continue to clear the universe one day in the future, I can't keep my family, friends, the planet I live on, and the 7th universe. For us humans, Zeno is like the ruler standing over all of us. Our destiny is completely controlled by him, so I want to get rid of Zeno's control and take our destiny into my own hands. On this, Son Gohan has already said very implicitly. In fact, in Son Gohan's view, Zeno, the so-called supreme god, is just a brutal ruler who doesn't care about human beings who just want to survive. But even though Son Gohan said so implicitly, Vados made a panicked silence. Taboo Russian said, Mr. Gohan, I understand your feelings, but please stop talking. I don't deny that what you said is correct, but regarding Mr. Zeno, whether we could discuss it or not, I probably know your appeal. When the gods of destruction, you may not be able to protect your relatives and friends when Master Zeno wants to clear the universe one day in the future, but you can try to compete for the position of the great gods of destruction. Son Gohan tilted his head slightly. Big gods of destruction? There is even a big gods of destruction? Yes. The detailed status of Vados' Son Gohan said in Popular Science. The great gods of destruction is the upper priesthood of gods of destruction, and its main duty is to manage the 12 universe gods of destruction. This is a priesthood that is at the same level as the Grand Priest. If you become the grand gods of destruction, even if Master Zeno wants to clear the universe one day, the 7th universe you are in will definitely be out of this rank. But it is not an easy task to become the great gods of destruction. At least with your current strength, is far from enough. Yes, the priesthood of gods of destruction has never been held by anyone since it appeared. The biggest reason is because apart from the angels, no one's strength can reach the level of the previous grand gods of destruction. Oh, Son Gohan raised his eyebrows and said with a little interest, how much strength does it take to have a chance? If it's what Vados said, it's not impossible for him to consider competing for this big gods of destruction. Competing for the great gods of destruction is easier than overthrowing Zeno's rule. And no matter what, in short, you still have to hold your destiny in your own hands before considering longer-term things. I saw Vados shook his head and said, I don't know exactly how strong the strength is, but I think at least it needs to reach the strength beyond angel. Although your current strength has already stood at the peak of the 12 universe humans, and even surpassed gods of destruction, but for this world, it is not enough to set foot on the first echelon. So, please continue to become stronger. Vados is not exaggerating at all. If Zeno, Grand Priest, and Dragon God Salama belong to the Zeroth echelon of the Dragon Ball world, then the angels and the 2 guards of Zeno are the first echelon. And Son Gohan's current strength is above gods of destruction and below angel. Strictly speaking, it is considered half of the first echelon. And I believe it. Vados looked at Son Gohan confidently, smiled, and said, "With your unparalleled talent and understanding, it shouldn't be too difficult to surpass me. Besides, with your current strength, I have nothing to teach you. After all, if I want to continue teaching you to become stronger, then I need to use the power of Angel. If I do that, I will lose money because of disobeying Qian Zhao." Angel's principle disappeared. Son Gohan nodded. Indeed, he has basically learned everything he can learn from Vados. As for the accuracy of Ultra Instinct and the proficiency of Ultimate Instinct, you can only rely on yourself to improve through actual combat or practice. Vados can no longer guide him. As for Ultra Instinct, the God's royal skill, it is not static, but there's an Ultra Instinct that belongs to everyone, competing for the great gods of destruction, as long as the strength is reached. Son Gohan asked instead. Not really, Vados explained. The space of the great gods of destruction will be opened every 100 years. Participants can enter the space of the great gods of destruction and accept the test experienced by the previous great gods of destruction. Take the position of gods of destruction. It has been 85 years since the last opening of the gods of destruction space. 7 days later, after playing in the 6th universe for a full week, Son Gohan returned to Earth. In the room, Son Gohan is looking at the god-level treasure chest that stores the system space. Because of his sneak attack, and Vados admitted that he lost, even if Vados lets Son Gohan's, but also caused Son Gohan to complete the combat mission issued by the system. Therefore, the rewards of the god-level treasure chests were naturally distributed. What did you open the diamond treasure chest last time? Dimensional slash. Son Gohan scratched his head, couldn't remember clearly. Whatever, it doesn't matter anymore. Let's see what can be opened from this god-level treasure chest. Hey. Son Gohan rubbed his palms together and said expectantly, "System, let's open the god-level treasure chest." Ding. Receive a request from the host and is opening the god-level treasure chest. Successfully opened the god-level treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for getting the reward. Dragon Sword. Dragon Sword. The saber of the dragon god Salama, which contains the pure power of the dragon god Salama. It was left in the void in ancient times and disappeared. Due to the fusion of the pure power of the dragon god Surama, the dragon god sword has the meaning of supreme killing. If you use it to perform dimensional slash, you can ignore all differences in strength, touch, and die. F***K. Ignore all strength gaps. After reading the system's introduction to the dragon sword, even Son Gohan couldn't help but burst into words. What is the concept of ignoring all power gaps? That is to say, with the blessing of the Dragon God Sword, even the Grand Priest, the #1 powerhouse in the universe, would have to die with hatred. In the dimensional slash before, although it ignored all defenses, but if the strength gap with the opponent is too large, the opponent can still use crushing power to eliminate the dimensional slash. From this, we can get a glimpse of how strong this Dragon Sword is. Of course, the weakness of Dragon God Sword is also obvious. Although using the Dragon God Sword to perform dimensional slash can ignore all differences in strength, the premise is that you must be able to ride freely. With his current strength, let alone Grand Priest, even if it was Angel, even if they couldn't stop the dimensional slash performed by the Dragon God Sword, couldn't they still not be able to dodge it? After all, with such a heaven-defying power, if it can automatically search for enemies, then there will be no bid-fenemies. But even so, the power of the Dragon God Sword is still beyond doubt. With his Dragon Sword, the improvement of Son Gohan's own combat strength is undoubtedly huge. After all, he has the passive of unlimited energy, and he can use the Dragon God Sword to perform dimensional slash an unlimited number of times. Thousands of dimensional cuts are swung out. The opponent's scalp is probably numb. How can he still have the mind to fight? Call. Taking a deep breath, Son Gohan slightly suppressed his excitement and then summoned the Dragon Sword. Accompanied by a 10-color light blooming from the palm of Son Gohan, the Dragon Sword appeared. Son Gohan carefully looked at the Dragon Sword in his hand. Its sword edge is 7 feet long, and an incomparably sharp, cold light overflows from the edge of the sword, as if it can cut time and space with just a random strike. From a hilt to the root of the blade, there's a lifelike golden shinron wrapped around it, which is extremely domineering. Ah, what a sword! After just looking at it for a while, Son Gohan knew that this sword was not trivial. Immediately, Son Gohan swung it twice, leaving a tiny crack in space where the sword edge passed, and then broke open suddenly. The break is as smooth as a mirror. Cattle. At the same time, beyond the 12 universes, Xeno Palace. This is... At the door, Grand Priest suddenly looked in the direction of the 7th universe. Because from there was a familiar wave. It's his breath, don't you mean? Grand Priest narrowed his eyes slightly, and then summoned the big angel's long staff. And just when Grand Priest used the big angel staff to search for the source of this familiar fluctuation, that fluctuation suddenly disappeared. This also confuses the Grand Priest. It's really strange. Is it my illusion? How could it be an illusion? It's just that for some unknown reason, the familiar fluctuation only existed for a short time and then disappeared. On this point, Grand Priest is sure. It seems that in the next period of time, I have to pay more attention to the 7th universe. After all, it's about the dragon god. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, the time came to April in AIG 774. A lot has happened in the past 6 years or so. In AG 769, Son Shaoling, the master of time and space, was born, and Son Goku and Vegeta also completed their Super 2 transformations at about this time, and their strength increased greatly. Also after Son Shaoling was born, Son Gohan let them practice by themselves. Anyway, my task has almost been completed. Originally, Son Gohan also had a training task for himself, but with the birth of Son Shaoling, he had no intention of training at all, and started a life of raising a baby for 5 years. As Son Gohan's child, Son Shaoling's starting point is also very high. Under the guidance of Son Gohan, Son Shaoling, who is only 5 years old, can already transform into a Super Saiyan, and her normal combat power has reached more than 10 million. After all, her own daughter, Son Gohan, is definitely Delixi. By 774, at Chi-Chi's request, Son Gohan also enrolled in Orange Star High School in Satan City. Before that, Son Gohan had already prepared the early stage of entering Orange Star High School, and this so-called early stage was the Golden Warrior. So, after notifying Bulma, Son Gohan officially returned to Bowsy Mountain, ready to enroll in Orange Star High School. After all, he has lived in Bulma's house for many years, and it is time to go home for a while. April 7th. Today, Son Gohan changed out of his usual orange practice uniform and put on a youthful student casual outfit, because today is his first day of school at Orange Star High School. Not surprisingly, on the way to school, Son Gohan, like Son Gohan in the original book, encountered a group of robbers robbing the bank. Well, since I have encountered it, then I can't just sit idly by, talking. Son Gohan put down the school bag on his shoulders, transformed into a Super 1 form, and wiped out the robbers who robbed the bank. By the time the police officers and commanders at the scene realized it, the Golden Warrior had disappeared. And when Son Gohan picked up his school bag again and was about to leave the scene, a beautiful voice came from behind him. Hey, who did this? Could it be the police? I don't know, I don't know. Son Gohan outright denies the three-peat. Finished. Taking advantage of Videl's inattention, Son Gohan slipped away. The person Videl paid attention to was not on Son Gohan, but was thinking about who put this group of vicious robbers to rest. She managed to get here, but it turned out to be another trip in vain. After Son Gohan left, Videl learned from an enthusiastic passerby that it was the Golden Warrior who subdued the robber just now, and that the Golden Warrior also had the badge of Orange Star High School on his clothes. After hearing this news, Videl can basically confirm that the Golden Warrior is hidden in the Orange Star High. In classrooms, a teacher said, "Good morning, everyone. Starting today, we have a new classmate. Let me introduce you. Come in." Son Gohan, who had been waiting outside the door for a long time, walked into the classroom with his head held high and introduced himself to the students. "Hi, everyone. My name is Son, Son Gohan, please give me your advice. Afterwards, the teacher introduced the situation of Son Gohan to the students. He entered Chengxing Middle School with full marks in all subjects in the entrance examination, which caused quite a stir among his classmates. Of course, with Son Gohan's previous level of knowledge, it is definitely impossible. The main reason is that Bulma gave Son Gohan a wave of knowledge in the past 2 years. After the introduction, Eliza, the short-haired blonde girl next to Videl, invited Son Gohan to do it next to her, and Son Gohan was not too polite. As soon as Son Gohan sat down, Eliza excitedly said to Son Gohan, "Son Gohan, let me tell you, don't be surprised, Videl's father is a world champion." Mr. Satan. Huh? Mr. Satan? Son Gohan made a surprised expression. "Look, you're scared." Elisa smiled and said, "There should be no one stronger than Mr. Satan in this world, right?" The name of this city also comes from Mr. Satan. That's really amazing. Son Gohan looked adoring. At the same time, he was eyeing Videl next door. The more he watched Videl, the more he liked it. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as Baifume, and because she is the daughter of Satan, Videl is also a girl with a sense of justice. It's just that Son Gohan can't figure out why the original Son Gohan likes Videl with short hair. Isn't this pair of ponytails pretty good? When Son Gohan was looking at Videl, Videl was also looking at Son Gohan. It was just now that she suddenly remembered. "I remembered. You were at the scene of the arrest of the bank robber this morning, weren't you?" Yeah, what a coincidence. Son Gohan sweated. "The Golden Warrior has appeared again, Videl." "Golden Asahi?" Gohan pretended not to understand. So Elisa enthusiastically introduced the rumors about the Golden Warrior to Son Gohan. And Videl was staring straight at Son Gohan, as if he wanted to see through Son Gohan's mind. Seeing that Son Gohan's scalp was a little numb. "Oops, this girl won't be able to see it so quickly, will she?" "Cemetery." Videl, who was staring straight at Son Gohan, said abruptly, "Hey, I heard from witnesses that the Golden Warrior had our school's badge on him, and he was wearing a white shirt with a black vest and orange trousers. You are too similar to what he wears." "It can't be said to be similar. It can only be said to be exactly the same." "All this," Son Gohan explained with a dry smile. "Maybe it's a coincidence, haha." Sharp, the blonde, muscular man inside, said disapprovingly, "You doubt it depends on the person. Look at this guy. Does he look like a warrior?" You have to know, it has been said before that a person who can read must have underdeveloped motor cells, and he is not blonde. Since Son Gohan's figure is thin in clothes and fleshy in clothes, it is understandable for Sharp to think so. Videl thought so too, but she still had some doubts about Son Gohan. After all, Son Gohan's clothes are exactly the same as the blonde warrior at the scene of the robbery in the morning, and he just happened to be at the scene at the time. If Son Gohan's hair is golden, then Videl can basically be sure that the Golden Warrior, who has been known to almost everyone in Satan City these days, is him. As for flowers. Afternoon. After a baseball game in gym class, Videl's suspicions about Son Gohan deepened. Because Son Gohan's performance in this baseball game is not at the level of a professional player, at least it can be said that he is a god. This undoubtedly deepened Videl's suspicion of Son Gohan. Dusk. Son Gohan finally wraps up his first day of school at Orange Star High. "It's such a long time away from campus life. I really miss it." Son Gohan walked out of the school gate with his school bag on his back and stretched himself, then began to pick up the pace, because he has noticed that Videl is following him quietly. So, after passing a few corners, when Videl caught up again, he was shocked to find that Son Gohan had disappeared. Where's the person? Videl looked around, tried to find Son Gohan. "Student Videl, do you have a habit of following people?" Son Gohan's voice came from behind, and Videl suddenly turned around, only to find that Son Gohan was leaning against a pole behind her. "You?" Videl blinked his eyes in bewilderment, wondering how Son Gohan did it. He was clearly in front of him just now. Why did he suddenly run behind him? Son Gohan smiled and asked, "Do you suspect that I am the Golden Warrior?" Speaking of this, Videl was no longer sleepy. She put her hands on her hips and said suspiciously, You are very suspicious, student Son Gohan. Videl just finished speaking. Son Gohan had a showdown in front of her and directly transformed into a super form. Anyway, Videl will find out sooner or later, so Son Gohan doesn't bother to mingle with her. Isn't it good to show your cards directly? It's too tiring to pretend all the time. Although he's been skeptical, when he saw Son Gohan as a golden warrior, Videl still felt deeply unbelievable. Student Gohan, are you really a golden warrior? Obviously. Son Gohan waved his hand, then flew into the air. If there's nothing else, I will go home first. Goodbye. See you tomorrow. Eat. Fly up. Videl petrified on the spot. She couldn't even believe her eyes, that someone could escape gravity and fly in the air like a bird. After the shock, Videl quickly had a bad idea in his heart. She has to learn to fly too. The next day, during the class, Videl didn't listen to the class and just stared at Son Gohan. Even Son Gohan was a little uncomfortable being stared at by Videl. However, judging from the reactions of Sharp and Eliza, they seem to be unaware of the news that they were the Golden Warrior. It appears that Videl hasn't broken the news yet. Jingle bell. As the bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class, Orange Star High School entered the lunch break. After the 683 lunch, Videl found Son Gohan on the court. Gohan, can I have a few words with you alone? Although it was a pleading tone, Videl's eyes were undeniable. Student Videl, what's wrong? Coming to an empty corner, Son Gohan asked, pretending not to understand. Videl didn't beat around the bush and cut straight to the point. How did you manage to fly yesterday? Teach me too, or I'll tell the news that you're a golden warrior. This, Son Gohan reluctantly said. Tomorrow is the weekend. Come to my house tomorrow, student Videl. I will teach you. So refreshing. Son Gohan's extremely straightforward attitude caught Videl a little off guard. She thought Son Gohan would hold back for a while. Son Gohan said, Student Videl, don't you want to learn? This is not a difficult skill to learn. As long as you master the skill, you can fly into the sky, Videl. Yes, as the daughter of Mr. Satan, Videl has certain combat skills, which is the key to her ability to learn flying technique. Real. Videl was dubious. Of course, she also wants to fly freely in the sky like Son Gohan. Flying into the sky is the dream of every human being. Really, Son Gohan was decisive. So the next day, according to the agreement, Videl drove the jet to Bowsy Mountain, 1,000 kilometers away from Satan City. Chi-Chi was hanging clothes outside when Videl arrived. A rare stranger came to Bowsy Mountain, and Chi-Chi stepped forward and asked, Little girl, who are you looking for? If Videl is right, the beautiful Chi-Chi in front of him should be Son Gohan's mother. She straightened her posture immediately and said seriously, Hi, I'm Videl, a classmate of Son Gohan. Heard the words. Chi-Chi immediately turned around and shouted into the room, Gohan, someone is looking for you. Tread, tread. There was a sound of footsteps, and Son Gohan, who was wearing a purple vest exercise uniform, came out of the house, followed by a little one beside Son Gohan. This little guy is none other than Son Goten, 5 years old this year, born in the same year as Son Shaoling. What a beautiful sister. Son Goten praised Videl as soon as he opened his mouth. It made Videl a little embarrassed. Then Son Goten looked up at Son Gohan and asked again, Big brother, is this beautiful sister your girlfriend? Puff. Videl's face turned red instantly. Son Gohan also quickly covered Son Goten's mouth and said, Goten, you can eat indiscriminately, but don't talk indiscriminately. Videl is just my classmate. On the other hand, Chi-Chi, who was still drying the clothes, was relieved to hear Son Gohan's denial. Although Videl looks pretty good, but I understand everything. Student Videl, let's come here. Son Gohan took Videl to a relatively open space, and Son's lover, who had nothing to do, naturally followed. Son Wooly sat down cross-legged and then got to the point. First of all, if you want to learn to fly, you need to master your own chi. Everyone has chi. The difference is that each person's own chi is different in strength. Talking, Son Gohan stretched out his palm, and a Qigong bomb formed by condensing Qi was condensed in an instant. Videl looked at this scene in disbelief. She asked, "Then how can I control my Qi?" Videl knew nothing about it. "Concentrate. Feel your Qi carefully and then bring them together." Under the guidance of Son Gohan, Videl started to try. But after trying several times in succession, Videl didn't react at all. Then, on the other hand, Son Goten, who was listening to Son Gohan's guidance, blasted a Qigong bomb at the distant hill on the spot, causing a violent explosion. After finishing, Son Goten asked Son Gohan innocently, "Is that so, big brother?" "All this." Videl suddenly fell into a life of deep doubts. What the hell? A 5-year-old kid can easily do it? Son Gohan was also a little ashamed, and quickly explained, "Well, student Videl, don't be discouraged. Goten's anger is stronger than yours, and it's normal for him to learn faster than you. What you have to do now is to concentrate on perceiving your Qi, and don't be influenced by Goten." Videl nodded solemnly. She's here to learn to fly, and she can't be influenced by Son Goten. So, Videl concentrated again and continued to perceive Qi according to Son Gohan's instruction just now. After more than a dozen attempts, Videl finally condensed a tiny spot of energy in his palm. Although it was fleeting, it was enough to boost Videl's self-confidence greatly. It turns out that the Qi that Son Gohan said is true. What the hell is going on? For Videl, the time of this kind of practice passes quickly, as if the time of Kung Fu has come to the evening in the blink of an eye. After this day of practice, Videl has almost been able to control his own Qi, which doubles Biddy 5.2 Lee's confidence and feels extremely happy at the same time. After Chi-Chi stayed Videl here for dinner, Son Gohan sent her back. After Videl left, Chi-Chi pulled Son Gohan to sit down and said, "Gohan, you're the father of a child now. You can't mess around outside, you know? I see that your classmate, Videl, seems to like you." Son Gohan was at a loss for words. "Mom, doesn't this just prove that your son is attractive?" Chi-Chi reprimanded. "Then you can't cheat on Bulma outside." As a traditional woman, it is difficult for Chi-Chi to accept this kind of thing. Son Gohan rolled his eyes and said, "Mom, leave it alone. I'll take care of it myself." After about 10 days of practice, Videl finally mastered the flying technique proficiently. During this time, the relationship between Son Gohan and Videl also heated up rapidly. After getting to know Son Gohan in depth, Videl's admiration for Son Gohan deepened. Tall, handsome, martial arts, and powerful Son Gohan, who doesn't love him? In a blink of an eye, the time has come to May 7th. Today is the day when the 25th Tianxiao No. 1 Martial Arts Association will be held. Son Gohan and Videl set off from Orange Star High School together and came to the registration site for the adult group of Taingxi Budokai. Son Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, and others have been waiting here for a long time. "Son Gohan, you guys are finally here. I thought you weren't coming." Vegeta clasped his hands in front of his chest. The tendons exposed outside the vest seemed to have infinite explosive power. "Hey, come join the fun." Son Gohan scratched his head and smiled, and then introduced Son Goku to Videl. After Videl and Son Goku said hello to each other, they could be regarded as getting to know each other initially. 18 Dad, Vegeta, Piccolo Uncle, the strength of the three of you has improved a lot. Not seeing each other for nearly 5 years, the strength of the three of Son Goku has naturally improved tremendously, especially Son Goku and Vegeta. Although they returned from the Universal Capsule Company 5 years ago, they never stopped practicing, because they are very clear that their current strength is far from strong enough, and there is still a huge gap between them and Son Gohan that cannot be bridged. "TC, it would be nice if I could touch a little bit of your fur," Vegeta said unwillingly. Fortunately, Vegeta has also figured it out over the years. "Why don't we compare ourselves to Kakarot instead of Son Gohan?" Son Goku took Son Gohan's shoulder and said enthusiastically, "Speaking of Gohan, how strong is your current strength? I really want to see it." Son Gohan's Chi only gave Son Goku an unfathomable feeling. So, if Son Gohan doesn't show it himself, Son Goku can't perceive the limit of Son Gohan just through breath perception. It's like ants can't understand the world of elephants. Son Gohan joked, "It's just so I can barely watch it." This is not Son Gohan's humility, but the truth. His current strength will naturally not compare with Son Goku and Vegeta. The comparison is also compared with Angel. In the eyes of the angels, his current strength is indeed average. Everyone long time no see. While Son Gohan and the others were chatting, three figures suddenly walked towards them from the crowd. These three people were the artificial humans number 16, number 17, and number 18. The person who said hello was number 17. "It's actually you?" Seeing these cyborgs again, Vegeta couldn't help but want to wash away the shame of the year. I said, "Do you want to compete again? This time the three of you can go together, and this prince will take them all." "Mr. Vegeta, we are not here to find you." On the 17th, she spread her hands and didn't intend to pay attention to Vegeta's meaning. And when 17 was talking to Vegeta, the eyes of number 18 were fixed on Videl next to Son Gohan, and Videl was naturally aware of it. For number 18's eyes, she sensed a strong hostility. I was thinking in my heart, what happened to this woman? Son Gohan, the painful memories of those years are still vivid in the three of us. I hope I don't run into you when we go on stage. 17 turned to Son Gohan and said, "That depends on the arrangement of fate." Number 17 was non-committal and did not continue talking too much on this topic. Instead, he gestured to Videl, who was beside Son Gohan, and asked, "Son Gohan, why don't you introduce to us the beautiful lady next to you?" "Hello, I'm Videl." Videl took a step forward and at the same time held out his hand to number 18. Obviously, she was going for the 18th. Number 18, not to be outdone, held Videl's hand and said generously, "Number 18, you can also call me Lazuli." Watching this scene, Son Gohan wiped his forehead with a headache. If it is not done well today, it is estimated that we will have to come to the Shura field again. Fortunately, Videl and number 18 just shook hands and didn't talk about anything else. As time went by, Kling, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan soon arrived. The next step is to officially sign up for the adult group of the 25th Taiengsi Budokai. Son Gohan and his party naturally pass smoothly. On the other side of the youth group, Son Shaoling and Son Goten have also successfully signed up, and the competition for the youth group has already started. On the way Son Gohan and his group went to the adult group lounge, Supreme Kaisen and his servant Jebit also appeared on time and blocked the way of Son Gohan and others. "Your Excellency must be Son Goku. I know how you defeated Frieza, so I hope to join forces with you once." Supreme Kai Xin has a face of superior demeanor. "You are." Son Goku scratched his head, unfamiliar with Supreme Kai, who had never met before. "Hey, Gohan, that person will float in the air too." Next to him, Videl lowered his voice and said to Son Gohan. Son Gohan said, "He's Supreme Kai, and it's normal for him to float in the air." While Son Gohan was talking to Videl, Son Goku had already dumped the blame on Son Gohan. Supreme Kai took a look at Son Gohan, and indeed he could feel an unfathomable aura from Son Gohan. Son Gohan shook his head helplessly and said, "Master Supreme Kai, why are you so ambiguous? Just say that we want us to join hands with 840 and you to deal with Majin Buu. Wouldn't it be fine?" The name Majin Buu came out of Son Gohan's mouth. Supreme Kai Xin and Jebit turned into two shock monsters on the spot. "You actually know Majin Buu?" Xin said with a look of disbelief. "The point is, he actually knows that he is Supreme Kai? What is Majin Buu?" Son Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo are a loss. Son Gohan explained, "Majin Buu, a monster that existed in ancient times, was sealed by the Magister Babidi millions of years ago. And now Babidi, the son of the Magister Babidi, came to the earth with the egg that sealed Majin Buu, ready to gather enough energy to awaken Majin Buu. Is this Majin Buu strong?" Son Goku is already warming up. Are you finally ready to show off your skills?" Vegeta is already eager to try. After all, the two of them have practiced for so many years. If there is no actual combat, it will be useless. Is it strong? It depends on who defines it. If I define it, I can kill 8,000 monsters with this strength with one fart. Son Gohan said lightly. But in the ears of Xin and Jabiter, it was like a blockbuster. I pour. Are you so bragging? Can you make a draft? You will kill 8,000 people. I am afraid you don't know how terrible Majin. As for Son Goku and Vegeta at all, according to Son Gohan, they couldn't analyze how strong Majin Buu was at all. Because in the eyes of Son Gohan, they are not much different. Rumble. Just at this moment, the ground under the feet of Son Gohan and others suddenly shook, and a violent explosion sound, an energy explosion produced a shock wave, and then came from a distance. What happened? What happens? Everyone was at a loss. Judging from the energy shock wave produced by this explosion, the person who created this energy explosion must be quite strong. But now the high schools on Earth are basically concentrated in the world's #1 martial arts association. So who would be the one who created the energy explosion? No doubt, it's Majin Buu. Xin looked at the distant sky in horror. He never expected that Majin Buu would be born so soon. Strange. Is the energy needed to wake up Majin Buu ready so quickly? Son Gohan is also puzzled. Logically speaking, Babidi should be far from collecting the energy to awaken Majin Buu. But according to the chi he sensed, it was indeed an evil chi belonging to Majin Buu. What a powerful evil spirit. Krillin asked fearfully, "Is this Majin Buu?" Indeed, Piccolo also said with a serious face, "This evil spirit is so powerful that it makes people despair. Of course, it makes them feel hopeless." For Son Gohan, it's another story. Is it finally here? I can't wait. Vegeta clenched his fists and immediately launched the flying technique, leaving everyone behind and passing by. Son Goku quickly followed without saying a word. This kind of thing can't just let Vegeta get involved. Piccolo followed after hesitating for a moment. After all, the Earth cannot rely on Son Gohan alone. If it is an enemy they can solve, they naturally don't want to trouble Son Gohan. Of course, if it's a problem they can't solve, Son Gohan will naturally make a move. See Son Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo all gone. Shin asked, "Mr. Son Gohan, are you not together?" Son Gohan put his head in his hands and continued to walk forward. "It's boring if I go. Lord Supreme Kai, you and my father go first." Xin couldn't help it either. If Son Gohan doesn't want to go, he obviously can't force Son Gohan. Now that Majin Buu has appeared as Supreme Kai, he naturally cannot be greedy for life and fear death. The purpose of his coming to Earth is to defeat Majin Buu. And now they have helpers. Then, Xin took Jabit and followed. Gohan, Goku Uncle, and the others will be fine. When they came to the lounge of the adult group, Videl couldn't help but asked a little worriedly, "It'll be fine, Videl. You don't have to worry about them." Son Gohan said with a smile, "Let's watch the junior competition to cultivate our sentiment." At this time on the stage, the competition of the junior group has gradually come to an end. Son Gohan. At this time, number 18 came up and said, "Can you come with me?" "How this?" Son Gohan glanced at Videl beside him and said, "Student Videl, I'll leave first." Outside the lounge, number 18 put his hands on his hips and asked, "Son Gohan, have you forgotten me? I have been waiting for you for 7 years. How can I? Even if I forget myself, I won't forget you." Son Gohan scratched his head and smiled innocently. "Isn't it because I didn't find a suitable opportunity? You wait a few more days, and I will discuss it with Bulma when I go back." If it weren't for today's #1 martial arts association in the world, Son Gohan would have almost forgotten the number 18. The main reason is that in the past 5 years, his thoughts have basically been on Sun Shaoling. Until he entered Orange Star High School a month ago, Shizhong stayed with Videl. "Then I'll wait for you for a few more days. Or I'll find you myself." Number 18 asked himself. She waited 7 years for Son Gohan's reply, which should be long enough. If you don't get any reply, the dog will jump over the wall if you are in a hurry. After negotiating with number 18, Son Gohan returned to Videl. At this time on the stage, it was still the classic referee, who shouted into the microphone at the top of his voice. The next match will be contestant Son Shaoling against Kovac. Kovac? What rotten fish and rotten shrimp. Shaoling should have won this round. But Son Gohan still has to appreciate the heroic appearance of his own daughter. Immediately, under the attention of all the people, Son Shaoling, who was wearing a suit of exercises and a heroic figure, stepped onto the stage. With Son Shaoling's appearance on the stage, tens of thousands of spectators in the auditorium immediately began to erupt. Because of the previous few games, Son Shaoling's performance was really two-eyed. In the audience, Bulma made a trumpet shape with both hands and shouted at the top of his voice, "Shaoling, come on!" Son Shaoling also gave Bulma a thumbs up from the air and winked her big, watery eyes playfully. "Gohan, this Son Shaoling looks like you. Is she your sister?" At this time, Videl, who has been paying attention to the situation in the ring, said in surprise, because she found that Son Shaoling on the ring looked very similar to Son Gohan, and she could even see the shadow of Son Gohan in Shaoling. Moreover, both of them are surnamed Son, and Videl doesn't believe that Son Shaoling has nothing to do with Son Gohan. But why doesn't she know that Son Gohan has a younger sister? Son Gohan just smiled back and didn't answer directly. "Nonsense. Of course my own daughter looks like me." After Son Shaoling boarded the ring, Kovacs, who was Son Shaoling's deserved opponent, also slowly boarded the ring under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of spectators. This is a young man who is a head taller than Son Shaoling. Although he is young, he has a compelling and fierce aura. It always makes people feel that this kid is not simple. In the depths of his purple-black pupils, there seems to be some unknown secret hidden. Okay, staring at Kovac's purple-black pupils, Son Gohan always felt a vague sense of unease. There was something wrong with this kid, and as for what was wrong, he couldn't tell for a while. So Son Gohan can only give up temporarily. Let's see what the game says first. After Kovacs stepped onto the ring, Son Shaoling hugged him very politely. Immediately, seeing that Son Shaoling and Kovacs had their hands ready, the referee said, "The battle begins." Son Shaoling and Kovacs fought at a high level. Tens of thousands of spectators were dazzled and amazed by the fierce confrontation between the two while moving at high speed. Bang, bang, bang. The two started fighting from the ground and gradually turned to the air. For a while, the fight was inseparable, evenly matched. These two kids. In the lounge of the senior group, Videl was stunned by the fierce battle between Son Shaoling and Kovacs. Is this riding a horse really a competition for the youth group? The point is, this is not the final, just the semifinals. Is it already that intense? Instead, Son Gohan is watching the boy Kovacs carefully. It doesn't make sense. When did there be such a strong child on Earth? Son Gohan was puzzled. Although Son Shaoling hasn't transformed yet, her normal combat strength of more than 10 million is already enough to crush minors on the whole Earth. In the end, a Kovac was killed halfway, but that's okay. When Son Shaoling transforms into Chowi and launches a counterattack, everything will be fine. The reason why Son Shaoling hasn't turned into Chowi now is because she rarely meets a match with equal strength. She's enjoying the fight. Nakavac is obviously not a fuel-efficient lamp. In the battle with Son Shaoling, he gradually figured out Son Shaoling's fighting routines and began to turn from being evenly matched to having an advantage. Boom! Cemetery. Kovacs caught Son Shaoling's gap in closing his move and blasted a straight punch from the front. In desperation, Son Shaoling could only cross her arms in front of her chest in a defensive posture. But Kovacs' punch still caused Shaoling to retreat more than 10 meters in the air before she stabilized her figure. As soon as Son Shaoling stabilized her figure, Kovacs followed like a shadow, and a right whip kicked with a sound of breaking wind and swept towards it. Son Shaoling, who was at a disadvantage in the battle for the first time, suddenly lost her position and was hit firmly by Kovacs' right whip. Call out. Suffering this blow, Son Shaoling fell directly from the air and finally flung herself on the corner of the ring, almost falling outside the arena. Son Shaoling, who had just got up, hadn't had time to breathe a sigh of relief when Kovacs swooped down from the air and stomped down with both feet standing side by side. What? This time Son Shaoling really panicked, but her strong desire to win still prompted her to control her body and use the flying technique to fly into the air and finally landed in the center of the ring. See here, Bulma in the auditorium and Son Gohan in the lounge were secretly relieved. What's the matter with this boy named Kovacs? Why is he so powerful? Bulma curled his lips, then clenched his little pink fist and shouted at Son Shaoling on the ring. Shaoling, quickly transform and kill him. Bulma could see that she couldn't bear to lose her precious daughter to an unknown person. In the lounge, this Kovacs' strength is not much different from Shaoling's, but his combat experience and skills are far superior to Shaoling's. If this continues, Son Gohan narrowed his eyes slightly. Of course, this is all based on the premise that Son Shaoling will not change into a super race. If Son Shaoling transforms into a Super Saiyan, she can completely reverse the situation. The other side of the living room. Number 17 crossed her arms and said with great interest, "That little girl named Son Shaoling is probably the daughter of Son Gohan and Bulma. It looks like she is about to lose. If she can also transform into that Super Saiyan, maybe not." 18 said, "No." Number 16, who has always been taciturn, said, "Even if Son Shaoling can transform into Super Saiyan, that boy named Kovacs, hidden in the body, is an extremely astonishing energy." What? Heard the words. Both number 17 and number 18 looked at number 16 in surprise. The energy sensing device in number 16's body is not quite the same as that of Son Gohan and others. His energy sensing device can directly sense the energy intensity of a certain person, including the energy hidden in the body. At the same time, Son Shaoling in the arena has already completed her superhero transformation. After transforming into Super One, Son Shaoling's ponytail that was originally ended with a butterfly has turned into long golden hair that is slightly curled up. Bip. Her combat power also reached a height of more than 600 million at this moment. After transforming into Super One, Son Shaoling's self-confidence returned. She rubbed her nose, then pointed her immature hand away and said confidently, "Next, I will defeat you with thunder." Kovacs just blinked those purple-black pupils, but his face didn't change in any way. The next moment, Son Shaoling tapped her feet lightly and rushed out with the force of lightning. Before Kovacs could react, he was violently repelled by Son Shaoling's blow and almost fell out of the ring. Although his own strength was crushed by Son Shaoling in all directions, Kovacs didn't panic at all and even had a weird smile on the corner of his mouth. But Son Shaoling, who is innocent and has never experienced the dangers of society, obviously hasn't noticed anything yet. She adjusted slightly, then launched an attack again, preparing to end the battle. When Son Shaoling launched another attack, Kovacs unexpectedly had a purple-black energy Qigong bullet exuding destructive waves. When Son Shaoling raised her own speed to the extreme, Kovacs threw out the purple-black Qigong bullet in her hand. Wherever the purple-black Qigong bomb passed along the way, the space was completely distorted. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the energy contained in this purple-black energy Qigong bomb is. This moment, Son Shaoling also sensed an extremely dangerous aura from the purple-black energy bomb. She wanted to dodge it now, but it was impossible. Not good. When the purple-black energy bomb in Kovacs' palm was thrown out, the hearts of number 17, number 18, and number 16 rose to their throats on the spot. If Son Shaoling was hit, she would definitely be blasted to the brim on the spot. The purple-black energy bullets were getting bigger and bigger in Son Shaoling's watery eyes, and they were about to hit them. On the nick of time, a tall figure suddenly appeared and stood in front of Son Shaoling. He reached out with one hand and took the purple-black energy bomb that was enough to kill Son Shaoling easily without any pressure. The figure that suddenly broke into the ring immediately attracted the attention of the audience. Someone broke into the game. The referee is also shouting into the microphone. After stabilizing her figure, Sun Xiaoling looked at the familiar figure in front of her and couldn't help shouting in surprise, "Dad!" Bulma in the auditorium also stood up abruptly. "Gohan!" In the lounge. Seeing Son Gohan come forward to save the siege, the tense body and mind of the three on the 17th relaxed a little. If Son Gohan hadn't made a move, Sun Xiaoling would have started reporting in hell by now. On the contrary, the purple-black energy bomb was received, and Kovacs, who was directly opposite, turned pale in an instant. Son Gohan weighed the purple-black energy bomb in his hand. On his harmless, smiling face, he watched the cold, murderous intent emanating quietly. "Destroying energy. You're playing really well. The energy contained in this destructive energy bomb is not very strong, but it is more than enough to kill Sun Xiaoling. It is extremely ridiculous that a young man from the Earth possesses destructive energy." Facing the murderous Son Gohan, Kovacs quickly calmed down again. Pointing at Sun Xiaoling behind Son Gohan, he said grimly, "You can save her, what about them?" Talking. Kovacs' finger pointing behind him again. Apparently, what Kovacs was referring to were Son Goku, Vegeta, and others. Heard the words. Son Gohan frowned, because he found that the chi of Son Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo had all disappeared. But obviously, Son Gohan doesn't have time to pay attention to what's going on with Majin Buu right now. "Be honest, who told you to do this? It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. I can guess who it is." Son Gohan's dark eyes flashed with murderous intent. Things have developed to the point where it is no longer just the semi-final of the youth group. Someone wanted to kill his daughter, Sun Xiaoling. Not just Sun Xiaoling. Son Gohan faintly felt that this was an action against his relatives and friends. And at this moment, suddenly there was a puff of black smoke floating out of Kovacs, and Kovacs' purple-black pupils instantly lost their charm and luster, and he fell straight to the ground like this. "Dad, he is..." Sun Xiaoling came up and looked at Kovacs lying on the ground in horror, who seemed to have lost all vitality. Son Gohan covered Sun Xiaoling's eyes and said softly, "It's okay, you go to find Mom and stay with her, and Dad goes to deal with something." "It is good." Sun Xiaoling didn't ask too many questions and directly found Bulma in the auditorium. Son Gohan returned from the ring to the waiting room. He found the three people on the 17th and said, "Number 17, number 18, and number 16. The girl named Videl is my classmate. Please help me take a look, and don't let any suspicious people approach her." Finished. Son Gohan immediately disappeared in place with an instant transmission. Number 17 rubbed his forehead with a headache and said, "Really, don't ask if we agree or not. What else can I do? Watch." Number 18 leaned against the wall, staring sharply at Videl, who was not far away. A plane far away from the western capital. Several people were lying on the desolate ground. A pink fat guy, Supreme, Kai Xen, Jabit, and Dubra, Lord of the Demon World. Dubra was killed. Fat Bu was seriously injured and comatose. Supreme, Kai Xen, and Jabit were all seriously injured and on the verge of death. As expected of my Majin Buu, it's so strong. Looking at the masterpiece that belonged to Majin Buu, Babidi couldn't help laughing out loud. Looking in front of Babidi again, there's a tall Buu standing there. This Buu was wearing an orange training suit, and the aura emanating from him was extraordinarily powerful. To be precise, this Buu should be called Yukong Buu. He absorbed Piccolo, Vegeta, and Son Goku successively, making his own strength reach a new peak. Universe, is it over? On the ground, Supreme Kai, who was seriously injured, looked unwilling. The power of Majin Buu is simply too strong. When they arrived just now, Babidi did not know what method he had used to separate the good and evil sides of Majin Buu, and the Kinder Fat Buu was no match for the evil Big Buu at all. After 3 times, 5 times, and 2 times, he was put down by the evil Big Buu. As for Dubra, the king of the demon world, with Majin Buu, Dubura is useless to Babidi, so he ordered Big Buu to kill him. Crossing the river and demolishing bridges, unloading mills and killing donkeys is the right thing to do. After, Big Buu showed his great strength, hoisted Son Goku and Vegeta, and absorbed them. Xin and Jebit were also lucky enough to save their lives. Supreme Kai. This is the power of Majin Buu. With his hands on his back, Babidi said in high spirits and complacently, "Goodbye, because of the Lord God. Kill him, my Majin Buu." The corners of Goku Buu's mouth were raised high, that sinister smile that was so pure and evil. The scalps of Xin and Jabit instantly burst open. They didn't doubt at all that Majin Buu killed them, just like killing a chicken to get an egg. None of you can kill. Call out. Just when Goku Buu was about to kill Sin and Jebit, Son Gohan suddenly appeared. Son Gohan. Seeing that Son Gohan finally came, Xin, who was already desperate, could not help but see a glimmer of hope again. As for flowers, he now only hopes that what Son Gohan just bragged about is true. Otherwise, his coming here is tantamount to giving away the head. Sorry, Lord Supreme Kai. I just rushed over after a trip to Kalen Tower. Please take this. Son Gohan gave Sin and Jabit each a celestial bean. Although I don't know what this green stuff is, but Son Gohan probably won't harm them. Gulu. After eating the fairy bean, Xin and Jibit, who were on the verge of death, were instantly revived with full blood. Here comes another one to die. For Son Gohan's arrival, Babidi didn't pay attention at all, because in his opinion, Son Gohan came here to die. This moment, Son Gohan has learned from Xin what happened just now, and the news that Son Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo were absorbed by Buu. No wonder Son Gohan was wondering just now why he couldn't feel the anger of the three of them all of a sudden. It turned out to be absorbed by Majin Buu. After hearing the news, Son Gohan already had a countermeasure in mind. He threw the destructive energy bomb in his hand. Humans and animals smiled harmlessly. Babidi, do you know this thing? You are. Seeing the destructive energy bomb, Babidi suddenly showed a look of panic. Sensing the change in Babidi's expression, Son Gohan smiled mysteriously and said, "I'm not wrong. The owner of this energy, you have gathered the energy you need to wake up Majin Buu. In Majin Buu, I can also feel similar energy fluctuations." Heard the words. Babidi horrified. "You know that, grown-up?" Son Gohan smiled slightly, and instead of answering Babidi's words, he said, "You have to attack that mocking follower first." After finishing speaking, Son Gohan threw the destructive energy bullet in his hand towards Babidi. At this moment, all Babidi's souls are dying. Majin Buu, save! Help me! However, Goku Buu has never heard of Babidi's cry for help. Standing aside, watching Babidi get hit by the destructive energy bomb. After being hit by the destructive energy bomb, Babidi's short body began to be torn apart. And finally, amidst the screams, Babidi was destroyed by the destructive energy bomb until there was not even a scum left. After dealing with Babidi's sarcastic follower, Son Gohan turned to Goku Buu. "Mr. Son Gohan, please be careful. Majin Buu is stronger than before." At this time, Xin also kindly reminded Son Gohan. Son Gohan shrugged his shoulders and said relaxedly and cheerfully, "Master Supreme Kai, thank you for your reminder, but I think you haven't forgotten what I just said." Xin and Jabiter were stunned for a moment. Could it be that you were serious just now? A guy like Majin Buu can kill 8,000 people with just a single fart? Son Gohan didn't explain too much. Instead, he said to Goku Buu, "Hey, what are you looking at? You idiot. It's your turn next." From the analysis of Goku Buu's chi, Son Gohan's 930 judged that this Buu's combat power was at least no less than 100 Jing. Probably it was the big hand controlling this matter behind him that made Buu stronger. Add in the fact that he absorbed Piccolo, Son Goku, and Vegeta, and the power has grown again. Therefore, today's Goku Buu, the fighting power will reach such an astonishing level. If Chao Sankong were to fight here, I'm afraid he wouldn't be hanged up by Buu, who has a combat power of 100 Jing. Now Son Gohan finally knows why Son Goku and the three of them were all absorbed by Buu so quickly. Hey. Goku Buu tilted his head and showed a weird smile, as if he didn't pay much attention to Son Gohan. Then he punched out on the spot. "Call out." Goku Buu's arm stretched out, and he blasted toward Son Gohan's face like a rocket. Snapped. Son Gohan reached out with one hand and easily caught Goku Buu's fist. And when Goku Buu wanted to retract his fist, he found that Son Gohan's hands were like iron tongs, holding his fist tightly, and he couldn't retract it at all. "You idiot! What are you doing standing so far away? Come here." Son Gohan exerted a little force, and Goku Buu, who was standing 100 meters away, quickly shrank back. When he got close, Goku Buu raised his other fist and struck Son Gohan's head several times. Son Gohan just stood there and let Goku Buu hit him, but he couldn't hit him with a single punch. Son Gohan still didn't forget to add a little mental torture to him. "I can't hit him at such a close distance. Didn't I wake up, you idiot?" Now Goku Buu was itching his teeth. Immediately, a head hammer was thrown at Son Gohan. Harder than the head? Let's see whose head is harder. This time Son Gohan didn't dodge either and also hit him with a head hammer. Bang! The two heads collided. Son Gohan was fine, but Goku Buu was hit by Son Gohan's head hammer, and his eyes were full of stars, and his world was spinning. Immediately afterwards, Son Gohan grabbed Goku Buu's fist violently, and Goku Buu's arm twisted several times like screw. Then Son Gohan punched him straight in the face. Boom! The terrifying power directly blasted a big hole in Goku Buu's chest, except for a little escape power. The rest of the power acted on Goku Buu's body. Although Goku Buu's fighting power is 100 kyung, but in the hands of Son Gohan, whose normal fighting power is more than 1 kyo, Goku Buu seems to be hit by dimensionality reduction. Just one punch. Just let Goku Buu, who is invincible and invincible just now, be beaten so hard that he can't take care of himself. Vomit. Goku Buu was lying on the ground. His face was extremely painful, as if he was going to spit out something. Good, so strong. At this moment, Xin and Jabiter on the side were stunned and turned on the shock mode on the spot. Make Majin Buu look like this with just one punch? Are you really bragging? What's wrong with Majin Buu? Soon, Xin also noticed Goku Buu's abnormality. Son Gohan explained, "It would be too easy for me to kill him, but now I can't do it. I have to make him spit out Dad, Vegeta, and Piccolo Uncle first. Is it even possible to do this?" Xin and Jebit blinked their eyes and said in a daze, "The person absorbed by Majin Buu can still make him spit it out?" Son Gohan said to himself, "As long as you have good strength, it can be done." Immediately, under the incredulous eyes of Xin and Jebit, Buu retched for a while and then threw up violently. Son Gohan, who was originally absorbed, was spit out by Buu out of thin air. After spitting out Son Goku, Joyu's appearance also changed. The orange training suit that was originally worn on the body has become Vegeta's vest. Obviously, just now, Son Gohan's punch caused quite a bit of injury to Buu. After spitting out Son Goku, the big hole in Buu's chest, he still hasn't been able to repair. Next, the beating continued. Majin Buu, there's no way to fight back. Sim and Jabit watched Son Gohan unilaterally ravage Majin Buu, almost in shock. After Son Goku was spit out, Vegeta was next, and finally Piccolo. By the time Son Goku and the others were spit out, coupled with his extremely serious injuries, Buu's chi had dropped a lot at this time. If it weren't for his special physique and vitality, Big Buu would have died long ago. How can it last till now? After finally spitting out Piccolo, Big Buu stared at the kind Son Gohan with gloomy eyes. Cemetery. Big Buu suddenly looked up to the sky and screamed, and the unwilling roar resounded through the sky. The ground under the feet of Son Gohan and the others also began to vibrate. Obviously, Big Buu doesn't want to just fall into the hands of Son Gohan. He wants to fight back, to reverse the situation, to turn defeat into victory. Majin Buu, already going crazy. Xion's mood now is both excited and a little worried. He was worried that once Big Buu went crazy, even Son Gohan wouldn't be able to handle it well. For point 3, Master Supreme Kai, don't make such a fuss. He can't do anything. Talking. Son Gohan stretched out his hand to hold it, and the dragon's sword flashed out, exuding the meaning of supreme killing. Majin Buu, a monster from the ancient times, I will give you a good burial today. Why? As soon as the dragon sword came out, Xian and Jebet suddenly felt that their blood was being suppressed. The two of them knelt down one after another, looking at the dragon sword in Son Gohan's hand with apprehension on their faces. They have never seen this sword, but on this sword they felt the absolute oppression from the upper gods. That is to say, lower. At the same time, Son Gohan already raised the dragon god sword high in his hand, pointed it at Big Bu 100 meters away, and swung it down suddenly. Dimensional, the dragon god sword slashed down. The golden sword light broke away from the sword edge. Call out. Wherever the golden sword light passed, all the space was cut, and it looked like it divided the space into two. In the blink of an eye, the golden sword glow went straight through Big Bu's body. Big Bu froze suddenly. Immediately afterwards, Xian and Jebet were shocked to see that a golden trace split Big Bu in two. The break is as smooth as a mirror. When the golden energy trace attached to Big Bu's body took effect, Big Bu's body began to disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his screams mixed with panic and fear resounded through the sky. That's it. Majin Buu, whom Xian and Jebet were extremely afraid of, was wiped out by Son Gohan until there was not even a scum left. No matter how strong Big Bu's regenerative ability is, when he is wiped out without even a single cell left, he will not be able to regenerate. Until now, neither Shin nor Jebet had recovered from the shock. They even wondered if they were dreaming. The monster Majin Buu that existed in ancient times was easily and happily eliminated by Son Gohan. Master Supreme Kai. At this time, Son Gohan put away the dragon sword, came to Xian, and said, "I'll trouble you to clean up here. I still have something to do." Yes, this matter is naturally the driving force behind everything today. Kovacs solved it, so did Babidi and Majin Buu, but the mastermind behind it, Son Gohan, must also be found out. Otherwise, he can't guarantee whether things like today will continue to happen. Therefore, it is safest to cut off future troubles. Son Gohan looked up at the sky, and in his dark and deep eyes, there was a cold, killing intent. Clown, Makarita gave you 2 chances to live. You don't cherish it. You have to die bar. Today I will fulfill you. The words fell. With a whoosh, Son Gohan instantly disappeared from the sight of Xian and Jebet. Appearing again, Son Gohan is already in the Gods of Destruction realm of the 11th universe, Vermut House. In the Palace of Gods of Destruction, Vermut was lying on the sofa, as usual, surrounded by 2 maids in bunny costumes feeding him fruit or something. So happy. Tread. Suddenly, a burst of heavy footsteps came from outside, and each footstep sounded like the death knell of death, ringing the countdown to Vermut's death. Makarita and Vermut naturally noticed the heavy footsteps. They looked towards the source of the sound. I saw Son Gohan holding the dragon's sword, like a god of death walking from hell, carrying a murderous intent, step by step in the sight of Vermut and Makarita. See this scene. Vermut's heart skipped a beat, and he sat up on the spot. Makarita also frowned slightly and asked, "Mr. Son Gohan, what are you doing today, dear?" Son Gohan had no expression on his face and said coldly, "Take Vermut's life." The words fell. Son Gohan immediately transformed into a beast form, and the dragon sword in his hand was aimed at Vermut from afar. The sense of killing that made people feel tense physically and mentally filled the entire Gods of Destruction Palace in an instant. Being pointed at by Son Gohan with the dragon sword, Vermut couldn't keep his composure anymore. He stood up and said, "Son Gohan, don't bully me too much. I won't provoke you again." Son Gohan sneered. "It's really good acting. It's a waste if you don't become an actor. In that case, today I will let you die clearly." Just now, my planet held a martial arts conference. During my daughter Sun Xiaoling's fight with a boy named Kovacs, the boy named Kovacs suddenly turned to my daughter after he was at a disadvantage. A destructive energy bomb was thrown if I hadn't intercepted it in time. Heard the words. Vermut spread his hands and said, "Even if what you said is true, what does it have to do with me?" Stop spitting blood here. Still stubborn? Son Gohan suddenly smiled. He calmly analyzed clearly. Destruction energy, this is the unique energy of gods of destruction, right? But among the 12 gods of destruction today, you are the only one who has a problem with me. What happened back then? As gods of destruction, you must still be worried about me. You can't do anything about me, but you can attack people around me, right? The next moment, Son Gohan's tone suddenly became extremely fierce, and he shouted, "Do you think that you have done these shitty things seamlessly, without revealing any flaws, so no one will know that you did it?" When Son Gohan said these words, Vermut's face visibly panicked. But soon, he went back without any trace of concealment. "So it's just your inference, without any solid basis, right?" Vermut remained unhurried and said extremely calmly, "That's right, I still remember that incident back then, but I am the gods of destruction, so killing a person is simply not worth the trouble. The energy of gods of destruction appeared on your planet, and you suspect it's me? Am I, Vermut, so easy to bully?" "Well, Mr. Son Gohan, what Master Vermut said makes sense, dear." At this time, Makarita also said, "If Master Vermut did such a thing, I would definitely know about it, but I don't know about it at all, and based on what I know about Master Vermut, he shouldn't be here. It's right to move these hands and feet behind your back, dear." Son Gohan shrugged his shoulders and said disapprovingly, "He did dirty things. Can you let me know? Also, you never know what kind of dark heart is hidden under the seemingly beautiful surface of a person. Never underestimate the darkness of human nature. In the final analysis, Vermut, is just a human who cultivated to gods of destruction, not a natural god like you. If I hadn't been absolutely sure, I wouldn't have come to my door today. Miss Makarita, please use your magic staff 457 to check. The source of the destructive energy should be easy to find." "Yes." Besides Vermut, Son Gohan can't think of anyone else. "Kampa? Impossible." Back then, when Kampa lost to himself, he just sulked for a while. Kampa's character Son Gohan is not ignorant. His temper is very violent, but he is obviously not so scheming. And when Vermut heard that Son Gohan asked Makarita to use the angel staff to inquire about the source of the destructive energy, beads of sweat suddenly covered his forehead. Makarita thought for a while, and then decided to check the source of the destructive energy, as Son Gohan said. Immediately, Makarita looked at the black crystal ball on the top of the staff, and the scene that happened just now in the ring of the 25th Taiangxiai Bidokai appeared. At the moment when Xiaoyi's son Xiaoling launched a decisive attack, Kovac's palm suddenly condensed a destructive energy bomb exuding a destructive aura. It turned out to be true. Makarita was amazed. What age does a child destroy energy? Stop kidding. There is no doubt that it must have been given to him by someone else. As for who this person is, you only need to follow Kovacs to find out. Just when Makarita was about to continue to investigate, Vermut suddenly said, "Makarita, don't forget who is your master. I didn't ask you to help Son Gohan find out the source of the destructive energy." Son Gohan frowned. Vermut sounds like. Why is it so like a werewolf who revealed that there is no silver 300 tails here? If you are not the mastermind behind the scenes, what are you afraid of? Makarita, you don't want Vermut to be wronged by me. Son Gohan said. Makarita nodded slightly, turned her head and said to Vermut, "Master Vermut, if you really didn't do it, why should you be afraid, dear? Besides, if Mr. Son Gohan can't be given the truth today, he probably won't let it go. Of course, if you can deal with Mr. Son Gohan, it doesn't matter if I check or not. All of this is based on strength. If Vermut had a way to deal with Son Gohan, how could he be approached by Son Gohan with the Dragon Sword today?" Vermut was speechless for a moment, but I am the gods of destruction. How can I be slandered by a human being at will? The more this happened, the more confident Vermut said, "There is no need for me to cooperate with you without any evidence." "Humph, gods of destruction." Son Gohan sneered. "I'm still thinking about you, the shabby gods of destruction. In my eyes, you are already a dead person, you know. Makarita, look it up for me." Makarita shook her head. She had no choice but to find out the truth, as much as possible and return Vermut's innocence. Then, Makarita used the angel staff again and looked down the boy Kovacs. When getting closer to the truth, Makarita's face gradually became serious. Because through the tracking of Angel's staff, she suddenly discovered that the boy named Kovacs was secretly assigned by Vermut to go to Earth. Even Majin Buu was awakened, and Vermut was behind the scenes. When the truth came to light, a playful look appeared on Son Gohan's face. This result was within his expectation. Secondly, when seeing the destructive energy from Kovacs, the first person Son Gohan associates with is Vermut. In fact, to find Vermut, Son Gohan only needs to sort out the relationship between himself and various gods of destruction. So Son Gohan can guess Vermut, the mastermind behind the scenes, with his feet. It's Vermut's expression, which is wonderful. Come on, what else do you want to say? Clown gods of destruction. It's me, so what? Now that the matter has been exposed, Vermut simply stopped pretending. He sneered and said, Son Gohan, back then you made me lose face in front of the Proud Team. In this matter, as gods of destruction, if I don't get back on the field, how can I be gods of destruction in the future? It's just a pity that my revenge plan has not been completed. If I had known this, I should have done it myself. It doesn't matter if I die. Don't even think about it. Seeing the poor dagger, it belongs to Yes. Unfortunately, you have no chance. With killing intent in his eyes, Son Gohan said coldly, You were responsible for what happened back then. No one can blame you. It's your arrogance as the gods of destruction that ruined you. Hee. Vermut smiled strangely and then relaxed all over. Actually, from the very beginning, I knew that you would definitely find out that it was me, and you would definitely come to me. I just hate them bastards who are worthless. Is this your last words? After I finish speaking, I should send you on your way. Son Gohan swung the dragon god sword in his hand violently, and the sharp edge of the sword suddenly let out a sword sound, as if he was pronouncing Vermut's death sentence. Mr. Son Gohan. Makarita stopped Son Gohan suddenly and pleaded with her eyes, Is there really no turning back? Dear, what do you say? Son Gohan asked directly. Let Vermut continue to live in this world. Then things like today will continue to happen in the future. Only when he dies can future troubles be avoided. Makarita gave you 2 chances to survive. Since you don't cherish it yourself, then I will grant it to you. Say it. Son Gohan swung his sword down. The golden sword light broke away from the sword edge. The golden sword light was like the scythe of death and wiped Vermut's neck. The 11th universe gods of destruction, who had only been in office for 1,000,000 years, fell away. Goodbye, Master Vermut. Finally, Makarita bowed deeply towards the direction where Vermut disappeared. She has done her best, but Vermut is a pig teammate. I saved him twice from Son Gohan, and I had to die. Just after Vermut died, a purple space vortex suddenly appeared. An amiable but oppressive figure followed. This figure is the steward of Zeno, the father of all the angels, and the grand priest of the Grand Angel. The arrival of the Grand Priest also exceeded Makarita's expectation. She hurried forward, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, I have seen Mr. Grand Priest. Son Gohan also didn't expect that he just killed a Vermut, and even attracted the Grand Priest. Son Gohan. The Grand Priest ignored Makarita and turned his attention to Son Gohan. Precisely. It's the dragon sword in Son Gohan's hand. Grand Priest asked, May I know what is that sword in your hand? Son Gohan was taken aback and replied, Dragon God Sword, it should be the sword of Dragon God Salama. What's wrong? Grand Priest smiled amiably. Now that you know, I won't go into details. Although I don't know how you obtained it. What I want to tell you is that this sword contains the power of the Dragon God, because it could be used not only for killing, but also for creating and saving people. Really? Son Gohan was startled. The system doesn't seem to have told him. It's outrageous that such an important functional system was not mentioned to him. Grand Priest nodded slightly and continued, Since this sword is in your hands now, it belongs to you, but the Dragon God Sword also symbolizes an identity, the great gods of destruction. When Salama and I created the priesthood of the great gods of destruction, he attributed the dragon god sword to the great gods of destruction. But at that time, for some unknown reason, the dragon god sword disappeared. So this sword has never appeared in the big gods of destruction space. Since you, Good Zhao, hold the dragon god sword, maybe you can try to see if you can pass the test of the great gods of destruction space and become the first great gods of destruction in history. Let me tell you another secret. Holding the dragon god sword, the probability of passing the test will increase. Hear the words. Son Gohan's eyes widened slightly, full of surprise. This dragon god sword actually has such a secret. Holding the dragon sword in hand, the probability of passing the big gods of destruction space test will increase. If this is the case, then the dragon sword that was opened from the god-level treasure chest is really worth the money. Without waiting for Son Gohan to say something, Grand Priest continued. The big gods of destruction space will open again in 8 years. Before that, you still have enough time to think about it. With your strength and talent, I am more optimistic about you. Son Gohan finished talking. Grand Priest didn't stay for too long. With the disappearance of the purple space vortex, Grand Priest's figure also disappeared from the sight of Son Gohan and Makurita. Call. As soon as Grand Priest left, Son Gohan let out a long sigh of relief. At first he thought that the Grand Priest was here to trouble him, but now it seems that he was overthinking. Think about it carefully too. Don't you see that Zamasu in the future time and space killed all the Supreme Kai, causing the gods of destruction to die? Didn't they also get liquidated? It can be seen from this. Gods of destruction is really not worth mentioning in the eyes of supreme gods like Grand Priest and Zeno. After all, the status of gods of destruction is very different from that of angel. If gods of destruction dies, he will die, and the big deal is to find another one. All angels are the children of Grand Priest. Even if they are problem children, Grand Priest does not want to lose any angel. Mr. Son Gohan, in fact, I have already seen that you have the potential to be the great gods of destruction. Looking at it now, there's a high probability that you will be the first great gods of destruction. Makurita also congratulated and said, I am looking forward to your performance in 8 years, dear. Son Gohan spread his hands and said, let's talk about it at a later time. After all, I'm too full of words now, and I won't be able to take it back when the time comes. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. When Son 717 Gohan returned to the Earth, Jebet had already used his own healing technique to restore all 3 of Son Goku to life. Seeing Son Gohan come back, the 3 of Son Goku can probably guess what happened just now. It was nothing more than Son Gohan shot, solved Majin Buu, and rescued them, by the way. What about this Buu? Piccolo gestured to Fat Buu lying on the ground in a coma with his eyes, and said, when they arrived just now, it was Fat Buu who was fighting Big Buu. So Piccolo can also guess that this Fat Buu should be kind. Give him to Mr. Satan. Son Gohan said, Fat Buu, let's leave it to Mr. Satan. The two have a good personality, so Son Gohan and others don't need to think about the placement of Fat Buu. Immediately, Son Gohan raised his head and said to Exing, Master Supreme Kai, you can go back. I'll go to your place in 2 days. Then take my leave. It's not clear what Son Gohan is going to do with Supreme Kai, but now that Majin Buu has been dealt with, it's time for them to return to Supreme Kai too. After Xian and Jebet left, Son Gohan and his group took Fat Buu back to the scene of the world's #1 martial arts association. This moment, due to the absence of Son Gohan, the senior group match was also over. The title of the 25th champion fell to number 18, and she also successfully received a championship bonus of 10 million yuan. 2 days later, Son Gohan stepped foot on the holy land of Supreme Kai World for the first time. It is said to be a holy place, but it is actually an extremely boring place. Xian extended a warm welcome to Son Gohan. Son Gohan glanced at the Supreme Kai sword on the boulder in the middle of the lake, not far away, and asked, Do you know the origin of that sword? You said the Supreme Kai sword. Xian enthusiastically explained to Son Gohan. The Supreme Kai sword is a legendary sword. It is said that pulling out the Supreme Kai sword will give you a huge power. Yes. Son Gohan raised his eyebrows and asked again, "Who told you?" Xin was taken aback. "Anyway, this is passed down by word of mouth from the former Supreme Kai seniors. I think it should be true." Suddenly, Xin suddenly thought of a very important question and said with anticipation, "Mr. Son Gohan, we have tried this Supreme Kai sword in the past, Shindu, but we can't pull out this legendary sword. If Mr. Son Gohan, if so, I think it should be okay." Son Gohan smiled and said, "Actually, pulling out the Supreme Kai sword will not gain any great power at all. I will show you the secret hidden in that Supreme Kai sword after a while. For now, Lord Supreme Kai, I came today to ask you to borrow something." "What?" Xin blinked, puzzled. "Time ring. Time ring." When Son Gohan offered to borrow the time ring, Sin and Jebet's pupils suddenly opened. "It's not a good idea to borrow time rings." "What?" "Difficulty." Son Gohan frowned. Xin looked puzzled. "Mr. Son Gohan, the time ring involves time and space-time issues. If Mr. Son Gohan borrowed the time ring and caused confusion in the timeline of a certain time and space, I cannot bear the responsibility." "Oh, I see." Son Gohan nodded thoughtfully. "Since you are responsible for borrowing it out, it's none of your business to lose it due to force majeure." "What?" Xin and Jebet blinked in confusion, as if they hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter. Snapped! Snapped! Son Gohan directly two-handed knife, brought down and jabbed it. Then he swaggered into the Supreme Kai Palace and found the time ring of the future time and space. Yes, Son Gohan wants the time ring, of course, to go to the future time and space. After all, he hasn't seen Bulma, number 18, and Sun Shaoling in the future for several years. In addition, Babidi landed on the Earth 2 days ago, so Son Gohan wants to visit the future time and space. If the future Babidi landed on the Earth long ago, the 18th and 17th of the future time and space alone will not be able to deal with Majin Buu. So what is the situation in the future time and space? I still have to find out. Future time and space. The figure of Son Gohan suddenly appeared from the sky above Universal Capsule Company. After arriving in the future time and space, Son Gohan looked around and was secretly relieved to see that the Universal Capsule Company was safe and sound. At least from the current point of view, the future time and space should not be a big deal. And when Son Gohan appeared above the Universal Capsule Company in the future time and space, Bulma in the yard discovered it immediately. She blinked her feminine blue-green eyes, afraid to say, "Hey, number 18, is that Gohan?" "What?" Number 18 followed Bulma's line of sight and saw Son Gohan as expected. "Yes, it's Gohan." After number 18 confirmed that she was not mistaken, a look of excitement immediately appeared on Xiao's face. "Gohan!" Number 18 rushed up immediately and threw himself into Son Gohan's arms. In the room, after listening to Bulma talk about the development of the future space-time in the past few years, Son Gohan fell into a brief thought. According to Bulma, the future time and space have been peaceful and ruthless in the past few years. So Babidi still hasn't landed on Earth. In this case, save yourself. I just need to find Babidi in the future time and space and kill him. By the way, Majin Buu's egg was also destroyed. In this way, it'd save a lot of trouble for the Earth in the future time and space. "Dad, I want to practice." Just when Son Gohan was thinking, the future Son Shaoling suddenly came up, took Son Gohan's arm, and said excitedly. Son Gohan took a look, Son Shaoling in front of him. Since the future Son Shaoling is more than 3 years older than the Son Shaoling in the Master Time and Space, this almost 9-year-old Son Shaoling has already grown into a particularly juicy body. It is not difficult to see that he must be a beauty embryo when he grows up. "Okay, Dad will teach you." Son Gohan showed a fatherly and peaceful smile and said, "But you have to wait for a while. There are still some things to deal with." "Okay." Son Shaoling nodded solemnly. Originally, before Son Gohan came, Bulma had been teaching her to concentrate on studying and studying. But how could Son Shaoling, who has the blood of Sion, be willing to study obediently? So taking advantage of Son Gohan's rare visit, Son Xiaoling hurried to ask Son Gohan for help. So when she heard that Son Gohan promised to teach her how to practice, even if she had to wait for a while, Son Xiaoling showed a bright and innocent smile. Immediately, Son Gohan stood up. Bulma, on the 18th, I'm going out. In the universe space. A universe ship is on an interstellar voyage. Inside the spaceship, Babidi and Dubra, the king of the demon world, looked at the giant egg in front of them, and they both had great ambitions on their faces. The energy needed to awaken Majin Buu has almost been collected. Babidi opened his arms. His wrinkled face was full of ambition. As long as you have Majin Buu, the whole universe will fall under my control, shout. Dubra on the side also showed a sinister smile. I think instead of thinking about it so much, you should think about how to see the sun tomorrow. Cemetery. An unfamiliar voice resounded in this space and fell clearly in the ears of Babidi and Dubra. Ooh! The sudden sound made Babidi instantly alert. Judging from the sentence and tone, the other party was not kind. But how could there be intruders on his Babidi's universe spaceship? Call out. Just when Babidi was wondering, Son Gohan's figure suddenly appeared. As soon as Son Gohan appeared, Babidi immediately took a step back, and Dapper stepped forward to block Babidi. Who are you? Babidi looked at Son Gohan warily. The one who destroys your dreams. Son Gohan said lightly. The cold, killing intent quietly permeated the entire space. It's the enemy, Dubra. F***K me quickly. Boom! Just as Dubra was about to make a move after receiving Babidi's order, Son Gohan punched in the air, and an invisible shock wave instantly penetrated Dubra's heart. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Dapper's mouth. His pupils were wide open, looking at Son Gohan in disbelief. Dubra, the majestic king of the demon world, unexpectedly. He didn't even have a chance to make a move, so he was instantly killed by the opponent? Next second, thump! Dubra fell straight down without a sound. Dubra, the strongest subordinate, was caught in an instant, and Babidi couldn't hide the fear in his heart, and stepped back. You! Who the hell are you? Originally, Bobby was thinking about it, but Son Gohan, already loyal subordinate. As a result, he was shocked to find that there was no evil seed in Son Gohan's heart, which made it impossible for Babidi to control Son Gohan like he controlled Dubra. After all, if he wants to control others, the other party must have the seeds of evil in his heart. Otherwise, it will be impossible. Son Gohan showed a harmless smile and said, "Didn't I just say that? The one who destroys your dreams." The words fell. Son Gohan stretched out his right hand, and a Qigong bullet took shape instantly, aiming at Babidi, who was shivering in the corner. The panicked Babidi wanted to say something to buy time, but Son Gohan didn't give him any chance at all. A Qigong bomb blasted out, asking for flowers. Boom! The violent explosion swallowed Babidi in an instant and finally affected the entire universe spaceship. And at the moment when the universe spacecraft turned into universe dust, Son Gohan returned to Earth as an instant transmission. So far, Babidi in the future time and space and Majin Buu, who could not be awakened, were easily solved by Son Gohan. Solve Babidi and Majin Buu. It is rare to come to the future time and space again, and Son Gohan is not in a hurry to go back. Yard. Son Gohan said to Son Xiaoling, "Xiaoling, you are already very strong in Dad's time and space, and you can't fall behind." Son Xiaoling's immature face had a resolute look. "Dad, I'm my sister, right? So I'm stronger than the me from Dad." Son Xiaoling is also a woman with a strong desire to win and lose, so she is naturally unwilling to lag behind Son Xiaoling, who is the master of time and space. It depends on whether you work hard or not. Son Gohan chuckled. "I will definitely work hard." Son Xiaoling's tone was firm and her attitude was decisive. Let's begin then. On the side, Bulma looked at the father and daughter who had started to practice and shook his head helplessly. Originally, Bulma's expectation for Son Xiaoling was to let her take over his class when she grew up, but it turned out that she didn't care about studying and only cared about cultivation. This is just great. Since it was Son Gohan who taught her practice, Bulma obviously couldn't say anything. After the first day of high-intensity practice, Xiaoling, who was already exhausted, went to bed early. In the room, Gohan, how long do you plan to stay here this time? Bulma, who had already changed into her pajamas, finally found the opportunity to ask her most concerned question. After all, it had been years since she last saw Son Gohan. Son Gohan came to the future time and space again. Bulma, of course, wanted Son Gohan to stay here longer. Son Gohan gestured to the time ring on his right index finger and said, "As long as I have this, I can come to the future time and space at any time in the future. But this time, I plan to stay for 10 days and half a month." Talking, Son Gohan's eyes drifted to number 18, who was sitting in front of the dressing table, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. The future Bulma has already given birth to Son Xiaoling for him, and it's time for number 18 to give birth to one. Half a month later, Son Gohan has returned to the main dimension. When Son Gohan reappeared in the Supreme Kai world, Shin and Jebet's faces turned black. At first, they thought what was the force majeure factor Son Gohan was talking about, but they knocked them both out and took the time ring away. Very easy to use. Lord Supreme Kai, thank you for your time ring. Return the time ring to Shin, Son Gohan said with a smile. Xin is full of black threads holding the time ring. You're still very easy to use. Thank you. You didn't mess around in other time and space, so I thank your whole family. It's just that Son Gohan has already returned from other time and space, and it seems meaningless for Xin to talk about other things now. Don't worry, I didn't mess with you in other time and space, so I don't need a face. Son Gohan patted August 13th Xin on the shoulder with a smile, then changed the subject and looked at the lake not far away. By the way, didn't I tell you half a month ago to show you the Supreme is the true secret of the Kai Sword? Let's reveal it now. When it came to the Supreme Kai Sword, Xin also became interested. He asked, "Mr. Son Gohan, what is the secret in this Supreme Kai Sword? As far as I know, it should be the one who pulls out the legendary sword. Great power. And Mr. Son Gohan, even if it is you, it should be difficult to pull out the legendary sword." Jebet continued, "This legendary sword has been inserted there for an unknown number of years. Xin and Jabet have never heard of any Supreme Kai who can pull out this sword." Son Gohan smiled mysteriously and said, "What should I say? It is your strength that limits your cognition. It is not difficult to pull out the Supreme Kai Sword, and the secret hidden in the Supreme Kai Sword should be enough to scare you all jump." While speaking, Son Gohan has come to the edge of the lake. A huge boulder lay across the center of the lake, and on the top of the boulder, the Supreme Kai Sword was inserted obliquely into it at a 45-degree angle. Immediately, under the curious eyes of Xin and Jebet, Son Gohan tapped his toes and jumped onto the boulder in the middle of the lake. Son Gohan stretched out his right hand, grasping the hilt of Supreme Kai's sword. This moment, Sin and Jebet both held their breath. Can Son Gohan really pull out this legendary sword? What is the secret hidden in the Supreme Kai Sword that Son Gohan said? These two big questions filled the minds of Xin and Jabet, and it was only waiting for Son Gohan to reveal the answer for them. Immediately afterwards, Son Gohan frowned slightly, and then held the hand of Supreme Kai's sword with a little force. Rumble. As Son Gohan exerted force, the boulder with the Supreme Kai sword began to vibrate violently. Then, Xin and Jebet were shocked to see that the Supreme Kai sword that had been buried for so many years was pulled out by Son Gohan effortlessly. What? Kai? Supreme Kai sword was really pulled out by? This moment, Xin and Jebet lost their expression management ability on the spot, and their jaws were so shocked that they almost fell to the ground. Although they were mentally prepared, they were still extremely shocked when they saw Son Gohan pull out the legendary Excalibur with their own eyes. Son Gohan weighed the Supreme Kai sword in his hand and tilted his head slightly, indicating that this is it. Xin and Jebet were also speechless for a while. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that this legendary sword could really be pulled out, and judging by Son Gohan's appearance, He pulled it out without even wasting much effort. Dare to love is really like what Son Gohan said. It is their strength that limits their cognition. Vegeta took a deep breath and said in shock, "It's hard. Unbelievable. The legendary sword was actually pulled out. This is unbelievable." Xian also swallowed hard. Tread. At this time, Son Gohan has returned to the shore. Xian hurriedly suppressed his shock and quickly asked, "Mr. Son Gohan, do you feel that you have acquired a huge force?" Now that the legendary sword has been pulled out, Xian, of course, wanted to verify the legend about the Supreme Kai sword immediately. In Supreme Kai, there's a legend that as long as you can pull out the Supreme Kai sword, you will get a great power of electricity. Son Gohan said speechlessly, "It's not that powerful, but this sword is a little heavy." "Yes." Xian looked puzzled and said, "Mr. Son Gohan, can you let me have a look?" Without saying a word, Son Gohan threw the word Lord Excalibur directly. The moment Xian touched the Supreme Kai sword with both hands, thump! The huge weight contained on the Supreme Kai sword directly pressed Xian heavily to the ground. Xian was directly crushed by the Supreme Kai sword and sank deeply into the ground, his expression painful. "Help me." Xian tried his best, but he couldn't shake Supreme Kai's sword. If this goes on, he might have to burp within a minute. "Master Supreme Kai." Vegeta was also terribly frightened. He hurried forward to help, but his face turned red, and Supreme Kai's sword remained motionless. Son Gohan smiled unkindly and said, "I told you that I'm a little sinking." "Say it." Only then did Son Gohan lift the Supreme Kai sword from Xian. Shin, who was nearly suffocated by the Supreme Kai sword, was saved. "Master Supreme Kai, are you all right?" Vegeta hurriedly asked. "Do you think I look okay?" Xian cursed. He was indeed careless just now. He thought that the little shun that Son Gohan was talking about was really just Xiao Shun, but in the end, the weight of the Supreme Kai sword is completely beyond his imagination. Looking at the Supreme Kai sword that was no different from a toy in Son Gohan's hand, Vegeta couldn't help curling his lips. After learning about the terrifying weight of the Supreme Kai sword, Xian didn't have any thoughts about the sword for the time being. He continued the topic just now and asked, "Mr. Son Gohan, what secret is hidden in the Supreme Kai sword?" JB 3.8 also nodded. They were all curious about what Son Gohan said was the secret hidden in Supreme Kai's sword. Son Gohan didn't speak, just clamped his index and middle fingers behind the edge of Supreme Kai's sword, and then exerted a little force under the watchful eyes of Xian and Vegeta. Click! The Supreme Kai sword, which Xian and Vegeta regarded as a divine sword, was given to them by Son Gohan under their noses. Broken. At this moment, the pupils of Xian and Vegeta widened, and their whole bodies were trembling. Kai, Supreme Kai's sword, was broken? No, don't dare, can't believe it. Xian and Vegeta scored twice, and once again lost the ability to manage expressions. The Supreme Kai sword was broken. The visual impact and spiritual shock caused to them made them petrified on the spot. "This is the strongest sword. It's just like this." Gulu. The hearts of Xian and Vegeta could not calm down from the shock for a long time. The Supreme Kai sword can be broken, which is something they didn't expect. At first they thought that Son Gohan's ability to pull out the Supreme Kai sword was already great, but it turned out that now the Supreme Kai sword is broken? Two idiots. Son Gohan made a secret complaint. "This is the strongest sword. Compared with my Dragon God sword, it is nothing worth mentioning. This thing is just the sword that Beerus used to seal the old Supreme Kai. I don't know who passed it on so magically. It should be pulled out and shot for 10 minutes. Chila, Chila." Just at this moment, a puff of smoke curled up from the break in Supreme Kai's sword. Under Xian and Vegeta's bewildered gazes, an old and crooked figure just appeared in their line of sight. 18 with his hands on his back, Son Gohan said calmly, "This is what I told you. The secret hidden in the sword of Supreme Kai." Xian blinked his eyes, and now he didn't care about the broken Supreme Kai sword. Instead, He looked at the old man who seemed to come out of the Supreme Kai sword. Xian looked the old man up and down carefully and asked cautiously, "This old gentleman, may I ask? Who are you? Are you talking about me?" The old Supreme Kai with a wretched face put his hands behind his back, pretending to be a master, and said, "My name is Peter Toro. Strictly speaking, I'm actually your Supreme Kai 15 generations ago. Now you understand. Supreme Kai 10, 15 generations ago." Hearing this, Xian and Jebit directly scored a hat trick and were once again shocked beyond measure. One popped out of the Supreme Kai sword, the Supreme Kai before the 15th generation of Xian. So this is the secret hidden in the Supreme Kai sword that Son Gohan said? Indeed, it was enough to scare them. Ahem. Seeing that Xian and Jabiter were taken aback, the old Supreme Kai coughed and continued to pretend. That is to say, a long time ago, I can't remember how many years ago, there was a person who was very bad. He out of fear of my divine power. Oh, the person you're talking about is Gods of Destruction Beerus, right? The old Supreme Kai couldn't stand the pretending Son Gohan any longer and directly threw Beerus' name out of the doctor. We heard the name Gods of Destruction Beerus. The old Supreme Kai, who was still a tall man just now, shivered for no reason. Indeed, the name Gods of Destruction Beerus has a great psychological shadow on the old Supreme Kai. After all, the reason why he was sealed in the Supreme Kai sword for a full 75 million years was thanks to Toby Ruth. "You kid, who are you?" Old Supreme Kai glanced at Son Gohan. Old ancestor, his name is Son Gohan." Xian carefully introduced to the old Supreme Kai. "Son Gohan just defeated Majin Buu half a month ago." "What?" Hearing this, the old Supreme Kai was shocked. He looked at Son Gohan suspiciously and said half-believingly, "You little arms and legs, how can you beat Majin Buu? Who do you look down on?" Son Gohan rolled his eyes. "For a small role like Majin Buu, we can handle it easily in minutes, okay? Still can't beat this? Old man, don't forget, I'll let you out today. Otherwise you can only spend your life in the sword of Supreme Kai." Son Gohan did not forget to add, "Ahem." The old Supreme Kai coughed tactically again and said slowly, "Well, I don't have anything to thank you for. Why don't I give you the photos of beauties that I have treasured for many years?" Finished. The old Supreme Kai got a bikini beauty photo magazine out of nowhere, and he is going to give it to Son Gohan as a thank you gift. I pour. Looking at the beauty photo magazine in the hands of the old Supreme Kai, Xian and Jabiter fainted on the spot. "Dare to love your ancestors. You like these things. You'd better keep it to yourself." Son Gohan also rolled his eyes and said with disgust, "What's so good about this thing? Looking at this, I might as well go home and hold Bulma to see enough." Unexpectedly, the old Supreme Kai lost his temper and cursed angrily. "This is a collection that I have treasured for many years. If you don't want it, I will keep it for myself." While talking, he didn't forget to turn a few pages. Seeing all kinds of sexy bikini beauties in the magazine made his nose bleed wildly. Seeing the wretched look of the old Supreme Kai, Ping and Jebit fainted again. "Is this really my Supreme Kai 15 generations ago? Is the former king of the realm, Shindu, like this?" Xian was thinking about this question seriously. Son Gohan didn't even look at the wretched old Supreme Kai. "You just sleep with your beauty magazine. I won't accompany you." Then, after saying goodbye to Xian, Son Gohan returned to Earth with an unlimited instant transmission. Orange Star High School. Son Gohan just came back for the first class, and after the get-out of class was over, he was called to the rooftop by Videl. With his hands on his hips, Videl asked, "Gohan, where have you been for the past half-month?" "It's something happened. What's the matter?" Son Gohan scratched his head and found an excuse to prevaricate. "Who knows?" Videl suddenly changed the subject and asked angrily, "Woot 037, please answer me honestly. Is that little girl named Sun Shaolin your daughter?" During Son Gohan's absence for half a month, driven by curiosity, Videl investigated the relationship between Son Gohan and Sun Shaolin. It turned out that Videl was told that Sun Shaolin was the daughter of Son Gohan. Son Gohan, who is only 17 years old this year, already has a 5-year-old daughter? After confirming that this was the truth of the matter, at that moment Videl felt that the sky was falling. What should come has finally come. Son Gohan sighed secretly, then straightened his face and replied seriously, "Yes, that's right. Xiaoling is my daughter." After being confirmed by Son Gohan, Videl's face turned pale, and he took a few steps back on the spot. The delicate and lovely pretty face is full of disappointment, disbelief, and fear. "Gohan, you." A clear tear ran down Videl's cheek. She is unwilling to accept this fact. These days, although she and Son Gohan haven't said it clearly, the two of them have gotten along like lovers, but no one has tried to pierce this thin layer of relationship window paper. Now that Son Gohan has given birth to a daughter, Videl just felt a thunderbolt, and her skies seemed to be falling down. The person she loved turned out to be a Why? Why did you never tell me? Videl asked with tears in his eyes. If she had known that Son Gohan was a father from the beginning, she would not have fallen so deep. What now? You didn't ask either. Son Gohan spread his hands and said, "Also, are you curious why I'm only 17 years old this year and already have a 5-year-old daughter?" Videl nodded blankly. Yes, this is indeed something she can't figure out. It stands to reason that Son Gohan, who was 12 years old 5 years ago, could have given birth to a child with someone else. Son Gohan explained, "Actually, when I was 5 years old, I was already what I am now. I used a Dragon Ball to make a wish, and the wish made me grow up." No, not like that. According to what Son Gohan said, it means that Son Xiaoling is really his biological daughter. Videl cried, unwilling to accept this fact. "Hey!" Son Gohan sighed lightly, then stepped forward, patted Videl's fragrant shoulder lightly, and comforted him. "Videl, I understand how you feel now, but I never lied to your feelings." What? Videl raised his head in a daze and looked at Son Gohan blankly. Son Gohan said, "I came here to study, but I came here because of you. You have a sense of justice, good looks, and understanding. You are a very good girl. Of course, I also know that you will definitely not be able to accept the fact that I already have a daughter. So let it be like this. I will not come to school again from tomorrow." Finished. Son Gohan sighed softly, then got up and walked toward the stairwell. Looking at the back of Son Gohan gradually going away, another voice appeared in Videl's heart. Some moment. "Gohan." Videl finally mustered up his courage, rushed up quickly, and hugged Son Gohan from behind. "Don't go." Videl sobbed softly, his tone full of pleading. But Videl really couldn't let it go, and she couldn't be reconciled. In the past few days that she has known Son Gohan, her heart has long belonged to Son Gohan. When she thinks that she may not see Son Gohan tomorrow, Videl's heart is suddenly empty. So there was another voice in her heart, the voice that saved Son Gohan. Even he is already a father. "Videl, you are." I don't mind. Videl begged, "Gohan, can you stay?" Heard the words. Son Gohan turned around, holding Videl's delicate and lovely face, and said softly, "Then leave the rest of the matter to me." After Videl was settled smoothly, Son Gohan also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Then it's just a matter of getting Bulma over there. But Bulma is the big problem. In the blink of an eye, another 4 years have passed. In the past 4 years, after Son Gohan's constant dealings, Bulma finally accepted the existence of the main dimension, 18 and Videl. Anyway, this is not the first time. What can Bulma do? And even if there is another number, 18 and Videl, her status is unshakable. AG 778, August 18th. A luxury cruise ship sails on the sea. Today is Bulma's 45th birthday, advertised 38th. In order to celebrate his birthday, Bulma held a grand birthday party, and everyone from the Earth Z Fighters and the protagonist group were invited to attend. It is worth mentioning that 2 years ago, Vegeta and Bulma's sister ties finally achieved a fruitful result after several years of long-distance running. At the same time, Gods of Destruction Realm, Beerus Star, Gods of Destruction Beerus, who had been asleep for 39 years, finally woke up. "Oh, It's really rare that Master Beerus has only slept on this foot for 39 years. Looking at the sleepy Beerus, Whis couldn't help but tease. Heard the words. Beerus yawned and lazily said, "Is it only 39 years? No wonder I always feel that I haven't had enough sleep." According to Beerus' previous urine behavior, he basically slept for no less than 50 years. So Whis asked, "Master Beerus, what caused you to wake up this time after only sleeping for 39 years?" "I had a precognitive dream." Beerus put his right hand on the side of the will and recalled, "In the prophetic dream, a strong enemy of mine appeared. It seems to be called a super scion or something god. I can't remember much." "Whis, do you know? Super scion, what god?" Whis narrowed his eyes and said contemptuously, "Master Beerus, your words give me very little information. The only thing worth noting is probably Scion." "Scion?" Beerus rested his chin, thoughtfully. "Hasn't Scion been wiped out by Frisia?" Yes." Whis nodded slightly, and then said, "Although planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frisia, Scion was not extinct, and there are still a few Scion fighters who survived. For example, Scion Prince Vegeta and a man named Son Goku. He defeated Frisia." "What?" Beerus blinked in bewilderment and said in disbelief, "The Asians actually defeated Frisia?" Boom! Whis tapped the staff, and a light curtain refracted from the crystal ball at the top, and the reflected image was exactly the image of Son Goku transforming into Super Saiyan and defeating Frisia on Namek. "Lord Beerus, as you can see, this Saiyan called Son Goku, who became the Golden Warrior Super Saiyan of Saiyan folklore, defeated Frisia. It really looks like it can beat Frisia." Staring at Son Goku in the picture, Beerus pondered, "But you said it just now. This is Super Saiyan. There is no word for God." Think about it too. Based on his identity as gods of destruction, then, better, Ruth, the opponent's name, does not contain a word of God. So how could he be called his formidable enemy? That's exactly what happened. Whis nodded. "What the hell is it?" "The name is too long." Beerus withdrew his gaze and returned his attention to the formidable enemy who had appeared in his precognitive dream. "Prophecy Fish, are you being lazy?" Since he couldn't remember, Beerus had to turn to his pet Prophecy Fish for help. Whoosh! As soon as Beerus finished speaking, a miniature staff with the tip staring at a fish tank bumped and fell down from above the palace. In the fish tank at the top of the staff is the Prophecy Fish. "Master Beerus, you are awake. What can I do for you?" asked the Prophecy Fish. Beerus succinctly recounted his precognitive dream and said, "Quickly help me think about it. What is the name of the enemy that appeared in my precognitive dream? What's it called?" The Prophecy Fish pondered. "Super what god? Can't remember. Forget it." Heard the words. Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly. "Whis, it is predicted that the fish should be fed 3 meals a day. How about changing it to 2 meals a day?" "It's a good idea." Whis echoed in a very tacit understanding. The Prophecy Fish panicked suddenly, and a very clear name came to mind, and hurriedly said, "I remembered. It's called Super Saiyan God." "Super Saiyan God?" "It seems to be the name." After the prophetic fish said this, Beerus also remembered the exact name of the rival who appeared in his prophetic dream. Immediately, Beerus turned his head to look at Whis and asked, "Whis, where are the surviving Scions now?" Whis tapped the staff again, and a blue planet appeared in the refracted light curtain. "Scion who survived now live on a planet called Earth." "Master Beerus, do you want to go?" "Hey!" Beerus stretched out his paws to pick his teeth, and a gleam flashed in his deep eyes. "Whis, let's go. I want to experience 613's formidable opponent called Super Saiyan God." Since taking office as the 7th Universe Gods of Destruction, Beerus has been lonely at the ceiling of the 7th Universe's combat power for hundreds of millions of years. Therefore, Beerus is very eager for a master who can be called his own rival in the 7th Universe to fight against him. Otherwise, this day would be too boring. Supreme Kaija. Under the tree in front of the Supreme Kai Palace, the old Supreme Kai carried his hands on his back, looking up at the direction of the Gods of Destruction world with his old face full of vicissitudes. Just now, Gods of Destruction, Beerus woke up. The old Supreme Kai and Xin both sensed it immediately. The Lord Gods of Destruction awakened. The old Supreme Kai spoke in a daze, his tone full of fear towards Beerus. Old Ancestor, is Lord Gods of Destruction really scary? Xin asked ignorantly. Although he is the Supreme Kai of the 7th universe, Xin actually doesn't know much about Gods of Destruction. The old Supreme Kai explained in a deep tone, of course it's scary. In this universe, there are Supreme Kai who are responsible for creation, and Gods of Destruction who are responsible for destruction. Every time Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus wakes up, he will continue to destroy the planet uninterrupted until the next time he falls asleep. What the old Supreme Kai didn't tell Xin was that he was sealed in the Supreme Kai Sword, the masterpiece of Gods of Destruction Beerus. After listening, Xin turned pale with fright. Continuously destroying planets, this Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus is a bit too scary. High ground. Old Supreme Kai's heavy expression changed again, because he noticed that Gods of Destruction Beerus had already started to move in the direction of movement. Looks like it's headed straight for Earth. It's bad. Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus is going to Earth. The old Supreme Kai slumped on the ground, his forehead already wet with cold sweat. Once Gods of Destruction Beerus descends on the Earth, it is foreseeable that the Earth may be destroyed because of it. Earth? Hearing that Beerus was going to the Earth, Xion's expression suddenly changed. According to Son Gohan's character, once Beerus comes to Earth, it is impossible not to conflict with Son Gohan. Old Ancestor, shouldn't we inform Mr. Son Gohan and the others in advance, and let them try not to anger Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus? Xian asked tremblingly. Snapped. The old Supreme Kai went down on the spot, cursing and cursing. Nonsense. Once Lord Beerus is angered, the consequences will be extremely dire. Earth may be destroyed by disaster. Gods of Destruction Beerus is not a character like Majin Buu, but he is the strongest god in this universe, and also the most unpredictable god. Once Beerus is angered, it will be considered a success if the Earth can leave a whole body. Listen, Xian didn't dare to neglect, and hurriedly, Biba contacted Son Gohan and others on Earth. And at the same time, in the 7th universe space, a rainbow of 7 colors swiftly passed by, traveling a distance of tens of millions of light years in the blink of an eye. Among the colorful Changhong, it is the 6th universe Gods of Destruction Kampa and Angel Vados. Some time ago, Kampa accidentally learned about the super wishing beads. It is said that as long as 7 super wishing beads are gathered together, Super Shinran can be summoned and any wish can be realized. And these 7 super wishing beads are distributed in the 6th and 7th universes. So, after finding several super wishing beads distributed in the 6th universe, Kampa and Vados shifted their goal to the 7th universe. It's just that they searched for several months in the 7th universe, but they couldn't find any super wishing beads. Hey, Vados, does the 7th universe really have super wishing beads? Kampa asked suspiciously. If it weren't for the Super Shinran summoned by collecting 7 super wishing beads, Kampa wouldn't be bothered to run so far. Master Kampa, looking for super wishing beads requires patience. Vados said slowly. There are more than billions of planets in a universe. It is not easy to find super wishing beads among such a large number of planets. Oh, Kampa pouted and said, I'm tired. Let's find a place to rest, Vados. Looking for a place to rest? Vados turned his beautiful eyes and suddenly asked, Master Kampa, you should still remember Mr. Son Gohan. Of course I remember that kid. Speaking of Son Gohan, Kampa thought of Son Gohan's craftsmanship again. He licked his lips. Speaking of which, it seems that I haven't tasted the food of Son Gohan for a long time. Master Kampa, would you like to have a taste? Vados asked. What? Are we going back to the 6th universe now? Kampa would like to think about it, but if he wants to go back to the 6th universe now, the journey is a bit too far away. After all, Vados does not have the instant transmission ability like Son Gohan. So if they want to return from the 7th universe to the 6th universe, they still have to run. No, no, no. There's no need to return to the 6th universe. Videl smiled and said, Master Kampa, let me tell you a secret that you don't know. Mr. Son Gohan is actually from the 7th universe. What? Kampa stared like a copper bell and said in disbelief, Isn't that kid from the 6th universe? Oh, Lord Kampa, I remember that neither I nor Mr. Son Gohan said that he is from the 6th universe, right? Videl covered his mouth and smiled lightly. Master Kampa, since we are here, why don't we visit Mr. Son Gohan? By the way, we can also eat the food you have missed for many years. Videl is persuasive. Go, because why not? Although it was a bit unexpected that Son Gohan was a member of the 7th universe, the news was really convenient for Kampa. Mr. Son Gohan. Mr. Son Gohan. On the deck of the cruise ship, the atmosphere was full of joy and harmony, and suddenly Supreme Kai's slightly panicked call came from the sky. Huh? Is this the voice of Lord Supreme Kai? Dash. Piccolo looked up curiously at the sky, and he recognized Sim's voice. It's Master Supreme Kai. Is there something wrong? Son Gohan, who was playing games with Son Shaoling, also looked up at the sky and asked a casual question. Son Gohan, you must remember what I say next. Immediately afterwards, the old Supreme Kai's solemn voice came. Gods of Destruction Beerus has awakened, although he doesn't know the reason, but he is on his way to the earth now. Lord Beerus is a terrible god. You must not contradict him or provoke him, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Maybe even the earth will be destroyed. Old Supreme Kai's tone was very serious, not at all joking. Is it finally here? The arrival of Beerus was basically expected by Son Gohan. But, Master Supreme Kai, I already know, what should you do? Compared to the flustered old Supreme Kai and Xian, Son Gohan has nothing to worry about. There is even a little expectation. I don't know if the system will reissue combat missions when Beerus descends on Earth. Over the past few years, although Son Gohan's strength has also improved, the rate of improvement has always been small. He is now looking forward to the system continuing to release a combat mission and rewarding him with a generous reward so that his strength can take a qualitative leap again. The old Supreme Kai and Xian have been notified, and what will happen to the fate of the Earth would depend on Son Gohan's performance. Dad, who is Gods of Destruction Beerus? Son Shaoling blinked her big eyes, and Shui Lingling's eyes were full of curiosity. Son Gohan explained concisely, well, probably the most powerful and highest-ranking god in the universe, but don't be afraid, he can't beat Dad. Dad, you can blow it hard. You are so powerful? Why do I not believe it? Son Shaoling expressed her doubts unabashedly. You naughty boy, don't you believe what Dad says? Son Gohan couldn't help pinching Son Shaoling's cheek and said angrily, I don't believe it. Son Shaoling made a grimace and said, I don't believe a single punctuation mark in Dad's words. Who taught you this? Son Gohan fainted for a while. Why does he feel that Son Shaoling's education is getting more and more biased? Son Shaoling said confidently, Didn't you teach me, Dad? I'm going to play with Uncle Goten. Goodbye, Dad. Say it. Son Shaoling stuck out her tongue playfully at Son Gohan again, and then disappeared in a flash. Almost gave Son Gohan a heart attack. This girl was quite obedient when she was young. Why did she become more naughty as she got older? If things go on like this, she might enter the rebellious stage in a few years. This scene also made Bulma laugh for a while. Gohan. Bulma came up with a glass of red wine and asked, Are you okay? That Gods of Destruction Beerus. Son Gohan smiled lightly. It's okay, don't worry. As long as he is here, Beerus can't afford to make waves. At the same time, on the railing of the deck, Gods of Destruction Beerus. Vegeta murmured, repeating the name over and over again. Why does this name sound so familiar? Vegeta can be sure that he must have heard of this name somewhere, or seen this person, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Vegeta, I haven't seen you for many years. Don't worry about it. At this moment, a strange voice sounded from the ear. Vegeta's thoughts were instantly pulled back. He followed the source of the sound and looked to the right. only to see two strange figures appeared on his right. One of them is a tall and thin purple Coney's Rake's cat, wearing an Anubis-style costume, staring at him with a pair of seemingly lazy but extremely sharp eyes. This person is the gods of destruction Beerus, who rushed over from the Beerus star. And besides Beerus, there is no one else besides Angel Whis. Staring at Beerus in front of him, Vegeta felt an unprecedented pressure. That feeling, like being pressed against his chest by a mountain, made Vegeta's breathing become a little short. Ask for flowers? Don't remember me? There was a playful look in Beerus's eyes, and he reminded, "We met each other when you were young, in your father's palace." This moment, a memory from more than 30 years ago, suddenly came to my mind. Vegeta remembered. He did meet Beerus. At that time, planet Vegeta had not been destroyed by Frieza. Gods of Destruction Beerus once came to King Vegeta's palace once. At that time, his father, King Vegeta, was stepped on by Beerus without dignity like a dog. When the shadows from childhood resurfaced in Vegeta's mind, the scene of that year kept flashing in Vegeta's mind as if it happened yesterday. It turned out to be you. Vegeta, who was always proud of himself, was completely flustered at this moment. He stepped back a few steps and sat down on the ground with his buttocks slumped. Due to the high tension of his body and mind, his forehead was already covered with beads of sweat. Beerus squatted down, playing with taste. "Vegeta, I thought you would have fun with me when you grow up, but now it seems that you have let me down. Vegeta, what are you still doing here?" At this moment, Taisai came over and happened to see this scene. "Hey, Vegeta, why are you sitting on the ground?" "Who are they?" Taisai asked. Whis replied, "Hello, beautiful lady. My name is Whis. This is my master Beerus. We are friends of Mr. Vegeta." "So it's Vegeta's friend," Taisai suddenly realized, and then warmly invited. "Since you are friends of Vegeta, you are very welcome to come to my sister's birthday party. Mr. Beerus, Mr. Whis, clear this way." 17. Beerus glanced at Vegeta again, ignored him, and followed Taisai to the deck. After Beerus and Whis followed Taisai away, Son Goku, who had been watching the situation, just now came up and helped Vegeta up. "Vegeta, are you okay?" "Fine." Vegeta shook off Son Goku's hand and said solemnly, "Kakarot, that tall, thin purple guy is gods of destruction Beerus." With the arrival of Beerus, the attention of everyone on the deck fell on him. After all, the old Supreme Kai just said that the gods of destruction Beerus is a terrible god, and you must never contradict or anger him. But Beerus was not polite at all. He was deeply attracted by the food here. "For 10 hours, I didn't even think about what I came here for. This gods of destruction Beerus doesn't look so scary, at least for now." Looking at Beerus enjoying the skewers not far away, Bulma said, "It's not that scary, it's just—" Son Gohan hesitated to speak. "What?" Bulma looked at Son Gohan curiously. "No, nothing." Son Gohan waved his hand. He thought 207 was just a sand sculpture. Beerus is a man. As long as you get to know him well, you will find that this is a sand sculpture. Of course, when Beerus should be scary, he's pretty scary. Ding! Just at this moment, the long-lost system prompt sounded in Son Gohan's mind. It is detected that gods of destruction Beerus has descended on the Earth, and the combat mission is triggered. Defeat gods of destruction Beerus. Task completion reward. Potential limitation opens Lee. Huh? Is it finally here? Son Gohan raised his eyebrows. It was exactly what he thought. As soon as Beerus came, the system issued a combat mission. But what is this potential limit opener? If it is the same as Son Gohan understands, then this so-called potential limit opener is probably equivalent to the effect of opening up Rendu's 2 veins in martial arts. If this is the case, then I am afraid that my own strength will usher in a period of rapid growth. Hey. Son Gohan rubbed his hands. He couldn't wait to have a real manly fight with Beerus. The strongest gods of destruction Beerus. Son Gohan has long wanted to experience it. The gods of destruction he had fought against, such as Kampa and Vermut, were not that strong, at least not comparable to Beerus. This moment, Beerus, who has already tasted almost all the delicacies here, finally remembered the purpose of his trip to Earth. He turned around suddenly, glanced at everyone present, and his imposing voice rang in everyone's ears. First of all, thank you for your hospitality. The food here is delicious. And secondly, I came here today to find one. A man called Super Saiyan God. The words fell. His eyes swept over Vegeta, Son Goku, and Son Gohan in turn. Super Saiyan God? When Beerus said this, everyone was dumbfounded. Super Saiyan, they do know that Son Gohan, Son Goku, and Vegeta can all transform into Super Saiyan, but they don't know very well if you want to add a word God after Super Saiyan. Seeing everyone's confused faces, Beerus looked directly at Vegeta, who looked nervous. Vegeta, you are the Prince of Saiyan. You should know about Super Saiyan God. Vegeta shook his head and said cautiously, if you want to ask Super Saiyan, I know. Super Saiyan God, I don't know. Yes, Beerus is the world. Son Goku echoed, Vegeta and Gohan can all become Super Saiyan, but Super Saiyan God, this is the first time I've heard of this name. Is that so? Beerus narrowed his eyes dangerously. Since we can't find this super evil God. Master Beerus, I heard that you are looking for Super Saiyan God? Just then, a voice from the crowd interrupted Beerus. Everyone looked along the source of the sound, only to see Son Gohan walking out from the crowd. Gohan, Bulma, Son Goku, and others were all startled, looking at Son Gohan with doubts. Could it be that Son Gohan knows that Super Saiyan God is not possible? Beerus also raised his eyebrows and asked with interest, you know Super Saiyan God? Son Gohan smiled slightly. Of course I know, because I'm Super Saiyan God. As soon as the words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Son Gohan is actually the Super Saiyan God that Beerus said? How is this possible? Vegeta expressed his doubts. Even he, a Saiyan prince born and raised on planet Vegeta, has never heard of Super Saiyan God. Why is Son Gohan Super Saiyan God? Oh, Beerus' interest was completely aroused. He said, but looking at you, you don't look like a god at all, and the Super Saiyan God who appeared in my precognitive dream is not like you either. Although Beerus doesn't remember very clearly, but he foresees the shadow of Super Saiyan God in his dream, Beerus still has a little impression. That is because Beerus smiled confidently, and then his mind moved. Boom! Jet-style red energy flames exploded straight from Son Gohan's body. His black hair and deep black pupils also turned crimson at this moment following the red energy flames. It was also the moment when Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. His figure became significantly thinner, and the breath has become no longer perceivable. It is indeed the breath of God. Whis was slightly surprised. The corners of Beerus' mouth twitched slightly. Yes, not to mention other things, just judging from Son Gohan's aura, he is definitely the god of Super Saiyans. Gohan's aura. Can't feel it? Piccolo stared at Son Gohan in Super Saiyan form with a look of surprise and said in disbelief. Before Son Gohan's transformation, he could still perceive Son Gohan's aura, but as Son Gohan transformed into a Super Sailor God form, Son Gohan's aura disappeared. All he could feel was the 3.1 huge sense of oppression emanating from Son Gohan. Son Goku and Vegeta were also shocked. How do they not know that Son Gohan can still transform like this? And this transformation, in the eyes of Son Goku and Vegeta, does have the breath of a god. This transformation, so handsome. Different from other people's focus, number 18, Videl and Bulma's focus is on the appearance of Son Gohan's Super Race God transformation. Not to mention, Son Gohan is already handsome, and this Super Saiyan transformation is undoubtedly even more handsome, and also adds a bit of domineering. After transforming into Super Saiyan God, Son Gohan explained, Master Beerus, Super Saiyan God, actually does not refer to a specific person, but a transformation of Saiyan, Super Saiyan God transformation. In other words, I can be Super Saiyan God, my father Son Goku can be Super Saiyan God, and even Vegeta can be Super Saiyan God. I see. After Son Gohan's explanation, Beerus understood. The Super Saiyan God who dared to appear in his prophetic dream is just a means of transformation for Saiyan. But it doesn't matter, since in the prophetic dream, Super Saiyan God can become his formidable enemy. Then he shouldn't be disappointed. Next second, Son Gohan and Beerus soared into the sky at the same time, and the air was instantly filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Beerus hooked his fingers toward Son Gohan and said enthusiastically, "Come on, let me experience how strong this so-called Super Saiyan God is." Son Gohan immediately put on a fighting stance and said with high spirits, "Since Master Beerus is so interested, let's warm up first." Warm up. The corner of Beerus' mouth twitched slightly. 18. Interesting. According to the meaning of Son Gohan's words, to dare to love this Super Saiyan God is not his full strength. Immediately, accompanied by a whoosh sound, Son Gohan's figure leaped forward like lightning, and the diary punched Beerus head-on. Snapped. Beerus extended an index finger and easily blocked Son Gohan's straight frontal punch. Whoosh. One blow was blocked. Son Gohan continued to launch a stormy attack towards Beerus without a moment's pause. From the beginning to the end, Beerus kept one hand behind his back, defusing all of Son Gohan's attacks with just one index finger. Deck. All eyes are on Son Gohan versus Beerus, except Whis. Super Saiyan God. Looking at Son Gohan, the super race god who was in a fierce battle with Beerus, Vegeta's eyes were full of unwillingness and yearning. Super Saiyan God. What a powerful figure. He can fight against gods of destruction Beerus for 300 rounds without losing the wind. Although Beerus is not serious, it is enough to prove the strength of Super Saiyan God. If he can also transform into Super Saiyan God, Vegeta has absolute self-confidence. His strength will get a qualitative leap. What a mighty battle. Piccolo was also shocked by the fight between Son Gohan and Beerus. This is the first time he has seen a battle of this level. The battle between these two people, even if it is just a little aftermath of the battle, is enough to seriously injure him, or even kill him. Is this the real strength of Gohan? It's really too strong. Krillin was shocked and said that Gods of Destruction Beerus is also very strong. Gohan's attack seems to have no effect on him at all. Yes. Son Goku had a look of excitement on his face and said, although this battle is fierce, it can be seen that Gohan's attack has no effect at all. Master Beerus has not really counterattacked yet. Yes. From the beginning of this battle until now, Beerus has only been in a defensive posture and has not made any counterattacks. And once Beerus strikes back, people like Son Goku and Piccolo have a hunch that it will be thunderous. Whether it is Son Gohan or Gods of Destruction Beerus, the power of the two of them is no longer in the same dimension as them. That's right, you're the most powerful person I've encountered over the years, but if you rely on this strength alone, you won't be able to become my formidable enemy. Beerus once again received Son Gohan's attack with one finger, and then his figure flashed, teleported behind Son Gohan. He raised a knife in one hand and slammed it down on the back of Son Gohan's neck. Next breath, with the sound of breaking wind, Beerus' knife slid past the edge of Son Gohan's neck just like that. 27. What? Can this knife be empty? Beerus was shocked. When he took a closer look, he suddenly discovered that Son Gohan had lowered his head, just avoiding the attack range of his knife. Also at the moment of avoiding the knife in Beerus' hand, Son Gohan made a volley on the spot and kicked Dairy's whip leg towards the back. But Beerus isn't vegetarian either. He stretched out his arm to block, and at the same time as he removed Son Gohan's whip kick, an elbow with terrifying power rushed forward. On nick of time, Son Gohan quickly stopped his move, grabbed Beerus' elbow with both hands, and made an inertial relief, and then hit Beerus' abdomen with a whip kick. Boom! Suffering this blow, Beerus stomped and retreated violently. He stabilized his figure, and when Son Gohan attacked again, he took the initiative to bully him. Fight together again with Son Gohan. Oops. Deck. Whis, who was eating kebabs and watching the battle between Son Gohan and Beerus, opened his mouth slightly, showing a look of surprise. He actually saw the shadow of Ultra Instinct in Son Gohan. Could it be that he was wrong? No. After observing for a while again, can basically be sure. Son Gohan definitely knows the Ultra Instinct, and the accuracy is not low. Otherwise, it would be impossible to avoid the fierce and tricky attacks from Beerus frequently. As the battle progressed, under the blessing of Ultra Instinct, Beerus could only be in a passive situation, and his counterattack didn't even touch the hem of Son Gohan's clothes. Although being attacked by Son Gohan one after another, Beerus didn't show any injuries, but he was a little embarrassed. I underestimated you. After being punched by Son Gohan 517 times, the interest in Beerus' eyes became even more intense. I didn't expect that you would still be Ultra Instinct. It seems that I need to be serious. No wonder Beerus wondered how Son Gohan seemed to see through his attack. It turned out to be because of Ultra Instinct. Beerus then kicked in. Even though Son Gohan has the blessing of Ultra Instinct, even the Ultra Instinct has lost its effect under the premise that the difference in strength is too large. Beerus sounded the horn to fight back. For a while, Son Gohan lost the wind and was attacked by Beerus one after another. The hearts of Bulma, Aunt, and Videl on the deck were beating wildly. Not good. It seems like I'm going to lose. Number 18's delicate and pretty face was full of worry. Seeing Son Gohan being beaten continuously, Number 18 felt distressed. Gohan. Videl clenched his hands tightly, and his body and mind tensed up. Although Son Gohan's performance just now was very good, it seems that the guy named Beerus has not been serious from the beginning, and the strengths of the two sides are not at the same level at all. Sun Xiaoling on the side was waving her little pink fist. Come on, Dad, beat that purple cat monster uncle. At the same time, outside the Earth, there are two pairs of eyes watching the battle between Son Goku and Beerus. It was Vados and Kampa who were going to visit Son Gohan. In the light curtain, Beerus is desperately suppressing Son Gohan in Super Saiyan form. Kampa gritted his teeth with anger on his face. What is Son Gohan doing? Hurry up and show your true strength, and kill Beerus, a skinny monkey. Kampa, who once lost to Son Gohan, knows better than anyone. Super Saiyan form is not Son Gohan's true strength at all. He just couldn't figure out, why did Son Gohan start with Super Blue when he was fighting with himself, and why he only used Super Saiyan when he was fighting with Beerus. Why don't you just put it on your health? Master Kampa, don't worry. It's just a warm-up. The real battle will start soon. There was a slight confident arc on the corner of Vado's mouth. Now, neither Son Gohan nor Beerus has shown their true strength. The battle that is being staged now is just a warm-up exercise before the two enter the fierce battle. The interior of the Earth. Seeing Son Gohan being suppressed, not only the three of Bulma, but also Piccolo and others panicked. Isn't even Son Gohan a match for Beerus? The strength of Beerus has already surpassed their daughter-in-law. It's not good to go on like this, Piccolo said with a worried face. Gohan, you have to find a way to fight back. Tien Shinhan expressed his opinion. Unless Gohan has not shown his true strength, otherwise, I am afraid it will be difficult. Yes, now that Beerus has shown the absolute strength to completely crush Son Gohan. If Son Gohan does not show stronger strength, there is absolutely no way to fight back against Beerus. Don't worry. On the contrary, Son Goku is calm and straight to the point. Although Gohan has been suppressed, it can be seen that Gohan is not serious yet. He is hiding his power, or he is adapting to Master Beerus's attack style. Impossible. Vegeta shook his head and said, it is impossible for anyone to win the gods of destruction Beerus. You don't even understand the horror of gods of destruction Beerus. Yes, Son Gohan's strength is indeed very strong, and he is still hiding his strength so far. But, based on Vegeta's understanding of gods of destruction Beerus, there is no one in this world who can defeat gods of destruction Beerus. Not even if this person is Son Gohan, because the name Beerus represents real strength. Maybe, Son Goku said, but Gohan will not be defeated like this. We will wait and see. However, Son Goku still maintains a high degree of confidence in Son Gohan. His son, he knows better than anyone. As long as Son Gohan unleashes his potential, even if the opponent is Gods of Destruction Beerus, he can definitely wrestle with him. In the sky, Beerus' suppression of Son Gohan continues. All of a sudden, Beerus grabbed a gap from Son Gohan again, and a straight punch went straight to Son Gohan's face. Snapped. Son Gohan, who was in a state full of flaws, suddenly stretched out his hand and firmly caught Beerus' heavy punch. How? Beerus frowned. The corner of Son Gohan's mouth raised slightly. Master Beerus, as I said just now, it was just a warm-up exercise, and the real battle begins now. Boom! The moment Son Gohan finished speaking, bright blue energy flames erupted from his body, and the red hair and eyes in the original Super Saiyan form also turned blue. Son Gohan's power has increased dozens of times again at this moment. Blue? Beerus frowned. Son Gohan has transformed again. His strength has increased by more than 5,000 times compared to before. Only, the more power Son Gohan showed, the more excited Beerus was. If Son Gohan was only at the level just now, it would be too boring. At the level just now, he can't be called Beerus' rival at all. At least he's a little bit decent now. It turned blue. On the deck, Piccolo exclaimed for the first time. What Son Goku said just now is correct. Son Gohan also hides his strength. Since Son Gohan transformed into blue, the oppressive feeling emanating from him is dozens of times stronger than the Super Saiyan form just now. What a powerful sense of oppression. Krillin was so shocked that he tremblingly said, Gohan is so aggressive. Blue. What kind of transformation is this? Vegeta stared at Chalon Son Gohan with his eyes wide open, and his heart was already filled with shock. How could Son Gohan have so many stronger transformations? This caused an extreme imbalance in Vegeta's heart. Why can Son Gohan change, but Vegeta can't? It should be a transformation on top of Super Saiyan God. Son Goku said excitedly. My intuition tells me that this is not Gohan's strongest area. What did you say? As soon as Son Goku said this, Vegeta, Piccolo, and others looked at Son Goku one after another, with a deep shock in their eyes. Now, this blue transformation is actually not the strongest transformation of Son Gohan, but Son Goku is just a guess after all. In the eyes of Piccolo and others, the current Son Gohan is already too strong. They can't even imagine what Son Gohan's next transformation will look like. How is this possible? Vegeta's pupils trembled slightly. If Son Gohan had another stronger transformation, then he really couldn't accept it. This is so overwhelming. Hey, is Gohan very good now? Asked Bulma, who knew nothing about power. She looked at the reactions of Son Goku and others, and it seemed that Son Gohan is very strong now. Well, very strong. Number 18's beautiful face was full of excitement. The power of Son Gohan has far exceeded her imagination. This is undoubtedly good news for number 18. After all, no one doesn't like strong people, especially for good District Sherbali as a cyborg. At the same time, in the sky, after transforming into Super Blue, Son Gohan grabs Beerus' hand and pulls it suddenly. The huge inertia makes Beerus be caught off guard and give up on Son Gohan. Boom! A heavy muffled sound passed into everyone's ears. Then everyone could see that Son Gohan punched Beerus' lower abdomen heavily, and the terrifying force directly penetrated Beerus' body, forming a blue energy emperor shock wave that pierced through his back. Puff! This punch directly caused Beerus' pupils to protrude a bit. Very well. That's it. Give me Wolfland, Beerus 1 yen. Beyond the earth, Kampa waved his paws, his expression as excited as he wanted. For Kampa, seeing Beerus being beaten is more enjoyable than beating Beerus himself. Son Gohan, come on. Keep F*******. The second round begins. The battle between Son Gohan and Beerus is heating up. Today, Son Gohan's normal combat effectiveness, coupled with the increase in the Super Blue Son Gohan power, is enough to match the conventional power. Therefore, even Beerus has to be prepared at this moment. Bang, bang, bang. The aftermath of extremely terrifying battles shook the sky of the earth continuously, shocking the visual nerves of everyone on the deck. Watching the thrilling and fierce battle between Son Gohan and Beerus, the hearts of Son Goku and others also rose. Compared with this battle, their previous battles were like playing house. It is not a battle in one dimension at all. As the battle progressed, Beerus' fighting spirit was also fully inspired by Son Gohan. Beerus can't remember exactly how many years. He has never met such a strong opponent as Son Gohan. For a while, Son Gohan and Beerus fought back and forth, and the fight was evenly matched. Boom! Son Gohan and Beerus had another hard fist fight. Blue and purple-black shock waves rippled out like ripples, and the surrounding space was violently vibrating. The 373 seas below were already rough, setting off monstrous waves. Even the largest cruise ship in the world was like a solitary boat in the rough seas, as if the ship would be destroyed at any time. Son Gohan and Beerus hit it off. Beerus retreated hundreds of meters, then flicked his fingers, and a purple spinning ball flew out. The seemingly inconspicuous purple light spinning ball, like a firefly, contains an incomparable, terrifying energy. Destroy! Son Gohan reached out with one hand and detonated Beerus's purple spinner. What? Son Gohan's sabotage once again surprised Beerus. This is Gods of Destruction move. How many gods does this kid know? It seems that he has underestimated Son Gohan from the very beginning. The corner of Beerus' mouth raised slightly. This battle is getting more and more interesting. Whoosh! After detonating Beerus's purple light spin ball, Son Gohan fired with his fingers and started the prince's tactics. Dense air bombs enveloped Beerus like raindrops. Beerus also stretched out a paw, directly locked the space in front of him, and then said two words lightly, "Destroy." Boom, boom, boom. As Beerus' voice, Bi-Fi, fell, Son Gohan sent out countless air bombs, all of which were detonated in the middle. Call out! Just as Beerus finished all this, Son Gohan's figure appeared behind him like a ghost, kicking his left whip and sprang towards Beerus' neck involuntarily. Beerus blocked his arm, turned around quickly, stretched out his claws, and stuck to Son Gohan's chest. The corner of Beerus' mouth lifted, and a purple ball of light quickly formed. And then, boom! The purple light spinning ball produced a violent energy explosion, which swallowed Son Gohan in an instant. Gohan, seeing this scene, the beautiful eyes of Bulma, number 18, and Videl shrank suddenly. Son Goku, Piccolo, and others also tensed their nerves. Even though they were far apart, they could still clearly feel how terrifying the energy impact produced by the explosion of Beerus' purple spinning ball was. Not to mention Son Gohan, who bears the brunt of zero distance. Even Son Gohan in the super blue form. I am afraid it is a bit too much. However, just when everyone on the deck was worried and Beerus hadn't had time to be happy, a fist was blasted out of the flames and hit Beerus's face firmly. Then, everyone on the deck could see that the unscathed Son Gohan swept out of the fire with a bright blue energy flame and chased after Beerus. F***K. See this scene. Piccolo and the others couldn't help but gasp. He suffered such a strong energy explosion from the front, but he was unharmed? While Piccolo and others were shocked, Beerus, who had been punched by Son Gohan in midair, quickly adjusted and fought with Son Gohan again in a needlepoint posture. Due to the fierce battle between Son Gohan and Beerus, the whole sky gradually became dark. Between heaven and earth, the wind is surging. The sea below was also restlessly turbulent. Soon, the battle between Son Gohan and Beerus went from the inside of the earth to the stratosphere, and from the stratosphere to the sea. This fierce battle between the two is simply a visual feast for Son Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and others. The two fought fiercely for half an hour, but they still couldn't tell the difference. The situation began to stalemate. Being Ultra Instinct and Ultra Instinct at the same time, this Son Gohan is not easy. At this time, Whis, who had already eaten and drank enough, also commented, "Ultra Instinct, extreme intentionality?" Hearing this, Son Goku and the others looked at Whis with puzzled expressions. Whis explained, simply put, Ultra Instinct is Gods of Destruction's move, and Ultra Instinct is Angel's move, but Son Gohan has both Gods of Destruction and Angel's God's defense skills. It's not hard to guess that he must have practiced with an angel. I remembered. At this time, Bulma suddenly said, shortly after returning from Namek, Gohan told me that he was going to learn art from a teacher, and he went there for more than 2 years. Could it be that time? So that's the case, then it should be that time. Whis said, it took only 2 years to learn Ultra Instinct and Ultimate Instinct, Mr. Son Gohan's talent and insight. It is not difficult to see that he is very good. Whis gave a very high rating. However, what Whis didn't know was that it took Son Gohan only 1 month to learn these 2 gods' control skills, more than 20 times faster than he imagined. Mr. Whis, are Ultra Instinct and Ultimate Instinct very powerful? Son Goku asked. Of course. Whis stretched out a finger. One is Gods of Destruction's moves. The other is Angel's moves. Of course they are powerful, especially Ultra Instinct. Even Master Beerus didn't fully learn it, but Mr. Son Gohan has learned it. Deaf. After what Whis said, Vegeta, Piccolo, and others breathed a sigh of relief. Even Beerus couldn't learn the God's control skill, but Son Gohan learned it? Son Goku said proudly, Gohan's potential and talent are the strongest, and I firmly believe in this from beginning to end. As early as when Raditz attacked that year, when Son Gohan suddenly erupted, Son Goku could see that there was a huge potential hidden in the body of his eldest son. As long as this potential is released, Son Gohan will not be weaker than anyone. At this time, the battle between Son Gohan and Beerus suddenly stopped. The two stood in the air, looking at each other. The smell of gunpowder in the air has not weakened in the slightest. At this time, Beerus looked excited, full of fighting spirit. Son Gohan, there is no winner if this goes on. I know this should not be your full strength. Use your full strength, we will win. Since Lord Beerus is so interested, I'd rather be obedient than respectful. While speaking, Son Gohan's arms have been lowered, and the Super Blue form has also been released, returning to the normal state. Son Gohan's body and mind are now in a state of complete relaxation. But the air between the heaven and the earth is not so calm, and there's a faint sense of oppression that the mountain rain is about to come and the wind is full of the building. How did Gohan change back? What is he doing? Krillin looked puzzled. How can I play well and suddenly return to normal? Goku is right. The Super Saiyan blue color just now is not Gohan's true strength, and he will display his true strength next. Piccolo frowned, and his face was serious. But in the depths of his eyes, there is a passion that cannot be concealed. Even Super Blue is not the true strength of Son Gohan. So how strong will the next transformation be? Piccolo can no longer imagine. Not to mention Son Gohan's next transformation. Just Super Saiyan and Super Blue are already beyond his cognition. It seems that Son Gohan has not neglected his martial arts all these years. He has been getting stronger. It's just that they don't know much about it. A stronger transformation. Vegeta's eyes were red, staring at the figure of Son Gohan in the sky. Although he had already been mentally prepared, Vegeta still had a hard time accepting it when he saw that Son Gohan was preparing for a stronger transformation. Where is the limit of this guy's strength? Could it be that his power has already surpassed Gods of Destruction Beerus? Son Goku, Bulma, and others didn't speak. They just stared at Son Gohan's back, with a look of expectation in their eyes. I have a bad feeling. Whis rubbed his cheek, feeling a little uneasy, or rather uneasy for Beerus. Son Gohan's Super Blue, just now, can already match Beerus under normal strength. If he makes a stronger transformation next time, then even Beerus, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with it. It's coming, beyond the earth. Kampa's eyes were bright, and his expression was excited. Exactly the same as when Son Gohan hanged him. He couldn't wait to see Beerus being abused. If it's just that, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Vados narrowed his eyes slightly. What Vados said is naturally the beast form. Son Gohan wants to defeat Beerus, the strongest gods of destruction, with his beast form. I'm afraid it won't be so easy, unless it's beast form too. Drink. Under everyone's gaze, Son Gohan clenched his fists tightly, followed by a thunderous shout resounding. Rumble. Fei. No. The entire earth shook violently at this moment. On the sea level directly below Son Gohan, a huge vortex has appeared. The huge vortex is like a black hole, as if it can swallow everything in the world. Crackling. In the sky, red thunderbolts danced among the thunderclouds, making the atmosphere between heaven and earth more depressing. Immediately afterwards, under everyone's gaze, purple-silver energy flames with red lightning erupted from Son Gohan's body like a volcanic eruption. It was also at this moment that Son Gohan's original short, broken hair turned into tall, silver long hair with a handful of silver bangs hanging down to his forehead. His black pupils also turned vermilion at this moment. Coupled with Son Gohan's height of 1.8 meters, strong tendons visible to the naked eye, and the purple-silver energy arrogance wrapped around his body, it makes Son Gohan look extremely domineering and handsome at this time. The transformation is complete. Son Gohan glanced at the eagle-like red pupils and said, Master Beerus, I call this transformation beast form. Beast form. As Son Gohan transformed into the beast form, Beerus's face became completely serious. It is undeniable that you are very strong now, and you are fully qualified to be my strong enemy. Your strength has completely exceeded my expectations. I didn't expect the Scions to be so strong. Beerus is also not stingy, giving a very high rating. Even if he is as proud as Beerus, he has to admit that the current Son Gohan already deserves his attention. From Son Gohan, Beerus already sensed a dangerous aura. If he doesn't show his real strength, I'm afraid he will capsize in the gutter on Son Gohan today. Beast form. On the deck, Krillin was shocked. What a powerful figure. Gohan's aura is so strong that it's like an evil spirit pressing on his chest. Yes, after switching to the beast form, Son Gohan's imperceptible aura became perceptible again. Now Son Goku and others on the deck can feel how terrifying Son Gohan's chi is at this moment. Ask for flowers. Just like the vast universe, there is no limit. Piccolo's pupils constricted and his mind was shaken. Son Gohan's aura in beast form, to them, is like a mountain whose top cannot be seen, and they can't perceive the limit at all. Beast form. Vegeta stared at Son Gohan, although there was no change on his face, but there was already a storm in his heart. Son Gohan's aura that was so powerful that it seemed limitless, coupled with Beerus' extremely high evaluation, it was not difficult for Vegeta to guess that Son Gohan's strength at this moment might not be weaker than Gods of Destruction Beerus. He couldn't even imagine how Son Gohan cultivated, and in just a dozen years, he grew to a height comparable to Gods of Destruction Beerus. 0. Also Scion, why are you so good? What's more, Son Gohan is just a mixed Scion, and Vegeta is a Scion prince with Scion royal blood, a genius fighter. But his current strength is like Oda in front of Son Gohan. There is no comparison at all. Gohan, so handsome. The three daughters of Bulma also looked excited. I have to say that Son Gohan in beast form is much more handsome than Super Saiyan. And the name beast form is also very poignant to them. Beauty and the Beast. Daddy is so handsome. On the top deck, Sun Xiaoling gazed at Son Gohan with admiration. Although she just said that she didn't believe that Son Gohan could match Beerus, but when the fight really started, Xiaoling was definitely on her father's side. At the same time, the purple-black destructive energy has covered Beerus' whole body, and Beerus at this moment looks extraordinarily terrifying and chilling. Yes, facing Son Gohan in beast form, Beerus also had to be serious. If he continued to use conventional strength, he might not have much power to fight back in front of the Beast Gohan. Therefore, for the first time in billions of years, Beerus used the power of Gods of Destruction when fighting against humans. Come on, Son Gohan. Beerus narrowed his eyes dangerously and said, If you lose today, I will destroy the earth. What if I win? Son Gohan asked back. With Son Gohan's strength, he is absolutely qualified to negotiate terms with Beerus. I lose, you destroy the Earth, you can. But if I win, you must pay any price. What do you want? Asked Beerus. Obviously, Beerus also knows that Son Gohan is qualified to negotiate terms with him. It's very simple. Son Gohan smiled lightly and said, "Within your ability, agree to my request unconditionally. How about it? No matter how you look at it, I will suffer." Son Gohan is right. After all, I am playing with you with billions of lives on the entire planet. If you lose, you agree to my request unconditionally. No matter how you look at it, I will suffer. Your ambition is not great at all. By 507, Ruth said with great interest. No problem. As long as you win, I can accept it. Originally, Beerus thought that Son Gohan would open his mouth and let him give up the position of gods of destruction. Now it seems that Son Gohan is not interested in the position of gods of destruction at all. Then come on. Reaching a consensus, Son Gohan stopped writing and once again put on a fighting stance, ready to fight Beerus at any time. Beerus also put on a stance, confronting Son Gohan head-to-head. Instantly, the smell of gunpowder in the air became stronger again. Some moment, accompanied by a gust of wind, Son Gohan and Beerus moved and attacked each other. In the blink of an eye, Son Gohan was on hand with Beerus. Bang, bang, bang. Every collision between Son Gohan and Beerus shocked the eyes of Son Goku and others on the deck. Even though they are far apart, they can still feel the intensity of this battle. The battle between Son Gohan and Beerus. Just a little aftermath of the battle may be enough to wipe out all of them. Son Gohan and Beerus fought so fast that Son Goku and Vegeta and others couldn't see clearly. They still used the projection of Whis Angel's staff to barely see the details of the battle between Son Gohan and Beerus. Beyond the Earth, Kappa also held his breath. Even Kappa was shocked by the shocking battle between Son Gohan and Beerus. If Son Gohan's opponent had been him today, he would have been defeated long ago. But right now, Beerus has not shown any signs of fatigue and instead is getting more courageous. From this alone, we can see the strength gap between Kappa and Beerus. Beerus and Kappa don't need to fight. Just look at their size to know which one is stronger. Call out. After fighting for millions of rounds, Beerus suddenly soared to a height of 10,000 meters. He poked out his claws and pointed at Son Gohan below from a distance. Next second, whoosh, densely packed, countless purple light spinning balls, carrying destructive fluctuations, bombarded Son Gohan like a barrage of bullets. The energy contained in each sphere of purple light is enough to easily destroy thousands of galaxies. Obviously, Son Gohan can't dodge this move of Beerus, he can only block it. Otherwise, whenever a violet spinning ball hits the ground, the Earth will turn into a universe with billions of human beings living on it. Looking at the dense purple light spots falling from the sky, Piccolo and others on the deck are already scalp-numb. They stared at the figure in the sky with purple-silver energy aura lingering. Now, the fate of the Earth can only depend on Son Gohan. Deck. Whis also stared at Son Gohan's back, muttering to himself, "Now how do you deal with it, Mr. Son Gohan? Want to destroy the Earth? I won't let you mess around." Son Gohan's eyes were fixed, and then his big hand stretched out, and then he shook it suddenly. Under everyone's shocked eyes, I saw that the countless purple light spinning balls began to approach a central point, and finally formed a super large purple light spinning ball. The light that bloomed above the purple light spinning ball made the originally dark sky much brighter. The energy contained in it has reached an extremely terrifying level. If this super large purple light spinning ball explodes, not only the Earth, but the entire seventh universe will be wiped out in an instant. Master Beerus, return it to you. With a light push from Son Gohan's palm, the purple light spin ball returned the same way, and Ruth went away. Click, click. Wherever the super large purple light spinning ball passed along the way, the space collapsed, leaving a series of shocking space cracks, which shocked everyone's visual nerves. Beerus didn't say a word. He tapped his fingertips lightly in the air, accompanied by a purple-black ripple rippling out. The spinning sphere of purple light that was heading straight for him was quickly annihilated at a speed visible to the naked eye. "It's still very easy to clear the energy I emit," Beerus said lightly, but there was a sense of arrogance in his tone. "Really? Then it's up to me." At the same time, I saw Son Gohan put his fingers on his forehead, and the energy of lightning flashing continuously was condensing. See this scene. Piccolo's pupils shrank suddenly on the deck. This action is Magic Penetration Light Cannon. Piccolo got goosebumps all over his body when he realized that Son Gohan was going to use the magic light to kill the cannon. This is his own nirvana, which Piccolo taught Son Gohan when he was training him to deal with the upcoming Vegeta. No doubt, the power of the magic penetrating light cannon is huge. It has absolute penetrating power. As long as the opponent's strength is not completely crushed, then the magic penetrating light cannon is an absolute threat. Back then, Piccolo only had a fighting power of a few hundred, but he could kill Raditz with a fighting power of 1,500 with the help of the Magic Gun Light Killing Cannon 2.6. From this, we can get a glimpse of how powerful the Magic Gun is. Not to mention, Son Gohan's strength is not far behind Beerus. It is foreseeable that even Beerus will feel extremely headache when Son Gohan shoots the Magic Gun. At the same time, Son Gohan's magic light killing cannon has been fully charged, his eyes are sharp, and he suddenly shouted, "Magic light killing cannon!" Boom! Accompanied by Son Gohan's deep shout, a magic light cannon surrounded by spiral energy suddenly pierced through the space and blasted out. Under this magic light cannon, the surrounding Weibo became completely dark. The magic light cannon carries an unstoppable force, aiming directly at Beerus' heart with lightning force. The magic gun cannon is extremely fast, but Beerus stretches out an index finger unhurriedly. Destroy. A destructive energy bomb exuding destructive waves swept out from his fingertips and swooped down on Son Gohan's magic gun. Next second, the magic gun light killing cannon and the destructive energy bomb met in a shocking manner. The moment the two met, there wasn't any shocking explosion. What was just the two streams of energy eroding each other. Son Gohan's magic light cannon has extremely strong penetrating power, while Beerus' destructive energy is the most domineering and destructive energy in the universe. When the two meet, it must be the tip of the needle. For a while, the magic light killing cannon and the destructive energy bomb were deadlocked in midair. But faintly, the magic light cannon seemed to gain the upper hand and began to push back Beerus' destructive energy bomb. Gohan has the upper hand. Seeing this scene, Krillin on the deck exclaimed excitedly, "It's not that easy." However, Piccolo is not optimistic. From 18, it can be seen that Beerus has not exerted his full strength yet. The situation will certainly continue to reverse. Until the final result comes out, no one can tell whether Son Gohan has the upper hand or Beerus has the upper hand. Son Gohan and Vegeta held their breaths, staring at the magical light-killing cannon and destructive energy bombs that seemed to be stalemate in the sky, 10,000 meters above the sky. The moment Beerus realized that the destructive energy bomb was pushed back, Beerus continued to increase the horsepower, continuously filling the destructive energy area. Under the continuous infusion of Beerus' destructive energy, the situation was reversed again. As soon as the destructive energy bullets turned on the offensive, they began to push back the magic gun. I will not lose so easily. Son Gohan, who has unlimited energy, is not afraid of this kind of energy confrontation with Beerus. No matter how strong Beerus is, his energy always has a limit. But Son Gohan himself has unlimited energy. Then, Son Gohan is also constantly pouring energy into the magic gun. Finally, with you coming and going, the magic gun light killing cannon and destructive energy bomb that had been stalemate for a long time produced a shocking explosion. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening bang, the energy storm generated by the explosion instantly covered the entire sky. Woo woo woo. The terrifying destructive power directly crushed the surrounding space. Looking up from the deck of the cruise ship, it was like a big hole had been punched in the sky, shocking everyone's visual nerves. On the edge of the huge space crack, there's still purple lightning jumping constantly, which is shocking. Looking at the sky that seemed to have been poked out of a big hole, the eyelids of everyone on the cruise ship twitched violently. This level of energy collision is truly terrifying. Look at Son Gohan and Beerus again. Both of them were pushed back thousands of meters by a countershock force before they managed to stabilize their figures. Under this terrifying countershock force, the blood in Beerus' body was a little tumbling, and his breath was even more ups and downs. Looking back at Son Gohan, due to the existence of the immortal body, the damage caused by the countershock force to his body has already been instantly repaired by the immortal body. So Son Gohan doesn't seem to have any serious problems. In this confrontation, Son Gohan had the advantage of being immortal and gained a certain advantage. Beerus clutched his chest. His face was a little ugly. Son Gohan, you are the strongest opponent I have ever met in a million years. Son Gohan shrugged, non-committal. Lord Beerus, talking is useless. Let's fight. Son Gohan's fighting spirit has been completely mobilized by Beerus. Beerus is indeed worthy of the title of the strongest gods of destruction. If it were any other gods of destruction, he would have already fallen. As for Beerus now, it was only because of the countershock force generated by the energy collision just now that it shook him a little bit. Other than that, it's fine. Next second, Son Gohan and Beerus moved in unison, carrying a long tail of energy light. The two met once again in the posture of sparks hitting the earth. Boom! At that moment, an invisible shock wave that was too terrifying to describe spread out, and the shock wave was like ripples and soon spread to every corner of the seventh universe. Immediately afterwards, the confrontation between Son Gohan and Beerus made the scalps of Son Goku and others on the deck tingle. Because with every collision between Son Gohan and Beerus, the space collapses like a broken mirror. The intensity of the collision between them is so strong that even the space cannot bear it. After another fierce battle, Son Gohan grabbed a gap in Beerus. His fist lingering with purple-silver energy flames cut through the space and slammed into Beerus's face. Beerus didn't dodge or evade and took the posture of desperate Saburo and launched a confrontation with Son Gohan. Lord Beerus, this is irrational. Son Gohan also gave a friendly reminder, but Beerus didn't listen to it at all and insisted on confronting Son Gohan head-on. Finally, boom, boom, two heavy muffled bangs sounded together, and the fists of Son Gohan and Beerus landed on each other's faces almost at the same time. After punching each other, the two of them kept moving alternately between fists. Another punch was thrown head-on. Bang, bang, bang. In just a few seconds, Son Gohan and Beerus had blasted each other dozens of times. Seeing these two hurting each other as if they didn't know how to write pain, the eyelids of everyone on deck 720 twitched wildly. Are you two planning to decide the winner like this? But as Son Gohan and Beerus continued to confront each other, was frowned. This is not good. Yes, this kind of fighting method of hurting each other is extremely bad for Beerus. Because after dozens of punches, Beerus was obviously about to be overwhelmed, but Son Gohan acted like a normal person, as if he didn't know how to spell pain. Hey Vados, this isn't right, Son Gohan, why? Outside the Earth, Kappa also looked confused. Although it was fun to see Beerus being beaten, Son Gohan, who also received dozens of punches from Beerus, looked like a normal person, which aroused Kampa's doubts. Vados narrowed his beautiful eyes and analyzed. Mr. Son Gohan, it seems that there is some kind of ability that can instantly heal injuries. Otherwise, there is no way to explain that Son Gohan took dozens of punches from Beerus head-on without any injuries, and even his breath is so stable. From this point of view, it is indeed a bit irrational for Beerus to fight with Son Gohan to hurt each other. Boom! Finally, after Beerus took Son Gohan's 99 punches abruptly, He couldn't take it anymore and was blown away by, wow. Seeing this scene, there was an uproar on the deck. Judging from the current situation, it seems that Son Gohan has the upper hand. At this time, Beerus had a bruised nose and a swollen face. His breathing was disordered and fluctuating, while Son Gohan was unscathed. Judging from the state of the two, anyone with a discerning eye could see who had gained the upper hand in the confrontation just now. You boy! Beerus clutched the face that was in constant pain. His eyelids twitched violently. He can see it. Son Gohan really doesn't know how to write pain. In this round of confrontation just now, he was the only one who was injured, and Son Gohan was not affected at all. How do you fight this one? Son Gohan grinned and said, Master Beerus, I have reminded you just now. If you don't listen, there is nothing I can do. Son Gohan is completely fearless in the confrontational bombing mode of harming each other with his immortal self. Not to mention just holding Beerus' fist hard. Even if he uses destruction, Son Gohan is not afraid at all. After all, Son Gohan has already verified with Vermut that Gods of Destruction's causal magic skill destruction cannot destroy the immortal body under the Super Shenron's wish product. Unless it is Zeno's clearing ability, otherwise the current Son Gohan would not be able to kill him at all. It's hard to even get hurt. But regardless of his immortality, Son Gohan can win against Beerus by relying on hard power alone, but it is a little easier on the premise of having an immortal body. After the confrontation just now, Beerus obviously realized this too. If he continues to fight like this, he will definitely lose. Therefore, in order to keep his majesty as Gods of Destruction, Beerus must win with one blow. Immediately, Beerus' eyes froze. He raised his right hand high above his head and said in a deep voice, Son Gohan, I will never lose in today's battle, so. As Beerus' voice fell, a purple spot of light quietly bloomed from Beerus' palm. Then, this inconspicuous purple spot suddenly expanded, forming a swirling ball of purple light that covered the sky and the sun. A sphere of purple light that covers the sky hangs high in the sky, and even the sun in the sky looks like a firefly in front of this sphere of purple light. The purple light that bloomed on it illuminated the world, and a deep breath of death enveloped everyone's heart in an instant. The energy contained in it has reached an extremely terrifying level. Master Beerus, want to destroy the earth? Vegeta's face was serious, with a trace of cold sweat sliding down his forehead, and he said in a dark voice, No, he wants to destroy the entire universe. This sphere of purple light that covered the sky and the sun fell together, and the entire seventh universe would be wiped out in an instant. In order to win this battle, Beerus has already started to do whatever it takes. Piccolo's face turned green with fright. His eyes are also slightly narrowed. He will not stop Beerus at this moment, but if there is anything wrong with the situation, he will stop Beerus immediately. After all, Angel's duty is not only to guide the Gods of Destruction, but also to ensure the safety of the universe. Obviously, Whis is not going to let Beerus destroy the seventh universe and do nothing beyond the Earth. So in the universe space outside the Earth, Vados and Kampa can still clearly see the purple light spinning ball from Beerus with naked eyes. The purple light that blooms on it is extraordinarily dazzling. Beerus, this guy, staring at Beerus, who had resorted to the last resort in the light curtain, Kampa's face gradually became gloomy. How similar is Beerus now to himself back then? Thinking about it, Beerus should not be reconciled to losing to a human. But well, deep in Kampa's heart, he still hoped to see Beerus lose, so that Beerus would not have the right to mock himself for his loss to Son Gohan. On the contrary, he didn't know his own affairs, and he could use the fact that he lost to Son Gohan today to mock him. Simply killing two birds with one stone. Son Gohan. Beerus stood at a height of 10,000 meters and said in a dignified voice, This is all my energy. If you can take this trick, you will win today. Bring it on. Son Gohan shrugged, without changing his expression. Son Gohan also knew that if he wanted Beerus to admit defeat willingly, he had to use a force completely above him. Next second, procrastinating again, He waved his fingertips lightly. The spinning ball of purple light that covered the sky and the sun immediately descended with a dazzling brilliance like a star. Click, click. The huge potential energy generated by the falling purple light spinning ball caused all the spaces along the way to collapse. In front of this purple light spinning ball, the space is as fragile as paper, and the scalps of Son Goku, Piccolo, and others on the deck are numb. Now, everyone held their breath, staring fixedly at the figure in the sky, surrounded by purple-silver energy flames. Everyone knows that only Son Gohan can block such a terrifying energy attack. Even if they were tied up together, they would probably be crushed into scum by the terrifying and indescribably huge potential energy before they got close to the purple light spinning ball. Don't you see that even the space can't bear such a huge potential energy, so it collapses inch by inch? How can they resist this group of flesh and blood? Master Beerus. Son Gohan blinked his deep red pupils and said lightly, "Maybe you don't know that I'm not at my full strength right now. If that is the case, let me show you my full strength." The words fell. Son Gohan's mind moved, and the purple-silver energy arrogance that had been lingering around him became deeper and higher. His aura also undergoes a qualitative change at this moment. When Son Gohan, okay Zhao, transformed into the beast form 2, Vados outside the earth raised his vermilion lips slightly and directly pronounced the defeat of Beerus. Okay, the battle is over. Vados could see it. Just now Son Gohan probably didn't let Beerus lose too badly, so he didn't transform into the beast form at the beginning. Otherwise, the battle would have ended long ago. Midair, as Son Gohan transformed into the second stage of the beast form, Beerus's heart skipped a beat. Immediately afterwards, under everyone's gaze, Son Gohan stretched out one hand, pointed at the purple spinning ball carrying the power that could easily destroy the seventh universe, and faintly said a word. "Stop. Rumble. Say what you say." As Son Gohan's voice fell, Beerus used all his energy to send out a purple spinning ball, which was stopped in midair, unable to fall any further. No, impossible. When the purple spinning ball stopped following Son Gohan's words, Beerus couldn't keep his composure any longer and let out a horrified sound. His strongest blow was so easily called out by Son Gohan. Even Beerus, who has lived for hundreds of millions of years, has fallen into a life of deep doubt at this moment. All of this was actually done by a human being and a scion, a nation once ruled by frozen demons like King Cold and Frisia. Immediately, Son Gohan shook his hands suddenly. The super-large purple light spinning ball that covered the sky and easily destroyed the seventh universe quickly shrank in everyone's eyes and finally completely annihilated. Was eliminated. Beerus used all his strength to send out the purple light spinning ball, which was eliminated by Son Gohan in a flick of his fingers. It took less than a second for Beerus' expression to change from horror at the beginning to disbelief to decadence. He dispelled the purple-black destructive energy lingering on his body and frowned slightly. "You won, Son Gohan." When Son Gohan eliminated his all-out blow, Beerus knew he had lost. And 137 is a real loss. His power as gods of destruction has been completely crushed by his Son Gohan as a human. Although this made Beerus feel aggrieved, but Beerus, is not someone who can afford to lose. If he loses, he loses. There is nothing he dares to admit. The moment Beerus conceded defeat, everyone on the deck heaved a long sigh of relief. Now it seemed that the Earth did not need to be destroyed. Until now, everyone has not forgotten the moment when Son Gohan eliminated Beerus' strongest blow just now. Several times, when they thought that was Son Gohan's full strength, Son Gohan could always give everyone a huge surprise. To say that the biggest surprise and shock is the second stage of the final beast form. After all, Son Gohan has been fighting Beerus in beast form for a long time. Even was thought that was Son Gohan's full strength, but the fact is, Son Gohan still hides a stronger power and hasn't used it. And when Son Gohan unleashes his full strength, That's when the battle is finalized. At this time, Son Gohan and Beerus are back on deck. Son Gohan had a smile on his face, while Beerus was downcast. Gohan, that beast form of yours just now is really amazing. By the way, can I also change into that Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue color? Son Goku greeted him first and said with a playful smile. Son Gohan couldn't help laughing and replied, "Of course. Son Gohan, since Kakarot can do it, then I should do it too." At this time, Vegeta also came up with a cheeky face. Even if Son Gohan's strength is beyond his reach, Vegeta can ignore it. But he must not lose to Son Goku. He has been competing with Son Goku for more than 10 years. As a Saiyan prince, he was born as a genius fighter, so he can't live in the shadow of Son Goku, who was born as a low-level fighter. Son Gohan nodded slightly, not to mention these things. After dismissing Vegeta temporarily, Son Gohan turned around, patted the dejected Beerus on the shoulder, and enlightened him. "Master Beerus, you don't have to be sad after all. You're not the first one to lose to me. Gods of destruction tell you a secret that makes you happy." Speaking of this, Son Gohan deliberately lowered his voice slightly and said quietly, "Your brother Kampa lost to me almost 10 years ago." Hearing this, Beerus frowned. "Are you serious?" "Of course, I can lie to you," Son Gohan said with certainty. "Hey, that's fine. Only then did Beerus change his frowning expression just now. Speaking of which, how did you cultivate? Saiyan can be so biff." This is the question that has been lingering in Beerus' mind since just now. If Saiyan can be as strong as Son Gohan, then how could the Saiyan nation be ruled by the Kurds and Frisia in turn and serve as their money-making tools? Of course I guided him to practice. At this moment, a soul-stirring voice of Yu-Jie came from behind. Son Gohan, Beerus, and the others looked back together, only to realize that the sixth universe gods of destruction Kampa and Angel Vados had appeared on the deck at some unknown time. Oops. Whis raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise. Sure enough, he guessed right. Son Gohan must have practiced with an angel, but he didn't expect it to be his sister Vados at first. "Kampa, why are you here?" As soon as Quan Chi's friends met, Beerus immediately frowned, and even his tone became a little hostile. Kampa put his hands on his hips, playing with his taste, shouting, "Of course I came to see how you made a fool of yourself. I saw everything about how you lost to Son Gohan just now." "What a mess, Beerus." Facing Kampa's sarcasm, Beerus smiled instead of anger. "You fat pig is not qualified to say that about me. You lost to Son Gohan 10 years ago, right?" "What?" Hearing this, Kampa, who was originally playful, changed his face, gritted his teeth, and said, "Son Gohan, you actually betrayed me?" "Of this." Son Gohan smiled awkwardly but politely, then whistled nonchalantly. "What does it mean that Son Gohan betrayed you?" Beerus also excused Son Gohan in a timely manner. "I just need to inquire about this kind of thing casually. Who else do you want to hide from?" "Beerus, let's fight one-on-one." Kampa was impatient on the spot. "Come on, I'm still afraid of you, fat pig." Although Beerus can't beat Son Gohan, but it's more than enough to beat Kampa. Looking at Beerus and Kampa, who looked like a pair of happy friends, everyone shook their heads helplessly. "Gohan, why don't you introduce these two to us?" At this time, Bulma came up to meet him, gestured to Kampa, who was arguing with Beerus, and Vados, who was already beside Kampa. "That's Kampa, the gods of destruction of the sixth universe, that Miss Vados." Son Gohan was about to introduce Vados, but Vados took the initiative to come up and greeted Bulma. "Hello, Mrs. Sun. My name is Vados. I am the angel of the sixth universe, and I am also Mr. Son Gohan's teacher." "So it was you." Bulma shook hands with Vados warmly. Number 18 and Videl also came up one after another to shake hands with the teacher Son Gohan, which can be regarded as a preliminary acquaintance. After it was over, Vados joked, intentionally or unintentionally, "Mr. Gohan is really lucky. He married 3 beautiful wives. I'm really envious of others." "Of this." Son Gohan scratched his head, not knowing what to say, so he quickly changed the subject. "Speaking of which, why are you and Master Compa here? That's right, Mr. Compa and I are looking for a super wishing bead that can grant any wish. We found the 7th universe. Just now, Mr. Compa said that we need to find a place to rest, so I propose to come here visiting Mr. Gohan. Vados put succinctly. I see. Son Gohan glanced at Compa, who was still arguing with Beerus, and said, well, you guys talk first. I'll go. Otherwise, this birthday party can't be held. After the persuasion of Son Gohan acting as a middleman, Beerus and Compa stopped temporarily. Isn't tasting delicious food more interesting than arguing with you? While Son Gohan is taking Beerus and Compa to a delicious meal, Vegeta finds Vados in good time. After knowing that it was Vados who guided Son Gohan to practice, Vegeta also temporarily put down his Saiyan airs and said respectfully, Miss Vados, hello. My name is Vegeta. Oh. Vados raised her eyebrows slightly and asked curiously, Mr. Vegeta, what do you want? Vegeta, who has always been used to being arrogant, didn't even know how to say polite words at this moment, but asked bluntly, please guide me in cultivation. I also want to become as strong as Son Gohan, please. After all, Vegeta bowed deeply. Vegeta's actions stunned Son Goku, Piccolo, and others, as well as his wife Taisai. Taisai had never seen Vegeta so humble before. It seems that he has made up his mind to become stronger. Vados took a look at Vegeta, shook his head, and said, sorry, Mr. Vegeta. First of all, I don't accept students easily, and your talent is far inferior to that of Mr. Son Gohan. Secondly, you still need to convince Mr. Compa, but I guess you are out of luck. Heard the words. Vegeta's heart skipped a beat, his expression changed, and he said unwillingly, then how did Son Gohan convince Mr. Compa? Vados explained patiently. Of course it's food, but Master Compa has tasted almost all the food now, so I will say that you are out of luck. Vegeta was at a loss for words. But let him give up. Vegeta is extremely unwilling. Not to mention Son Gohan's suffocating beast form, even if he can only cultivate to Super Saiyan and Super Blue. But thinking of Compa, who had had a quarrel with Beerus just now, Vegeta also felt that it would be a little difficult for him to persuade Compa. What else can I do? Now, I can only count on Son Gohan. That night, tonight's night sky is full of stars, and a full moon hangs high. A bright Milky Way across the sky, like a dream. It was already late at night, and Bulma's grand birthday party had come to a successful conclusion. Whis and Beerus had left, and most of them had gone to sleep and rested. On the top deck, Son Gohan is sitting here alone, looking at the moon, while checking the rewards for today's quest for beating Beerus. Potential limit opener. It can fully release one's own potential, and then practice to obtain a huge strength improvement, which still has a huge effect on the current strength of the host. 1. Yo! Seeing the system's introduction to this so-called potential limit opener, Son Gohan raised his eyebrows with great interest. Sure enough, he was right in thinking this so-called potential limit opener is equivalent to opening up the 2 veins of run and do in martial arts novels. Son Gohan also knows that as his strength continues to improve, the potential hidden in his body will become stronger. But it is not as easy as imagined to release this potential and turn it into his own power. It can even be said to be difficult. But with this potential limit opener, it's not the same. It is foreseeable that as long as the potential limit is unlocked and then practice, one's own strength can definitely increase linearly. Immediately, Son Gohan stopped hesitating and said in his mind, System, use the potential limit opener. 10. Received host request. Potential limit opener has been used. As the system's electronic notification sounded in his mind, Son Gohan immediately entered a state of epiphany. That feeling was like breaking through a bottleneck, and his whole body was extremely transparent. This feeling is incomparable, so wonderful that no words can describe it. And Son Gohan could clearly feel that as the limit of his own potential was opened up, his power experienced a short-term blowout growth. The original normal combat power of 1.5 guy soared to 3 guy in almost a short moment. In other words, Just using this potential limit opener has doubled his strength. Ah, comfortable. Even Son Gohan couldn't help but make a strange sound at this moment. Mr. Gohan, what are you doing? Cemetery. Vedos's soul-stirring Yuja voice came from behind, and Son Gohan, who had just made a strange sound, jumped into the air and asked in panic, "Why don't you have any sound at all?" Puff. Vedos covered his mouth with a smile and joked, "Mr. Gohan is so cute." Son Gohan adjusted a little, then sat down again and asked, "Why haven't you gone to rest yet?" Vedos said, "It's not in a hurry. Besides, it doesn't matter if I rest or not, but I am concerned about Mr. Gohan, your preparation for the big gods of destruction test 4 years later. With your current strength, it is very difficult to pass the test of the great gods of destruction space. There's still 4 years left enough." Son Gohan glanced at Vedos on the side and said to himself, "Do you believe it? These 4 years are enough for me to surpass you." "Is it?" Vedos raised his beautiful eyes and questioned, "But you have been away from me for nearly 10 years, and your strength has not improved much. I'm afraid that you have 4 years left to surpass me. It's a little difficult." Son Gohan smiled and did not refute Vedos, but said, "How about we make a bet?" "Oh,
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.